Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 2101 The Calling of Brutus. Close to the frontier, a ship cut through the higher dimensions like a hot knife through butter. The Serendipity might not be the largest starship, but she was certainly fast for her size and class. For several weeks, the light frigate traversed through the domain of the Sentinel Kingdom and many other states along the way. It didn't take long for the Hexer vessel to cross over into the territories ravaged by the Sandmen. During the height of the Sand War, thousands of Sandman fleets assaulted human-occupied star systems like an inexorable tide. Each day, numerous star systems succumbed. Nothing survived the sandstorms. Everything that humans built in orbit and on the surface of a planet disappeared in a matter of hours as the relentless Sandmen engulfed everything. Centuries of heritage disappeared. Not a single artificial structure escaped the fate of becoming consumed. What was worse was the people living and working at the settlements. The Sandmen wiped them all out as if they were nothing but vermin dirtying up their new real estate. The Sand War already harvested trillions of lives spanning over thousands of star systems. On a galactic scale, this loss of life was negligible. Not even the local branch of the MTA exhibited any alarm at such a calamity. In any case, the frontier states and frontier star sectors existed to serve as a buffer zone for human space. What did it matter if a couple of trillion people died? Human civilization was so vast that those devastated regions would quickly grow back to normal after a century of reconstruction. Yet, while the leaders at the top looked on without compassion, the people at the bottom suffered immensely from all of the death and destruction. Countless refugees poured into other states. Even if they had been lucky enough to survive the devastation, they had lost everything they worked and lived for. With their state and home planet dead, they no longer had anything to lean upon in these difficult times. Along with the trauma of losing everything they were familiar with, the survivors also had to process the immense amount of deaths of their fellow people. Too many of them had lost friends, family, and other kin to the Sandmen. The aliens didn't even commit mass murder because they liked it. The barely emotional beings just wiped everyone out because they were in the way. Against such a cruel, heartless enemy, the anger that people held towards this alien race was immense. Right now, other than her anguish, anger was the only emotion that Devia Stark possessed. As the Serendipity flitted into the territory of the former Weimar Republic, the ship passed through numerous star systems that Devia had once visited over her long years as a soldier and a mercenary. She remembered the bustling trade of the Myanmar system, the beautiful space monuments of the Desklar Prime system, and the astounding military fortifications of the Radaran system. Now, nothing was left but dust and sand. The Sandmen didn't even spare the ruins. The aliens consumed almost every single piece of metal and valuable material, and used it to create more of their kind. Her fists clenched as she witnessed the sight of the latest devastated star system in the hexagon-shaped observation room. The dome-like space provided her with a fantastic augmented view of space. Brilliant colors lit up from every direction as the windows automatically magnified and prettied up the sight of the distant stars. Various projections provided her with a magnified view of various planets and other special features. Ordinarily, such a sight would have delighted her. Yet now that she was surrounded by one sand-scoured planet after another, the sight only fueled her growing fury. A hatch suddenly slid open. The uniformed shape of a Hexer mech pilot stepped into the room. Devia faintly felt as if a blanket of protection covered her form. She barely took notice of it, too caught up in her depression and rage to acknowledge any other emotion. When Brutus reached the broken expert pilot, he looked at her carefully. "Is it too much?" She shook her head. I I needed to see this. I needed to see the graves of my fellow windmarkers. You're in a talkative mood today. That's good. The two looked out into the vast and mysterious expanse of space. When you became an expert pilot, you kept it hidden, correct? Brutus asked, though he already knew the answer. You were never recognized, so you never received the guidance that every expert pilot received from the state and from the MTA. What does it matter? She murmured. I lost my strength. According to the MTA, every expert pilot is exceptional. Each of us not only possessed the potential to break through mortal limits, but actually succeeded in doing so. The strength we have gained is the reward we received for exceeding our humanity. She remained silent and continued to stare out into empty space. I don't believe you are not an expert pilot anymore, Brutus continued. He was already used to her silence. Those who have reached our height but become unable to pilot an expert mech are usually those who suffered permanent brain damage. Even though much of their strength is lost or sealed, they are still exceptional. You are still exceptional. He crossed his arms behind his back and stared at the projections of the devastated star systems. Unlike these injured veterans, you are different. The damage you suffered is all in the mind. This is rather difficult to heal, as the mind still works in mysterious ways even after thousands of years of scientific research. However, unless there is proof that I am wrong, I think that you can still be healed. Don't waste your time on me. She slowly grimaced. I'm a failure. I failed my state. I failed my comrades. Instead of answering her directly, Brutus recited one of the messages he received when he advanced to expert pilots. Expert pilots like us are capable of inflicting an enormous amount of destruction. The power we wield and the abilities we are able to perform puts us on a pedestal. In addition, as a hexer, I have always abided by the principle that we must do our best to maintain order. Foreigners such as the Larkinsons don't understand me. They think that boys like me must be collared and constrained by the women of our state. Aren't they right? The male expert pilot smiled. No. We don't need to be chains, because we already know what is best. I may possess more power than the typical female hexer, but that does not grant me the right to abuse it. Far from it. Both my home state and the MTA agree that power conveys responsibility. The stronger we are, the more we must take on responsibility. Though Devia looked like she was tuning out his words, Brutus knew that she was still paying attention. What many foreigners fail to distinguish is that hexers don't believe that might makes right. This is not how humanity rose from its barbaric origins. If we keep adhering to such primitive notions, we will continue to wallow in misery and chaos. This is why women such as you should be the leaders of human society. Women are wise and far-sighted. Only when women rule the galaxy will we usher in true peace. Devia couldn't help but scoff a bit. What did this have to do with her condition? You are stronger than me, Brutus stated as he turned to her. Your weakness is only temporary. It pains me to see you imprisoned by your own darkness. I know you are better than this. Don't run away from your power. Embrace it. Don't let this setback believe you are weak. It's too difficult. I am here for you, he said and reached out to hold her hand. You are a noble woman and expert pilot. The galaxy needs people like you. Tragedies like this happen more often than you think. The frontier is never peaceful and plenty of alien races still threaten our fellow humans. Each of us bears the responsibility of defending human space when the aliens mobilize for war yet again. Brutus stretched his arm towards a projection and magnified it until it took up their entire view. Look at this planet. Billions once lived on it. Now, those windmarkers are gone. The mention of such an immense loss of life pushed her into a spiral. Brutus squeezed her hand in order to prevent her from getting engulfed entirely. I did not pick out this planet to rub in your failure. In fact, in your position, there was hardly anything you could do. You weren't piloting an expert pilot. You were just piloting a mech for a mercenary corps. What kind of difference could you have made under those circumstances? I could have done more. Divya spoke with regret. I could have told the military I was an expert pilot. I could have fought alongside other defenders. That may be true. However, the past is the past. Don't let it drag you down and forget who you truly are. The Sandmen crushed your comrades and almost ended your life. Don't let them succeed. Humanity needs those who are able and willing to serve a common cause. Even a single expert pilot like you can make a difference. The Sandmen may have come and gone, but there are many other alien races who need to be guarded against. If worse comes to worst, then having one more expert pilot can save an entire planet like this from annihilation. Divya remained silent as usual. It seemed her talkative mood had passed. Your wounds aren't permanent. What is broken can be remade. The hardest part is that you have to rely on yourself to climb back up. There is no reason to think that you can't overcome this hurdle. You have already achieved the incredibly difficult feat of surpassing your mortal limits when you were just an ordinary human being. As long as rekindle your reason to fight, I am certain that you will regain your former glory. It was easy for him to spread his optimism. It was a lot harder for Divya to buy it all. Throughout his entire speech, she remained as impassive as ever. Restoring an expert pilot could not be done in a single day. We are about to reach the Verenter system very soon, he reminded her. I'm not sure about its current state, but be prepared to face a lot of scavengers. Those vermin are already picking at the bones of every fallen state. Vinemer might be better off due to its remoteness, but the greedy vultures won't ignore the riches that the Verenter system still contains. Even though the Sandmen swept up a lot of precious material, they didn't consume everything. The aliens weren't always thorough and sometimes overlooked hidden bunkers, underground complexes, and very remote locations. The Sandmen also left ignored a lot of random objects and materials they believed to be of little value. This could range from remarkable exoplants to priceless artwork. As long as scavengers managed to dig up these miscellaneous bits and pieces, they could probably earn a fortune from them by selling them to collectors. The mere thought of those surviving relics falling in the hands of greedy collectors sparked some anger in Divya. None of those people involved respected Vinemer's heritage. They only saw them as rare collectibles that mainly derived their value due to the fact that there was no more supply. A small ripple emanated from her mind. A few broken gears had moved. It was a pity the movement didn't last long enough. Her broken will quickly settled down as her permanent depression rose up again. Brutus nonetheless perceived something. He smiled. Any change was good in his opinion. Whether he was able to help Divya regain her old strength or not, he believed that any woman deserved a chance. Because that was who he was. Women may be superior, but they weren't invincible. Sometimes they needed protection. To be their shield was the greatest calling of his life. Chapter 2102 Bring Home the Glory. Joshua Larkinson felt as if he was living in a dream. Not only did he pilot one of the most powerful mechs designed by Ves Larkinson, he also became a part of the clan. As one of the few adopted members who didn't possess a compound name, he had become one of the famous individuals of his kind. Many people, particularly the younger ones, looked up to him as if he was a hero. While Joshua didn't feel comfortable with all of the respect he received, he reluctantly accepted it. Even though he was very young, he always made sure to retain his humility. No matter how many compliments he received, that was no reason to sit back and relax. He wasn't even the strongest mech pilot in the Larkinson clan. That honor was reserved for Janzi and Tusa. He smiled at the woman he dated. Both of them sat in a lounge room for mech pilots on standby. He still couldn't believe he managed to gain Janzi's attention. The only problem was that trying to form a relationship with an expert candidate was anything but simple. "Would you like to go out on a date?" he asked. Janzi frowned. "We don't have time for such frivolities. According to what I have heard, the clan patriarch soon intends to head into the Nixian Gap for some reason or another. We need to increase our strength as much as possible when we still can. While there is nothing wrong with our individual combat skills, our teamwork and coordination can still use a lot of work. My shield bearers still have a lot to go before they are ready to form a unified shield wall." The shield bearer unit was a new addition to the Avatars of Myth. Commander Melker had transferred Janzi and Tusa out of their old mech companies and put them in charge of their units centered around their strengths. The goal was to form a cadre of elite avatars that could not only support the efforts of the expert candidates, but also learn from them. Even if the cadre had no hope of advancing to expert pilot, at the very least they came closer than any other regular mech pilot. Of course, it took a very long time to train these elites up to this point. Janzi's burden increased considerably ever since she was put in charge of a squad of eager shield-bearer mech pilots. Joshua knew that. He wanted to take Janzi out for a date for a very long time. So far, he didn't have much luck. "You need to learn how to relax, Janzi," he said. "Too much work and no play is no good. Even your fellow Truebloods know that. I know you are frustrated by the fact that you haven't made any progress towards expert pilot. Isn't that proof that your current approach isn't working?" "You have a point. Look, our Larkinson clan is anything but weak. We drill every day. What's the harm of taking the evening off? Our free time shouldn't always be spent on additional training." His words caused Janzi to contemplate them carefully. After a moment of consideration, she uttered her reply. "No. Everything can wait. I have heard too many stories about the Nixian Gap to neglect its danger." Joshua wanted to palm his face. Some days, he questioned why he decided to pursue a relationship with Janzi. Though she was just an expert candidate, she already acquired some of the majesty and bearing of an expert pilot. This had caused Joshua a lot of difficulties. Many times he felt as if Janzi was high above the clouds while he was still trudging through a pool of mud. Rather than let Janzi float beyond his grasp, Joshua wanted to match her height. If she could become an expert candidate, so could he. As a much-lauded mech pilot in the Avatars of Myth, he refused to believe he didn't have what it took to become a demigod. Once he advanced to expert candidate, Joshua would fully be able to treat Janzi like an equal. When that happened, they wouldn't be so distant to each other anymore. Ever since he joined the Avatars of Myth, Joshua had fulfilled all of the ambitions set by younger self. He became a member of the Avatars. He piloted nearly every LMC mech that had been released. He received the privilege of piloting a masterwork mech. He distinguished himself in battle. Joshua found that it was hard for him to get fired up after he made all of those accomplishments. What was there to aim for? He was already a Larkinson. He already piloted a very great mech. Yet once he recognized that he wouldn't be able to maintain Janzi's interest if he remained immortal, his drive to improve ignited once again. He wanted to achieve a breakthrough. He wanted to advance to expert candidate. "You're right," he spoke with a determined voice. "Training is important. We can't neglect its performance. I'll make sure to train as diligently as possible tonight." Elsewhere, another pair exhibited a lot more jubilance. "Yes. We did it, Riella. We finally received our charter." Vincent Ricklin Larkinson embraced his girlfriend in a hug and boldly kissed her. "It took some time, but those old fogies finally did the right thing. Ha! The female Larkinson looked ecstatic. Though I always wanted to become a mech athlete, it's not that bad to run our own competitive circuit. Fighting a war and becoming just another cog in the machine wasn't to her liking at all. She already had a taste of what that kind of life was like when the Blood Claws were compelled to defend the Bentheim system against the Sandmen. The constant slog of battle and the depressing amount of casualties had left her with a lifelong distaste for war. While she was still willing to participate in a battle when asked, she would never do so with a smile, unlike many other Larkinsons. That said, anyone who called her a coward deserved to get punched in the face. As the pair slowly wound down, they studied the documents they received that outlined what they were permitted to do and don't. They also skimmed through their budget and the support they were entitled to receive from the other divisions of the Larkinson clan. It wasn't much. Balls! Vincent cursed. Those old fogies sure are stingy. What can we do with such a pathetic budget? I wanted to throw some bright warriors in the dueling arena. Riella angrily whacked him in the head. I told you to stop dreaming. The LMC may be making a lot bank lately, but that doesn't give us the luxury to ruin bright warriors for fun. Besides, a duel between those mechs will be as boring as hell. Their defense is impenetrable, but their offensive power is weak. It's just that it's going to be so disappointing to play around with cheap third-class mechs. There's hardly any way we can build any hype around a match between two different trash cans. We have to start somewhere, Vincent. I think this is a test from the Larkinson Assembly. As long as we can turn our dueling circuit into a success, the assemblymen will definitely see the value we provide. Only a formal competition involving real mechs can entertain the bored mech pilots and other personnel in our clan. As they studied the document even further, they quickly recognized another problem. They aren't providing us with a fighting venue. Riella frowned. Is that important, babe? It is if we want to hold land-bound duels. We can't assume that we will always have access to the dueling arenas of a planet like Synax 6. Since our clan is nomadic, it's important that we have continuous access to the appropriate facilities. How do we do that? Riella grinned. Why, by an arena ship, of course. While they aren't very common, they exist. They look like regular transport or cargo ships from the outside, but their interior is pretty much hollowed out in order to provide as much space for an arena as possible. That sounds amazing. However, our budget. I'll think of something, she said. If nothing works, I'll barge into V's design lab and squeeze his neck until he coughs up enough money. He's well guarded, you know. Yeah. I forgot about that. She grimaced. He's not the old VS anymore. Well, we're still friends. If her hexer girlfriend can wrap him around her fingers, then so can I. Hee hee. I may not have spent much time with VS, but I know how to push his buttons. Bleg! Vincent pretended to vomit. Smack. I didn't mean it that way, Riella insisted while placing her hands on her hips. Let's leave the arena ship aside for the moment. If there's no progress on that front, we can still go through with holding duels in space. There was no need to pay for real estate in space. There was too much emptiness to go around. The only issue was that they still needed to anchor some fixtures in space. Otherwise, it would be too easy to inflict collateral damage on a nearby ship or mech. After going over all of the boring documents, they finally got to the fun part. We get to name our own competition circuit, Vincent happily noted before scratching his head. Did we figure that out yet? What should we call it, babe? Riella took this issue very seriously. We need to set a name that will stick. 10 or 20 years from now, our Larkinson clan will probably be a lot bigger. The name must still be worthy enough for our successful circuit. How about the Fight Club? Too generic. That's the stupidest name I've ever heard. Riella crossed her arms and furrowed her brows. Let me think. It has to sound classy. If you look at the names of the other mech games circuits, they always reference some sort of cup, award, or region. How about the Larkinson Master Series? Vincent suggested. It's not quite there yet. It's getting there, but I need a bit more grandeur. Oh, I got it! Vincent exulted. Let's call it the Larkinson Championship Series. Riella weighed the name. Though it didn't sound as exciting as she hoped, it exuded plenty of class. That was important if she wanted it to be taken seriously several decades from now. She did not go through all of this trouble to quit after a few years. She was in it for the long run. Since she wanted to build an entirely new institution based around mech competitions, she had to make sure it possessed a solid foundation. After the brief amount of time she spent with VS, she knew the importance of coming up with a memorable name and a solid brand. All right. She nodded. The Larkinson Championship Series doesn't sound as bad as your other suggestions. Mark my words, Riella. The LCS will become the most prestigious and impressive circuit in the Larkinson clan. That remained to be seen. After they settled the name, they began to consider the hierarchy. It says here that there can only be a single director in charge. Vincent patted his chest. I happen to know a thing or two about leading an organization. Riella ignored his boast and quickly filled in her own name as director. Sorry, but this job is mine. The LCS is my brainchild. I thought it was our brainchild. You can be the vice director. Second place is just the first loser. Perhaps it's a better idea if you don't manage our circuit at all, Vincent. What? You're kicking me out already? I haven't even showed off my awesome management skills. It's either that or forfeit your chance of competing. We can't allow any LCS personnel to take part in the very competition we organize. That's just stupid. Oh, you're right. So if you want to show off your manly charm on the arena, you better butt out of my business and do your own thing. If I were you, I would get in early and organize my own team. That's a brilliant idea, Riella, he crowed, already becoming enthralled by his fantasies. I can become the champion of the LCS. I will lift up trophy after trophy. Witness me, Riella. I'll bring home the glory as soon as I win the first finals. Uh-huh, Riella scoffed. What will your team name be? Rickland's Rollers? Nah. That's already done and over with. Let me think. Vincent tapped his finger against his chiseled chin. Oh, I got it. TSV. And that stands for Team Solo Vincent. Are you sure about that? I don't see how the word team fits in that combination. It's perfect, haha. It doesn't matter how many teammates I have. I'll be the one who will be carrying them all to victory. I can already imagine the chants from the crowd. TSV! 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 Chapter 2103 Short-Term Benefits. So you haven't found anything useful yet? VS skeptically asked as he scratched Lucky's head. I'm still in the process of grouping all of the individual substances inside the sample, Dr. Rania told him as she peered at a microscopic view of the sample of light-prolonging treatment serum. Besides, many of the organic substances I've cataloged are complete unknowns. I can't even begin to guess where they came from, let alone reproducing them. It doesn't help that you are only giving me a few hours a week of access. You still have other responsibilities, and it's not like you'll gain much more with additional time. I'm well aware that you spend a lot more time on hitting the books in order to gain the knowledge to decipher more about the serum. Dr. Rania sighed. While Ves wasn't an exobiologist, he was still a scientist of some sorts. He was well acquainted with her research cycle. The serum is one of the most wondrous products of high technology in human hands, she spoke. My foundation is far too shallow to even scratch the surface of its profound nature. It will likely take centuries for me to decipher its basic working. Nonetheless, I will never let go of this opportunity. Access to such a high-grade serum is an extremely precious opportunity that many of my fellow colleagues would kill to spend a few hours with. I'm confident I can achieve something remarkable in 2 decades. Ves glowered at that. With such a long time span, he could have hired much more competent exobiologists. Someone as smart as Rania didn't miss his response. Before you try and find someone more senior to take over this research project, you should keep in mind that there is so much to learn that every biotech expert has to start from scratch. The theories that you need to learn to unlock the secrets of serum are very esoteric and obscure. Much of what is available is scattered and fragmented. I have to piece together a lot of rules by combining scattered theories with my experimental observations. This is a lifelong labor. Sure, someone better than me might be able to decipher the serum faster, but how old will they be? 100 years? 200 years? The implication was obvious. Rania might not possess the learning efficiency of those at the upper end of a field, but they were at least several decades old. By the time they mastered the serum to a thorough degree, they might have already reached the end of their lives. However, her argument possessed some very glaring holes. There are 2 ways to mitigate this shortcoming, he said and raised a finger. First, research on life-prolonging treatment serum will presumably yield research results that will aid people in prolonging their lives. Even if that isn't the case, the value of an expert who studied the serum extensively is worth it for me to pay for a life extension. He raised another finger. Second, even if prolonging the life of an old geezer isn't viable, I can always tell him to teach some apprentices to take over his mantle. Human civilization has always revolved around the accumulation and inheritance of knowledge. We stand on the shoulders of giants. What a lofty argument! Ves mentally patted himself on the back for making use of these lines. I won't say that you're wrong, but do you really want to expose the existence of your serum further? Even if you have managed to guarantee their silence, there is always a way to crack someone open. Do you truly want to take that risk? Ugh. Rania succinctly appealed to one of his fears. She was right. Every single person who knew about the serum increased the chance that it might get exposed. Even the Terrans and Rabarthans wouldn't hesitate to dispatch forces to rob the serum from his hands. Its value was simply too great for someone like him to retain possession of such a hot good. Though Ves truly wanted to obtain benefits faster, he feared the risk of exposure even more. This was why he had been very careful about exposing its existence to as few individuals as possible. So far, only he, Lucky, Nita, and Rania knew about it. No one else. With all of the security precautions he took, Calabast was probably in the dark as well. Perhaps the only other person who might know a thing or two about it was James, but his methods were simply too confounding. Though Ves was highly alarmed at how the living prophet peered through some of his secrets, he was relieved that the Ilvanan was apparently on his side. Since James claimed to be able to see the future, the smug bastard should be very well aware of the consequences of betraying him. While Ves hadn't been able to exact vengeance on anyone who wronged him, he would definitely not spare any effort, starting with Ilvain's spiritual fragment. After all, if Ves was capable of breathing life into spiritual entities, he could take it back as well. As long as he possessed this leverage, he was confident he could keep James in check. You have made your point, Ves eventually spoke. That said, my patience isn't endless. Even if you can't figure out anything fancy, I want to see at least one practical gain within the next few years. That is a steep challenge. If I drop almost everything and focus completely on short-term gains, I might be able to derive a useful application of my research. It would be helpful to determine direction to work towards. What are you looking for exactly? He thought about that. Since the serum is mainly about extending one's life, then try and find a way to do that. Your result doesn't have to be as effective as a low-grade serum. Even I know that is out of reach. However, if you can develop some sort of elixir that can extend a baseline human's life by 30 years, that is already incredibly helpful. As long as it is economic enough, we can supply it to every clansman, thereby boosting the strength of our clan by a considerable margin. Making people live longer meant that Ves would also be able to squeeze more work out of them. It took a lot of effort to hire and train the next generation of replacements. If the old fogies of his clan could live a few more decades, then that meant that Ves would get a lot more worth out of them. Of course, the premise for all of this was whether the elixir cost less than the value he gained from extending the life of a productive clansman. As for trying to reverse engineer serum in its entirety, Ves would be a fool to think it could be accomplished within a century. Even if he had become aware of its remarkable spiritual properties, the degree of spiritual engineering involved was way beyond his level of competence. He was in the same boat as Rania in that regard. Unlike her, Ves couldn't afford to waste too much time on deciphering the workings of the serum. However, he didn't need to understand how it worked in order to make use of it. After a long time of contemplation, he eventually made up his mind. It was a waste to hoard such a potent good. Waiting until he became 300 years old in order to extend his life by another century was far too long. He was only a tenth as old right now. It would take forever to get to the point where he would need to use it to extend his life, and by then he would definitely be able to earn it by himself. It was this confidence in himself that allowed him to do something that was unthinkable anyone else in his position. He decided to use up the serum in other applications. Though it was very easy to waste the potential of the serum, as long as Ves gained enough immediate benefits, then that was worth it. A smaller boost in the early days of his career was far more valuable than a larger boost in the later stages. The sooner he advanced to senior, the sooner he could enter the big leagues. The faster his mech designs improved, the more money he would earn. It was all about obtaining an early lead and snowballing it to a greater lead in the years to come. Ves was keenly aware that he was constantly racing against time. He didn't need to rely on his intuition to know that humanity's golden age would never last. Even if a great threat didn't arrive within his lifetime, it was still very crucial to strengthen himself as much as possible in the early stages. If he was too weak by the time he arrived at the red ocean dwarf galaxy, then he would never be able to stick his head out in this wild and dangerous expanse. As Ves finally took back the sample from Rania, he left the Scarlet Rose's newly built biolab and headed over to the vault. After going through a lot of security checks, he entered the secure compartment and inspected the new shipment of P-stones. Unlike the ones he obtained before, the new ones didn't store any of his excess spiritual energy. They were empty batteries waiting to be filled up. With so many new P-stones, Ves could store years' worth of his excess spiritual energy. "I never did find the maximum capacity of a P-stone," he remarked. He didn't know whether the P-stones all stored the same amount of spiritual energy. He had no clue if it depended on their individual material composition or their shapes. In fact, up until now, he still hadn't created a measuring stick for spiritual energy. All of these were basic scientific questions that Ves had neglected to address due to his lack of time. It was only now that he was waiting for the data of the prototype testing of his remaining project that he obtained some free time. When it came to researching anything related to this field, Ves preferred to go his own way. Of course, the lack of access to his mother's heritage or any source of systematic knowledge also played into that. If his deadbeat mother actually bothered to pass on her teachings, he wouldn't be forced to fumble in the dark all the time. "It's better that she didn't," he muttered under his breath. "I don't need her help. I can figure out my own path." Just like in the field of mech design, Ves was confident he could innovate his own solutions. Though his results wouldn't be very impressive at first, as long as he continued to blaze his own trail, he would eventually be able to create something that truly belonged to himself. Ves wasn't looking to replicate the grand dynamo nestled in his mind. Instead, he wanted to create something just as powerful. He looked at the pistons before glancing at the vial in his hands. His intuition had been buzzing like crazy whenever he looked at the serum. One of the many hunches he received was there might be some way to make them interact with each other. To what purpose, he didn't know. "Is it possible to separate and isolate the spiritual properties of a sample?" Ves was very reluctant to mess around with the highly complex and highly concentrated life-attributed spiritual energy locked inside the serum. In some ways, the serum was alive. Ves couldn't treat it as a simple medicine. However, Ves was not deterred. "Life is one of my domains." Ves began to draw out a tiny droplet from the vial and began to store it into another prepared container. Though the drop was incredibly minuscule, Ves still felt as if he was holding something a miniature sun. The spiritual energy contained in the drop was still very potent. "Let's see whether I can pass it on to a P-stone." Chapter 21 For the Right Command. Ves spent almost half a day inside the vault. Though it didn't offer any proper lab facilities, he didn't require any. Not a single piece of lab equipment could do anything meaningful to spiritual energy. As Nita stoically remained on guard and Lucky dozed on the deck, Ves continued to fumble with the tiny sample. He tried various ways to extract its spiritual energy and transfer it to a P-stone. Suffice to say, this was easier said than done. Due to the living properties of the serum, its spiritual energy was essentially tied to its existence. Ves couldn't just scoop it out and drop it into an empty P-stone. He first needed some way to separate the bonds that held these two elements together. In essence, it was no different from harvesting a life. Though it all sounded macabre, Ves didn't have any trouble with it. He would hesitate if he was about to perform this procedure on a living person or one of his mechs. However, the serum wasn't really a sentient life form as far as Ves was aware of. Despite its abundance of spiritual energy and the sophistication of its operation, Ves did not recognize anything that suggested that it was actually a life form who he could talk to. He had already tried to communicate it with his spirituality, but received absolutely no response. Even if this assumption was wrong, then that wasn't his fault. The serum should have opened its mouth if it objected to being treated as his latest test subject. "I don't even really know what I'm doing," he muttered. Ves was basically trying out something on a whim at the moment. Without any mech designs to work on, he grew bored. He could have spent his time on managing the Larkinson clan, but he had already set an overall direction. There was no need for him to swoop in and micromanage everything. He supposed he could have taken a break. He could have taken Gloriana out. He could have spent his time on researching imaginary mechs. Instead, he felt compelled to play around with a sample of the serum. Since he owned something so extraordinary, why should he let it warm his pocket? Over the past week, Ves had carried it around everywhere in a pouch made of Sintra umbra. He frequently took the time to extend his spiritual senses towards it in order to view the profound interactions of the life-attributed spiritual energy. Time and time again, Ves sighed in admiration at the grand feat of spiritual engineering he witnessed in the serum. In fact, he wasn't even sure whether the serum had been created artificially. There was just something about the interactions that felt as if they were in tune with the laws of nature. This made his current actions a bit difficult to stomach. Ves wanted to rip the spiritual energy out of the droplet he extracted from the vial and stuff it into a pea stone. That was tantamount to ruining the sample. Not only would the droplet lose the life energies that made it so remarkable, the life-attributed spiritual energy he extracted would also lose its organic support. Deconstructing something of high value into two elements of much less value was not worthwhile in most cases. However, Ves believed it would be worthwhile in this case. First, the serum was far too complex and potent as a whole. By deconstructing it, Ves would obtain two much more manageable elements that could be studied to a much greater degree. Second, Ves wanted to make use of the life-attributed energy. However, he had no use for the organic components. If Ves made use of the entire sample in its original form, then the chance of its existence leaking was substantial. Rania can study the droplet that remains after I have extracted the life out of it, he determined. As Ves tried out various methods to separate the life-attributed spiritual energy from the droplet, he achieved no result. Hours went by as Ves failed to make it budge. Damn it! Do I really have to make use of an F-stone? Ves had a faint hunch that it might be possible to cut the life out of the sample if he utilized the offensive charge of his F-stone. However, it wasn't worth it to waste its charge on this procedure. He needed to preserve the strength of the F-stone as much as possible in order to guard against the rampaging Nixie. How can I separate it then if I can't employ a sharp enough implement? He frowned. He had already tried to shrink the sample. While that reduced its spiritual strength, Ves soon found out that it also decreased the complexity of spiritual interactions. The smaller the sample, the less sophisticated its spiritual nature became. Ves didn't want that. For his next experiment, he wanted to retain as much complexity as possible. The higher the quality, the better. He turned to his dozing cat. Do you have any ideas? Meow. I doubt that will work. Meow? Don't speak nonsense. How can that possibly work? Although it's alive, it isn't sentient. Meow meow. Huh. I didn't think about that. Meow. Lucky's expression turned smug. Even a cat was able to outsmart Ves. The serum was alive, but not sentient as far as he knew. However, there were many forms of life that didn't possess any conscious minds yet still reacted to external stimuli. Plants, bacteria, viruses, and so on did not exist in isolation. They interacted with their environment. No matter their complexity, they were all alive in at least some sense of the word. As Ves turned his attention back to the tiny container that contained the sample, he began to look at its spiritual qualities from a different perspective. It's not a sentient spiritual entity. It's not a collection of spiritual building blocks either. The energy and its attributes are all intricate, tied together like the circuits of a processor or the programming code of a piece of software. Following this train of thought, what kind of stimuli could he employ to get a reaction out of it? Ves immediately thought of his own spiritual domain. He concentrated his mind. He deliberately depressed the mech aspect of his spiritual expression. Then he began to form a spiritual projection and extended it towards the sample. He didn't dare to make contact directly. The closer his spiritual expression got, the more he felt as if he was approaching a sun. Making direct contact would definitely burn him. That was what he guessed. It should be enough to maintain close proximity. Subsequently, Ves tried to communicate it. He spent a lot of time throwing random commands at it, thinking that he might be able to trigger some inbuilt command. Separate. Partition. Extract. Divide. None of these commands worked. Even as Ves dredged up a dictionary and some programming textbooks from his implants, not a single word triggered a response. Is my approach wrong? Ves frowned. Did he have to employ a different language? No. The language shouldn't matter. My method of communication is universal. This was his superpower, of sorts. He was able to communicate with all sorts of living beings, no matter if they were cats or exabeasts, through his spirituality. Perhaps he needed to employ more complex commands. He shrugged. It was worth a try. Separate your spiritual energy from your material form. Let me extract your energy. Grant me administrator access. Open sesame. Nothing worked, but Ves wasn't deterred. The brute force method he employed was not only stupid, but also time-consuming. Failure was normal. To expect quick success was folly, especially when Ves wasn't even sure if this method was viable to begin with. He might as well have been talking to a wall all the time. Even Ves didn't know why he chose to employ this method. All of it rested on shaky assumptions. The only reason why he persisted at all was because of his intuition. Though it had been acting wonky all this time, Ves nonetheless perceived some positive signs. His intuition had rarely failed him, and it was one of his most useful strengths. It had always played a key role in many of his successes and played a starring role in the creation of his masterworks. Of course, his intuition only dealt with certain issues. Ves couldn't help but remember the time where his intuition allowed him to unlock a very difficult puzzle, only to unleash Sigrid upon the galaxy. Ves did not think he faced such a situation this time. As potent as the sample appeared, Ves doubted that it contained some spiritual monster. Still, as much as he believed in his current approach, several hours went by without result. Even he began to run out of patience. I'll beat you up if you don't give up your energy. Let me harvest your life. Offer me your tribute. The sample suddenly shone in his spiritual senses. Before Ves could react, the spiritual energy that had been attached to the droplet suddenly separated on its own accord. It happened in less than a second. The transition was so abrupt that Ves almost couldn't believe what took place. It worked. Ves quickly shook off his befuddlement. He quickly swiped a pea stone he kept on hand. As soon as the rock came near, it automatically sucked in the life-attributed spiritual energy. This stopped the separated energy from decaying now that it had lost its original material shelter. Ves still couldn't believe it actually worked, and with such a unique phrase. There was something imperious about telling a sample of the serum to offer him tribute. It was as if he was a god demanding a sacrifice from his subjects. Had the creators of the life-prolonging treatment serum programmed this specific phrase in the serum? Or had he simply said something that vaguely resembled the actual command? No matter. The point is that I succeeded. He spent way too many hours on this procedure. It turned out that his hunch was right. Ves keenly studied the separated elements. He first took a close look at the sample. He could already tell it started glowing less. Without its spiritual energy, the sample seemed to have lost all life. When Ves studied the pea stone that contained his prize, it seemed to have become warm in his spiritual vision. Something remarkable entered the rock. His grin widened as he carefully inspected the state of the separated spiritual energy. As expected, it had lost a considerable amount of life as well. Yet it hadn't died entirely. The best way to describe its current state was that it had entered hibernation. Most of its interactions slowed down or froze entirely as it tried to conserve as much energy as possible. Good. Good, he muttered with a grin. This is exactly what I need. The thought had been brewing in his mind for a while. What if he could extract a bit of life from the serum and transferred it to a pea stone? What if he subsequently made use of it in something else? This seed of life is key to my next creation. Ves caressed the rocky surface of the valuable pea stone, feeling the weakened but still lively spiritual energy locked within. Meow! Lucky immediately floated next to the stone and attempted to take a bite. Oh no, you don't! Ves grabbed onto Lucky's neck with both his hand and a spiritual projection. Meow, meow, meow! No! Absolutely not! Meow! It took a long time to push away his cat. Even though he managed to stop Lucky from eating the seed of life, Ves did not feel reassured. Even if Ves locked it in the vault, Lucky would just phase through every obstacle in order to take a bite out of the spiritually empowered rock. He glanced suspiciously at Lucky. His downcast pet continued to look longingly at the pea stone. This isn't for you. Meow? Then watch. I'll show you what I'm going to do right away. Chapter 2105 The Crazy Ceremony. To Ves, the pea stone in his hands truly deserved to be called the seed of life. It contained a large amount of life-attributed spiritual energy. Even though it had been separated from its source, most of its sophisticated structure and interactions remained intact. More than 100 different varieties of life melded together in a symphonic whole. Even if that symphony had fallen silent, it hadn't been disbanded. That's good enough. Ves nodded in satisfaction. A seed exists to be planted. Or eaten. He carefully put the seed of life in a prepared container and kept it close. With Lucky constantly drooling at it, who knew whether the naughty cat would swoop in and take a bite? Ves did not wish to lose any of its potency. Even now, the life-attributed spiritual energy continued to decay. While he didn't have to worry about anything for a couple of days, from the rate of decay he estimated it would take just a week for it to degrade its quality. I'm on a time limit. Fortunately, the ceremony he planned would take place in a couple of days. This was plenty of time to process the seed of life. I can't wait! He inspected the vault one more time before exiting it. He moved straight to the mech workshop compartment and made sure that it was secure. His comm suddenly rang. Ves accepted the call. Ves. A projection of his girlfriend popped up. You're late. What are you doing on your ship? What have you been up to? We were supposed to eat dinner right now. Don't wait on my accord. I won't be going back today. I'm occupied with a very important personal project right now. She frowned. Can I help? Not at the moment. However, make sure to show up on time the day after tomorrow. I have something very big in store. Okay. After a bit more chit-chat, Ves eventually ended the call and turned his attention back to the container that held the seed of life. Well, let's see what I can make out of you. With so much life inside of you, I don't believe you can give birth to something weak. He inspected the materials he had already prepared beforehand. He not only brought in enough briar alloy to fabricate a light mech, he also ordered some additional exotics. Not all of them were relevant to fabricating mechs. In truth, they mainly played a decorative role. Ves made a thorough effort in his inspection. He threw out every piece of material that wasn't pure or contained other defects. In the end, he was left with a smaller pile of high-quality materials. Let's begin. Ves began to activate some production machines and began to process the materials. The question on how to utilize his seed of life hung over his head. He had two choices. Either he could keep it as a whole, or he could break it up into dust and blend it into the materials. The latter sounds way too risky. What if the spiritual energy leaks out? I can't afford this outcome. He reluctantly decided to keep the seed of life intact. When he finished the material processing stage and moved on to the fabrication stage, he modified the design in order to accommodate the seed in the interior of his next creation. While I'm at it, I should also make some other modifications. Ves turned his head and looked suspiciously at Lucky. Meow. No means no. You can forget about it. When I'm done with this fabrication run, let's see whether you still have the guts to covet my seed of life. He turned back to his work and tried his best to fabricate every part. When it came time to assemble his work, he began to piece together the parts as if he was assembling a mech. While this was not a traditional way to create such a work of art, Ves was not a sculptor. He was a mech designer. It doesn't matter. As long as it looks good, that is all that matters. During this process, he carefully pulled out another object he brought out of the vault. The remnant of the idol of the Superior Mother. Ves had already cleaned it up so that its burn marks no longer blackened its original marble-like surface. This piece originally belongs to the chest. In fact, it's quite close to the area corresponding to the heart. When he designed his current work, he left enough room to slot in this piece. He carefully shifted it in place before surrounding it with other parts. Eventually, a statue came into being. It was a statue of a proud woman that bore a very strong resemblance to the original idol of the Superior Mother. In fact, Ves originally intended to recreate the destroyed statue to its exact dimensions. It was just that Lucky's greed for the seed of life caused Ves to alter the design and put his own touch on it. Now that he did so, he had to admit that his hastily revised design possessed a bit more charm than before. Though its appearance deviated from the classic form of superiority of the original statue, it took a completely different meaning in his eyes. Aside from slotting in the remnant of the original idol, Ves also added some other objects to his statue. After a bit of thought, Ves decided to place the seed of life in the location of the womb. He then retrieved the wooden statuette that his mother had carved and placed it in the middle of the statue's brain. After he finished slotting these objects, he completed the assembly and took a step back. The outer surface of the statue made it seem as if it had been carved out of a large piece of marble. In truth, Ves merely covered it with a layer of modified briar alloy. He had altered its composition and added several other materials that weakened it but also made it more aesthetically pleasing. To Ves it was worth it. He had managed to reconstruct some of the charm of the idol of the Superior Mother while employing the methods of a mech designer. Ha! It looks better than I thought. What do you think, Lucky? Meow. Lucky looked at the statue with a reluctant expression. The cat no longer dared to swoop in and eat the delectable seed of life. This was because Ves had shaped it in the form of his mother. Ha ha ha! Even if you don't respect me, you still respect my mother! The shape of the idol of the Superior Mother didn't differ drastically from the shape of his mother. After examining his memories and studying the old archival recordings of his mother when she lived on Cloudy Curtain, he managed to reconstruct her appearance to a very accurate degree. Most of his alterations concentrated on the face of the statue. Aside from that, he didn't have to put much effort into altering the proportions of the other limbs. Perhaps the only challenge he encountered was to reduce the height of the statue. His mother wasn't as tall as the original idol. As Ves finished evaluating his work of art with his eyes, he switched over to his spiritual vision. The statue exuded a considerable amount of spiritual activity. However, it was all a bit disjointed and inconsistent. The head exhibited no activity. The heart section barely registered in his senses. Only the womb exuded significant activity. Even from a distance, Ves could easily sense the energy contained within the seed of life. "It's enough!" This was not the complete form of the statue as far as he was concerned. Ves still needed to perform another step. Unfortunately, now was not the time. "Let's go, Lucky. Don't think about doing anything to this statue." Meow. 2 days later, Ves along with numerous transports, shuttles and other vehicles arrived at an empty plain on Hisneck 6. A large number of Avatar and Sentinel mech had been called to guard the premises. No uninvited guests were allowed to get close. The Avatars and Sentinels didn't just patrol the premises. They also installed some prefabricated structures and fixtures. If people looked down from orbit, they would find out that the Larkinson clan was constructing a giant hexagon. Soon enough, anyone peering at the site would suddenly find out that their views turned fuzzy. In order to block any snooping, the Black Cats erected numerous pillars around the hexagon that formed a giant interference field in the air. As the enormous hexagon took shape, some of the construction crew erected a tall pedestal in the center. Then, a couple of heavy-duty lifter bots brought forth the second edition of the idol of the Superior Mother, and carefully installed it in place. While all of this construction work proceeded, a lot of people emerged from their vehicles. "What's this all about, Ves?" Gloriana asked with concern. "Is this part of the ceremony you have been hinting about?" He nodded. "Yup. Are you surprised?" "I'm aghast. You don't know anything about hexism, Ves. I don't know what kind of ritual you plan to conduct, but this is completely crazy. If the Temple of Hexism knows about this..." "I'm not conducting a religious ritual," Ves shouted at her. "I'm merely channeling some symbolism. I'm doing all of this in order to create the best possible design spirit for our upcoming Hexer mech. You wanted me to create a design spirit that would impress your fellow Hexers, right? I'm doing exactly that. You should have consulted me. Compared to a layman like you, I know tons more about hexism. This is my ceremony, not yours. If I just follow your lead, I can't guarantee the best result." While the two argued, a large amount of people started to enter the giant hexagon. Ves had issued a lot of orders, contacted a lot of local officials, and made many other arrangements in order to bring in so many people. The interior of the hexagon had been split up into 6 different zones. Each zone corresponded to a phase of existence. 66,666 men stepped into the zone representing the phase of life. The men largely consisted of locals drawn from the population of Hisneck 6. The curious commoners had no idea what they had signed up for. All they knew was that they stood to earn a lot of money if they cooperated. The men took up a lot of space. In fact, it almost looked as if the zone was about to overflow. 6,666 coffins holding the bodies of the recent deceased were placed in the zone representing the phase of death. It had taken a lot of effort to secure those coffins. Ves not only needed to convince the local authorities to play along, he also had to gain the cooperation of a lot of families of the deceased. Fortunately, as long as Ves threw enough money at them, the families easily agreed to delay their planned funerals. 6 small containers were placed in the zone representing the phase of godhood. Ves winced at the small number of containers. He didn't dare to bring in any more. Each of them contained p-stones containing various spiritual entities or spiritual fragments of some of his designed spirits. It had been a bit troublesome to obtain the fragments, but Ves didn't care about the damage. 666 glowering women stepped into the zone of damnation. Each of them were penitent sisters. Commander Chansey, Head Designer Stamaros, and Commodore Ivern all looked profoundly unhappy to take part in this blasphemous-looking ritual. When Ves initially ordered the women to cooperate with this ceremony, it almost seemed as if the penitent sisters would rebel against him right on the spot. However, in the end, they refrained from breaking their oaths. If they wanted to keep their chances of redemption alive, they needed to play along with any reasonable orders. Even then, Ves had to offer the penitent sisters numerous concessions in order to provide enough sisters to represent the most heinous phase of existence. 666,666 small, thumb-sized containers were moved in the zone representing the phase of dust. All of them contained a single Sandman corpse, each resembling a single grain of sand. Ever since the Sand War broke out, a lot of dead Sandmen floated in space. Each of them used to be part of a Sandman vessel, but had lost whatever animated them when the human defenders blasted them to pieces. Even though Ves brought in a lot of grains of sand, they didn't take up any space. 66 women were supposed to enter the zone of phase of women. After a lot of thought, Ves decided to reserve this honor to the Sword Maidens. Commander Dice and 65 of her strongest Sword Maidens proudly strode forward and occupied the large zone. With all of the pieces moving into place, the people or objects representing 6 phases of existence all surrounded the statue placed in the center of the hexagon from 6 different directions. Chapter 21066 Zones. The giant hexagon spanned a large area. Small dividers split it up in 6 different zones akin to 6 pieces of a pie. A tall but fairly narrow hexagon-shaped platform rested in the very center of the zones. Decorative iconography representing the 6 phases of existence faced every zone. At the phase of life, a large number of men of varying ages stood at their assigned locations. Though it was an immense challenge to stuff 66,666 men in a single zone, as long as they followed the instructions projected to them on an individual basis, no one experienced any problems. Just to be sure there wouldn't be any interruptions, everyone had already been ushered into bathrooms a few hours before. No one was allowed to interrupt the ritual because they urgently needed to do their business. The majority of men consisted of locals. With all of the wealth and clout that Ves wielded these days, it was a simple matter of gaining House Evanson's permission to recruit a lot of random people. It was even simpler to hire these men to stand around in the middle of nowhere. Each participant received 1,000 Sentinel crowns for a single afternoon of their time. That was easily twice or thrice the monthly wage of an average laborer. A lot of men who encountered this offer instantly accepted it without a pause. This was easy money to them, especially when there weren't any skill, age, or experience requirements. Even though none of the men knew what Ves and the Larkinson clan had in store, it shouldn't be too bad in their opinion. Though a lot of them tried to guess why this powerful foreigner needed them all, they didn't linger on it for too long. After all, who could guess the mind of a famously eccentric mech designer? With the local authorities cooperating fully with the Larkinson clan, almost every man became reassured that this wasn't some sort of scheme to enslave them or anything. It wasn't until they were actually brought to the giant hexagon that they understood what they signed up for. Some of the men even started to have second thoughts when they looked at the large, mech-sized statue of a woman. Something about this statue made them shudder. "I don't know about this, man. What's with all of this hexer stuff?" "Who cares? Just enjoy your 1,000 cents. Though almost every man in the zone consisted of locals, there were a few exceptions. For one reason or another, Ves had given a direct order to Vincent Ricklin to take part. In fact, Vincent had been assigned the frontmost spot. Haha, whatever is going on, I'm already in first place, he boasted while he looked up at the tall, lifelike statue. Damn, what a babe. If I didn't already have Riella, I would put the moves on this chick. While Vincent entertained himself with the nearby eye candy, at the zone representing the phase of death, a quiet solitude had spread. The men standing at the edge of this zone weren't as boisterous as the others. Each of them couldn't help to recognize the iconic shape of a coffin. Each of them were wooden and tightly sealed. Light decorative carvings added a bit of sophistication to their exterior, while the banners draped on them each displayed a short record of the deceased. Each of the dead had died within a span of a week. Ves opted to reserve the coffins of the recent dead because he didn't think it was worth the outrage if he dug up a lot of buried graves. It was easy enough to bribe the families of the deceased to lend him the coffins. As far as they were concerned, Ves was paying for the funerals. At the phase of godhood, only 6 mysterious containers rested on the ground. Each of them contained a peace stone filled with the essence of a designed spirit. Ves chose the designed spirits with care. He selected Bravo for his boyishness, Zygra for his honorable death, the Golden Cat for her spiritual network, Nixie for his damned existence, the Crystal Leader for his forgotten existence, and finally Kalanxo for her motherly strength. The selection itself vaguely corresponded to the 6 phases of existence, which Ves believed would be a nice touch. Next to this almost empty zone was the zone that represented the most controversial phase of existence. 666 angry or sullen-faced penitent sisters stood at their assigned spots. None of them dared to disobey orders and take any further steps. Just to be sure, a couple of mechs along with a lot of guards on foot kept an eye on this unstable element. As soon as the hexers stirred any trouble, security wouldn't hesitate to pacify them. It wasn't difficult at all to keep 666 unarmed women in check. This is blasphemy of the highest order, Commodore Abigail Ivern hissed. If the Ivern matriarchal dynasty hears about this, Mr. Larkinson's life is forfeit. My former relatives will never let a boy desecrate our beliefs with this farcical display. Even though the penitent sisters used to be cultists, they still respected many parts of Hexism orthodoxy. What they witnessed right now seemed like a parody. A heretical parody. Juliet Stamaros spat on the ground. I warned you all that the boy was in trouble. He's the most dangerous mech designer I've ever met. He's unlike any of the other male mech designers from the hegemony. I don't know what that Woden leech is thinking for letting her boy go unleashed for so long. We should do something, Val. Why did you tell us to play nice? Commander Valerie Chansey sighed and shook her head. While I understand your concerns, you are picking the wrong hill to die for. Even if this entire arrangement seems proper, what can he do? Mr. Larkinson is just an ignorant boy, and it's very clear he hasn't consulted his girlfriend or any other hexer. With his superficial understanding of hexism, he dares to invoke the superior mother? Ha, he should keep dreaming. The other 2 penitent sister leaders subsided a little. Their commander had a point. The sheer ignorance on display meant that whatever Ves Larkinson was up to, there was no chance in hell he would be able to invoke anything meaningful. Don't forget that this is all part of a test for us, the penitent sister commander reminded everyone. She pointed at her cheek, which had been tattooed with a prominent male sign symbol. The other hexers wish to humiliate us and bring us down with these petty insults. Lashing out will accomplish nothing except for leading us to deaths, thereby cutting off our legacy. This is exactly what our enemies want. Don't let them win. Instead, treat our punishment as a gauntlet. If we wish to be reborn stronger than before, we must prove ourselves worthy and maintain our forbearance as best as possible. The penitent sisters weren't afraid of death. What they truly feared was to die a meaningless death. If they disappeared from existence, who would remember them? Who would inherit their legacy? Who would remind the Hexers of the true threat of boys? In their eyes, it would only be a matter of time before the boys who ruled the galaxy to squash the upstart hexadric hegemony. For now, the hegemony was too small and remote to attract the attention of the cabal of boys who secretly plotted to keep women down. But that wouldn't last. With the inevitable victory the hegemony would achieve over the coalition, the Hexers would soon come to dominate the entire Komodo star sector. At that time, many penitent sisters believed that the reckoning would come. In order to save the Hexers from their own doom, the penitent sisters had to overcome this humiliating punishment duty, regain their honor, and convince the hegemony of the fatal threat of boys. While the zone representing the phase of damnation calmed down, the zone next to it never fluctuated from the beginning. Ves didn't really understand the phase of dust. Why was it different from the phase of death? Weren't they the same thing? Even skimming through dense, illogical hexism scripture didn't tell him much. He only learned that the two phases differed on whether people remembered the dead or not. When no one remembered your existence, you were no different than dust. At least that was what Ves assumed. It didn't matter if he misinterpreted it. He just decided to interpret this phase a bit more literally and procured a modest batch of dead Sandman corpses. They used to live before they were killed trying to invade human space. Practically no one was able to distinguish the identities of low-caste Sandmen. This was pretty much analogous to what the phase of dust stood for in his opinion. After the phase of dust came the ultimate phase of existence. For the phase of woman, Ves truly struggled to choose who to represent this zone. The ideal candidates would be Hexer women. The Glory Battalion boasted plenty of female mech pilots and support personnel. All of them would be a good fit for this phase of existence. Ves didn't have the guts to invite them to take part in this ceremony. Gloriana's reaction already proved how much backlash he would incur if he tried to gain the cooperation of Hexers. None of them would be pleased to take part in a mockery of their culture or beliefs. For this reason, Ves had to draw upon another group of strong and confident that weren't Hexers. Ves considered bringing in his own clansmen, but none of them were suitable. The brightest in the clan were all ardent secularists, while the Ilvanans thought that hexism was misguided. In the end, he made an offer to the Sword Maidens and they accepted. While the former pirates probably didn't fit the mold of a classic superior hexer, Ves didn't care about these details. He personally admired the Sword Maidens, and if any group of women deserved the highest honor, it would be Commander Dice and her fearless sisterhood. It also helped that the Sword Maidens were highly practical and not very fussy. They had gone through weirder ordeals and they weren't entirely unfamiliar with dealing with cults. As all of the elements fell into place, nothing happened. According to the schedule, the ceremony should have started 5 minutes ago, but so far the Larkinsons on guard just told everyone that an unavoidable delay had occurred. Please be patient, everyone. The ceremony will start soon. The reason for this delay was because Ves was still stuck backstage. He truly wanted to step forward and begin the ceremony he plotted for a long time. However, his girlfriend still had a problem with this entire arrangement. Aside from all of the travesties you mentioned before, the distribution isn't even right. How stupid are you to employ just 6 proto-gods for the phase of godhood and 66 sword maidens for the phase of woman? It should have been the other way around. Women are superior to gods unless those gods are female as well. If I was in your shoes, I would have utilized 66 male proto-gods to represent the phase of godhood and just 6 proper, upstanding hexer women to represent the ultimate phase of existence. Even a 6-year-old hexer would be able to come up with this. You're so ignorant that I can't believe you thought this was a good idea. Ves palmed his face. This isn't important, Gloriana. Who cares about these trivial details? It's the thought that counts. All of this is just for symbolism. Remember the time when I created the golden cat? Back then, I learned how beneficial it was to hold a grand occasion. With all of the people and props I put in place, I think I have a good chance of breathing life into my most powerful design spirit to date. I don't disagree with that, VS, but the problem is that you are committing outright blasphemy. That is something that I can't accept. Gloriana still refused to take part in this charade. Chapter 2107 Nagging Woman. VS knew he could have gained Gloriana's approval if he put her in charge. However, he knew he would never be able to get his grand ritual off the ground if he did so. Gloriana was too damn perfectionist to settle for less. For example, her suggestion to employ 66 proto-gods instead of 6 proto-gods to represent the phase of godhood was too impractical. VS had to scrape deep into his collection of design spirits to even come up with this much. There was no way he could muster enough spiritual energy and other essential ingredients to create at least 50 new design spirits in a short amount of time. In fact, VS didn't even possess enough P-stones to house all of their essence. And this was just one of her absurd demands. In fact, if you truly want to represent the phase of women, you should have invited 6 female Hexer expert pilots. Gloriana lectured to him. While it is arguably better if they are ace pilots instead, I understand that can be a little difficult, so I can accept it if we settle for less. A little difficult? VS would probably get slapped to death if he approached the hegemony with such a ludicrous proposal. Ace pilots were the most supreme and honorable champions of a second-rate state. Such exalted existences already enjoyed a status comparable to master mech designers. What possessed you to use the remains of dead sandmen to represent the phase of dust? They're not even human! If you truly wanted to make a sincere attempt at embodying the phase of dust, you should have harvested the soil from a cemetery on one of our settled planets. When we die, our mortal coils eventually break down. All are of the dust, and all turn to dust again. VS coughed. I would rather keep my head intact, thank you very much. All of these complaints, and more, continued to vindicate his choice of going his own way. Even if he made a million of perceived errors in her perspective, it didn't matter to him. All he wanted was the grandeur of a ritual. After he empowered the Larkinson mandate and created the golden cat, VS had analyzed what had taken place. VS came up with 2 important conclusions why he was able to create a remarkable spiritual product on the day of the founding of the clan. First, as the creator, his mood played a very great role in the creation of his works. Whether he intended to create mechs, design spirits, or anything else, his mood was paramount when it came to establishing their spiritual properties. The grander the occasion, the more VS became focused. The more he tailored the environment around his act of creation, the more he was able to channel all of the right attributes into his design spirit. It was similar to the difference between working at home and working at an office. Even though virtual technology allowed lots of people to work at home without lacking any of the facilities they depended upon, in most cases their productivity wasn't as good. Eschewing a suit and tie for a t-shirt and boxers was not a good way to stay focused. Even if someone worked from home, it still made a huge difference to dress up as if you were about to head to the office. Therefore, all of the pomp and circumstance today served a very important purpose. It didn't matter if hexers like Gloriana thought that VS was making tons of errors. As long as his choices steered his mood in the right direction, then everything was fine. VS never intended to hold a legitimate religious ritual. Every religion was superstition as far as he was concerned, so why should he adhere to orthodoxy? In hexism, boys like him probably weren't allowed to preside over rituals in the first place. The fact that he even thought about it was a big taboo. All of that sounded silly in his opinion. VS did not care about taboos, especially ones based around superstition. The second reason why the creation of the Golden Cat was so successful was the involvement of other people. Previously, Ves created his spiritual product on his own or with Gloriana. The involvement of so few people didn't impart the created spiritual entities with any external influences. This was a missed opportunity. The difference between the Golden Cat and his other designed spirits were very clear. Ves theorized that holding a show and aligning the moods of the audience would channel the properties of new creation to an even greater degree. This was very valuable. Whenever he performed his spiritual restoration technique, he exerted very little control over the final state of the end product. Ves learned how to narrow down the variability by preparing specific ingredients. However, even then, there were countless ways to combine the ingredients. Whether the final product combined the ingredients in the manner he wanted was still a mystery. This was why a crowd was important. As long as the thoughts of a collective became aligned, they could exert a notable amount of influence to the birth of a new spiritual product. This was one of the reasons why the Golden Cat aligned so well with the Larkinsons. She had literally been birthed from their common desire to be a part of a strong clan that retained their original heritage. In short, Ves pretty much treated this occasion similar to one of his product reveal events. The large crowd of men occupying the zone representing the phase of life was his true audience. As long as he manipulated their impressionable minds, he could do anything. Unfortunately, Gloriana stood in his way. If possible, Ves just wanted to step around his girlfriend and proceed with the ritual, but unfortunately he needed her assistance. Her role was indispensable in the creation of his next design spirit. And why did you pick up random locals from the street to make up the phase of life? If you wanted to create a Hexer proto-god, then you should have brought in actual Hexer citizens. Enough! Ves abruptly grabbed onto her shoulders and used his strength to shock her into silence. I have listened to you long enough, but I am not going to change a single detail. It's too late for that. I told you over and over again that the form of the ceremony doesn't matter. I'm not a priest and I am not conducting a divine ritual. If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck. This is different. Look, I know you have a million objections, but this is MY's show, not yours. Just let me do what I want, and you can complain afterwards after you have seen my results, not before. Even if you think that my chances of success are minuscule, at least give me the benefit of the doubt. There is no room for doubt here, Gloriana hissed back. In my eyes, you are walking straight into a bottomless pit. What I am trying to do is to pull you back before it's too late. I don't want to lose you, Ves. None of your fears will come true. Look, if you think that I am doing everything wrong, then your Hexer gods or whatever won't do a thing to me. After all, I'm not a qualified priest and my knowledge of Hexism is too shallow. There shouldn't be any danger. It's still wrong, Ves. Just give me a chance. Burn me afterwards. Say I told you so if it turns out that you are right. I will accept any admonishment you give me then, but please wait until you see my end product. Can you at least do that, Gloriana? He reached out and poured out his heart to her. I love you, Gloriana. I know I have some rather odd ideas every now and then, but they are all fueled by my passion. You wouldn't want to block me from pursuing my dreams, right? As my girlfriend, you should support me instead of condemning me. Even if the entire hegemony turns against us, our love will always matter more. Gloriana began to look uncertain. I don't know. Our remaining mech design project is just the first of what is to come. If everything goes well, we can continue to design the powerful mechs the Hex Army needs to vanquish the Friday Coalition. You already know how powerful my glows can be. Just think of what will happen if every Hexer mech pilot benefits from them. If we wish to fulfill this ambition, then we need to impress the snob and matriarchs who hold all of the power with a design spirit that uniquely appeals to their sensibilities. I want that too, Ves, but I'm afraid that your new proto-god will turn into a travesty. Your ceremony is all wrong. Let me do what I want. He gritted his teeth. The argument stretched on for half an hour before she reluctantly acquitted. It took this much time to convince her that it was best for Ves to make his attempt and fail. In her opinion, this ceremony was doomed from the start. Ves just had to go through with it in order to realize how wrong he was to mock hexism. After a considerable delay, Ves could finally proceed with the ceremony. The crowd of waiting people all fell silent after a loud tone interrupted their conversations. The boys from the phase of life, the penitent sisters from the phase of damnation, and the sworn maidens from the phase of woman all turned to the pair of mech designers floating over their heads. Ves and Gloriana no longer displayed any conflict towards each other. They both put on their game faces now that they showed up in public. Both of them held their cats as they flew towards the tall statue. This face, isn't that your mother? Gloriana gasped. Ves coughed. That isn't important. I can't believe you, Ves, she hissed. Not only is it enough for you to trample on the beliefs of hexers, you can't even hold yourself back from trampling over the grave of your own mother. He ignored her. It was show time now. Ladies and gentlemen, he spoke as he floated at head height of the statue. Welcome to this solemn occasion. Today, I will be conducting a ritual. Each of you will feel strange, but you have nothing to fear. My girlfriend and I are just about to form a new glow for one of my famed mechs. A silence fell over the entire hexagon. None of the men felt inclined to talk or cause a disturbance. They had already been warned that they could kiss their 1,000 cents goodbye if they interrupted anything. Ves smiled at the well-behaved crowd of boys. He was already confident that the 666 penitent sisters and the 66 sworn maidens would remain in line. Not because they were women, but because they were disciplined warriors. The same didn't apply to the 66,666 men he faced, but that was what he sought. The weaker their minds, the easier it was to get them in tune. He slowly began to concentrate his mind. He put on a spiritual mask he specifically designed for this occasion. A sense of fervor and fanaticism spread from his body. Gloriana instantly sensed the changes and looked surprised. As he spread out his influence, the entire crowd slowly became affected by his air. Each of them experienced a growing sense of worship and majesty towards the giant statue. Some began to feel as if the statue depicted a goddess. Others started to develop the illusion that the statue stood for their mothers. More people began to see the statue as the most supreme hexer in existence. A spotlight from the air suddenly landed on the statue. Due to its white, marble-like texture, it began to take on a mysterious quality in everyone's eyes. Chapter 2108 Mother's Love. The centerpiece of this ceremony was the statue. Not Ves. Though his role was essential in shaping the opinions of his audience, he was not the star of the show today. In order to achieve his desired results, Ves needed to get everyone to worship the statue of the superior mother. In order to do that, Ves took a page from the likes of Prophet Ilvain and other successful charlatans. He had already constructed a spiritual image of himself as a fanatical proselytizer. Once he donned this mask, he gained an intensity in his mind that suddenly made him very eager to spread the gospel of motherhood. Mothers, Ves began, are the most honored people in existence. They are the carriers of life. Each of us emerged from their wombs. Each of us owe our lives from the sacrifices they make. The statue began to sparkle under the light. That was mostly due to the special formula that Ves applied to its surface layer. It made it seem as if the statue was made up out of stars. The glinting lights made it harder for people to study its details, but that only added to its mystery. It is a shame that not everyone has the privilege to grow up under the care of a loving mother. Do you remember the times when your mother kissed your cheek? Do you recall the times when she hugged you and soothed you when you cried? Back when you were young, your mother seemed like the most important woman of your life. Do you still think that there can never be a better woman in your life than your mother? His words possessed an unnatural power. Everyone who listened to him, the guards included, couldn't help but think back on their own childhoods. A lot of nostalgia started to appear on the faces of the men. Ves grinned at the sight. He had already succeeded in hypnotizing them with his devil tongue. Unfortunately, not everyone was as easy to crack. He glimpsed down at Vincent Ricklin, who had grown up under difficult circumstances. As Ves floated around the statue in circles, he peered at the faces of the penitent sisters and the sword maidens. Both groups of strong-willed women held out for different reasons. Just like Gloriana, the penitent sisters felt offended by this ritual. As for the sword maidens, they all grew up under very tough circumstances in the frontier. Ves knew he had to change tack. Mothers serve an indispensable role, he spoke. They are the bearers of children. My children. Your children. Everyone's children. The continuation of life rests on their shoulders. It is in their belly that mech pilots and presidents are born. No matter how great or humble you currently are, every one of us started from the same origin. Technically, that wasn't entirely true. Some people were born from artificial wombs. This was usually the case when the woman who was supposed to carry a child suffered from severe health problems, or couldn't afford to carry a child due to work reasons. Though resorting to an artificial womb was a hassle-free way to bring a baby to term, most women didn't choose to do so unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, Ves didn't have to worry about offending too many people who were born from technology rather than flesh. He smiled and spread his arms. The statue you see before you represents the woman known as the Superior Mother. When you think of this word, what do you imagine? What did the audience imagine? Many of them who looked at the ethereal-looking statue began to imagine their own mothers. Others began to conjure up other people's mothers. Some even thought about fictional mothers. No matter what, no human was unfamiliar with mothers. They played such a ubiquitous role in society that humanity could not do without their existence. Each of you are probably thinking about different mothers, he said. I am no different. When I think about the word mother, I think of my youth where I was just a little boy. I was an energetic child back then. I was happy and my mother always made sure to keep me that way. She fed me when I was hungry, clothed me when I was cold, tucked me in bed when I was afraid of the dark, and kissed me when I wanted affection. All of my needs were met. Those were some of the happiest days of my life. He truly spoke from his heart. His spiritual mask didn't distort his meaning all that much. It was just that his happy memories of Cynthia Larkinson were only confined to his early childhood. As for the Cynthia that showed up when he was an adult, Ves conveniently pushed those memories to the back of his mind. He began to look around again and saw that he managed to grip the hearts of the women. Hexers placed supreme importance on motherhood. Even boy-haters like the penitent sisters revered mothers to an immense degree. As for the sword maidens, while their childhoods weren't all that ideal, most of them still grew up with the support of a mother. No matter how awful the circumstances in the frontier degenerated, mothers were still the same, mostly. Ves acknowledged this fact in his speech. Every mother is different. Some mothers kiss their children more often than others. Some mothers prefer to spoil their children than to discipline them. Some are poor, some are rich, some are strong, some are frail. Yet no matter their differences, they all share something in common: love. A wave of warmth spread from his body as he shared his childhood affection. That innocent love and trust he held for his mother was something he cherished for his entire life. Now, he bared it to his audience, allowing every to experience the wondrous sensation of enjoying the unconditional love of a mother. Some people began to tear up. Others began to look nostalgic as the sensation triggered their own memories of their mother's affection. The reason why this statue is called the Superior Mother is not because it stands for the ideal model. To me, the Superior Mother is an embodiment of every mother that attempts to do right by their children. No matter what difficulties and challenges they face, a good mother always strives to devote their whole lives to the betterment of their children. A lot of hexers among the penitent sisters reacted with shock. This was not the correct interpretation of the Superior Mother. Yet, why did it seem as if Ves Larkinson's definition sounded more compelling? He smiled at the puzzlement of some of his audience. The Superior Mother stands for mothers. She is not an unattainable ideal. All it takes to match her standard is for a mother to discharge their parental responsibilities and strive for their children. That is enough for them to earn a medal. Gloriana, who floated alongside Ves, looked rather emotional at his words. Though she highly objected to this farcical ceremony at the start, she began to fall under his spell. Now, it didn't seem so important anymore that Ves got all of the details wrong. Ves turned his head to his girlfriend and looked in her eyes with a loving expression. He reached out and held her hand. Every woman has the potential to become the superior mother. Men like me are lucky to be in the presence of such fantastic women. The superior mother is not an unattainable ideal. She is all around us. We are blessed to have such women in our lives. Oh, Ves, Gloriana lovingly said as she got caught up in his passionate eyes. Ves impulsively leaned in and kissed her in the mouth. Love comes from the heart, he stated. And out of all of the humans in existence, it is mothers who possess the greatest hearts. The superior mother's love and affection for her children is boundless and limitless. His words conjured up an extremely high opinion of mothers. Hardly anyone in the crowd, whether they were men or women, thought he was wrong. Ves floated closer to the statue and patted its cheek. Unfortunately, too many people in the galaxy have grown up without the affection of a mother. This is a sad state of affairs. My goal for bringing you all here today is to rectify this great wrong. He puffed his chest and began to unleash his burning passion. Today, I want to create a new glow. Please lend me your strength. Help me bring the personification of the superior mother to life so that I can share her warmth to everyone who is deprived of a mother. None of his words seemed to have anything to do with mechs, but that didn't matter. His appeal sounded so earnest and noble that every single member of the audience couldn't help but agree to his demand. Their hearts were practically bursting to help. If you share my aspiration, if you wish to help, simply kneel before the superior mother. Look at her. Admire her. Worship her. The more you think about the superior mother, the more she will become real to all of us. We are all her children, and we are all the reasons why she exists. Without children, the superior mother won't feel joy in her life. Therefore, please help her out and remind her why she bears her burden. Everyone enthusiastically knelt on the ground and began to worship the statue in earnest. The words they heard all put them into a special mindset where they all began to imagine the statue of the superior mother coming to life. Ves joyfully grinned at the sight. Yes. This was exactly what he set out to achieve. He could practically feel the energy from the crowd resonating with his mood. He possessed absolute confidence that he would succeed his strongest design spirit to date now that he got caught up in the energy of his own show. Let us begin. Ves privately communicated to Gloriana. Both of them turned around to face the statue. As Ves began to concentrate his mind, he proceeded to go to work. The first step was to bring out all of the ingredients and smash them apart. Ves proceeded to do so in a brutal fashion. Empowered by the grandiose circumstances, he eagerly formed a spiritual projection before proceeding to use it as a hammer with gusto. He first pulled out the spiritual fragment derived from the remnant of the original idol located in the heart of the statue. Though he hated to shatter it, it was a necessary process to create a new life. Next, he mentally reached out towards the containers resting in the zone that represented the phase of godhood. He pulled out the spiritual fragments of Kalanxo and Lucky and began to smash both of them apart. Neither of them resisted. If they did, Ves would have a much harder time. After that, he pulled out the spiritual fragment derived from the residue of the wooden statuette carved by his mother. Ves looked at the head of the statue with a brief look of uncertainty. Fortunately, his hesitancy only lasted for a split second. Once he was ready to process this ingredient, he ruthlessly smashed it as if it was a scary monster. He briefly turned towards the womb of the statue. He exhibited a bit of fear this time. Even though the seed of life didn't exhibit a lot of activity, it was still considerably strong. The question he faced was whether it would resist his attempts to break it apart. For some reason, his intuition started to warn him that this might be a bad idea. He still went through, though. The life-attributed spiritual energy derived from the sample of the serum was so potent that it would definitely be able to supercharge his new spiritual product. As his concentration grew unprecedentedly sharp, his momentum started to grow. As soon as he accumulated enough energy in his spiritual projection, he hammered it towards the seed of life. The life-attributed spiritual energy locked within the pea stone held on for a time, but it didn't possess the power to resist now that it had been torn from its root. A brilliant explosion of life and energy emanated from the center of the statue. Suddenly, every prostrating member of the crowd felt as if the statue had truly come to life. Ves frantically tried to sweep up every single shard of life-attributed spiritual energy as possible. Though he missed a couple, he at least managed to prevent the rest of it from drifting away. As soon as he stuffed it in the loose amalgamation of shards, the new addition immediately started to react with the other shards. Like a mother giving birth to their children, the product of the seed of life started to infuse life into spiritual shards. This was completely unprecedented to Ves. Chapter 2109 Universal Compatibility. Within the giant hexagon, thousands of people knelt down and worshipped the statue of the Superior Mother. Its excellent construction and pleasing aesthetics evoked a lot of appreciation. The special effects that Ves had employed, such as shining a spotlight onto it and releasing some mysterious mist, added to the illusion that they had pulled into a magical moment. After listening to V's speech, everyone aligned their thoughts towards mothers. Mothers were the carrier of life. Mothers were the greatest sources of love. Every woman had the potential to become a superior mother. No matter if it was the 66,666 men, the 666 penitent sisters, the 66 sworn maidens, or even the guards stationed just outside the hexagon, every single person was of one mind. All of this unity produced an atmosphere that Ves found very conducive to his work. As his thoughts aligned with the masses, he felt as if he opened a mysterious part of mind that resonated the excitement in the air. Yet even as he started to merge together the spiritual shards of his broken ingredients, the life-attributed spiritual energy acted on its accord. Having lain dormant all this time, now that the scattered energy came into contact with the other shards, it began to do something that Ves did not anticipate. The life-attributed energy began to nurture the broken shards. Whether the shards originated from Cynthia Larkinson, Kalanxo, the Golden Cat, or the original idol of the Superior Mother, they all fed on the sustenance freely given by the life-attributed energy. Ves temporarily halted his work in order to observe this completely new interaction. As someone who was very interested in life, he had never witnessed such a marvelous process. Even in a lesser form, the energy derived from the life-prolonging treatment serum possessed the remarkable ability to rejuvenate spiritual shards. Maybe this is not the limit. Ves suspected that this interaction also worked on spiritual fragments, or even complete spiritual entities. There was no reason to suspect that it wouldn't. The gentle energy appeared to be exceptionally compatible with several different recipients. Even his own spiritual energy had become livier. Ves felt as if it had grown several times stronger even though he had just made surface contact with the life-attributed energy. This caused Ves to make a very profound conclusion. The life-attributed spiritual energy derived from the serum was able to nurture anything spiritual. While Ves still wasn't able to say for sure whether it was compatible with anything, so far he felt confident in making this assumption. Not a single spiritual shard exhibited any sign of rejection. This was something unthinkable to Ves. In nearly every case, an encounter between different attributes and origins always led to incompatibility. If one tried to force itself upon the other, it would always be regarded as a hostile invasion. No castle would open its gates to let in foreign invaders. That would only threaten its existence. This was what made this interaction all the more exceptional. It didn't matter what kind of castle he focused upon. Each and every single one of them opened their gates wide to let in the life-attributed energy. And each of those castles were rewarded for their hospitality. Once the life-attributed energy got inside, it began to sacrifice itself in order to upgrade and empower the friendly hosts. Is this one of the essential secrets to life-prolonging treatments? Ves suspected that the spiritual energy component of the serum may have been added in order to revitalize an old person's spirituality. However, he wasn't confident about this guess. The quantity of energy he extracted from a sample of the serum was relatively modest. Though the quality and potency of the energy was still exceptional, it only originated from a tiny droplet. The serum that he still carried in his hidden pocket began to take on an even greater weight. It already held a lot of value due to its known use. Now that Ves learned that it was actually a reservoir of nurturing energy, its value in his perspective had skyrocketed even further. Unlike its conventional use of prolonging old people's lives, its new use of strengthening and revitalizing other spiritual entities was even more important. In fact, to someone whose specialty revolved around life and the manipulation of spiritual energy, the serum had become something priceless. Ves didn't have to wait until he became 300 years old to make full use of the serum. He could start incorporating in his works right away. As Ves gradually started to merge the shards back together again, he noted that his efficiency had substantially improved. With the strengthening from the life-attributed energy, it became a lot easier to merge the shards. It didn't take long before he thought that it was time to pull in his partner. "Gloriana," he said as he briefly split up his concentration. "Help me perfect the newborn entity." "Oh. Okay. Get ready. Open your mind. Don't resist. I know what to expect." This wasn't their first rodeo. Gloriana relaxed and opened her mind as best as possible. Eventually, she opened herself just enough for Ves to reach into her mental space and steal a portion of her spiritual energy. This caused her design seed to boil. Her mind automatically formed a spiritual projection on its own accord in an attempt to take back what it lost. Ves merrily dragged the stolen spiritual energy into the pool of merging shards. Just as in previous instances, once Gloriana's projection entered the pool, it no longer chased after the thief. With all of the glaring imperfections on display, it couldn't stand the sight. The out-of-control projection approached the flawed mergers and began to smooth them out, causing the integration of different shards to become more seamless. All of this proceeded according to expectation. The fact that every spiritual element received a substantial boost from the life-attributed spiritual energy did not alter this process. Even Gloriana's spiritual projection had become supercharged. Ves wasn't sure what all of this empowerment led towards. Would the newborn spiritual product start off at a greater power level? Would it develop a more sophisticated personality? Perhaps it might even acquire a powerful ability. Whatever the case, he looked forward to seeing how much this investment paid off. Had he used too much serum? What if he added even more life-attributed energy during the creation process? However, just as Ves expected to complete the process without any issue, another unexpected complication arose. Ves had already noticed that while every spiritual shards integrated the life-attributed energy, some of them absorbed it faster than others. The differences weren't important. The weaker shards, such as those that originated from the golden cat and the original idol of the superior mother, weren't as efficient as the stronger ones, such as those originating from Kalangso. However, there was a very noticeable exception. The small amount of spiritual shards that Ves had derived from his mother's statuette started off slowly. It absorbed the life-attributed energy at a very sedate pace, as if the weak and fragile shards couldn't go any faster without breaking. Ves didn't concentrate too much on their behavior. This caused him to miss something very important. As his mother's spiritual shards started to absorb more energy, they became more alive. They expanded in size and began to absorb the life-attributed energy even faster. Once they had reached a certain size, the shards then began to move on their own accord. Like gravity, the scattered shards spontaneously started to attract each other across small distances. Once a shard bumped into another one, they spontaneously merged, and in a perfect fashion as well. The larger shards became even more powerful. They not only exerted a greater attraction on shards that came from the same source, but also became capable of absorbing life-attributed energy even faster. It didn't take long before this process escalated to the point where Ves finally became aware of what was taking place. By then, it was too late. Ves barely integrated some of his mother's shards into the growing amalgamation of spirituality before an entirely new spiritual fragment had formed. What the hell? The spiritual fragment was not only many times stronger than the original, but its growth proceeded without any signs of stopping. It had quickly reached the point where the majority of remaining free-floating life-attributed spiritual energy got sucked up by his greedy mother. God damn it! Even in the form of fragments, you just can't help yourself. Spit it out! Ves mentally yelled at the fragment. Just like his real mother, the fragment ignored his complaints and gleefully monopolized every remaining available energy. The surprisingly rapid absorption almost caused Ves to break his concentration. He never expected that the addition of a tiny spiritual remnant from his mother would lead to such a drastic result. At this moment, his mother's spiritual fragment absorbed so much life-attributed energy that it had grown as strong as the golden cat, if not more. As the fragment rapidly digested its gains, it began to reach a strength where Ves wasn't sure whether he could keep it in control. It's too strong! As his mother's lively spiritual fragment rejuvenated itself, it suddenly started to approach the spiritual amalgamation that was supposed to become his new spiritual product. Ves had very high hopes for his latest creation. The superior mother was supposed to become the ultimate design spirit for his line of Hexer mech designs. It was supposed to be the killer feature of his mechs that would enable the Hex army to attain a decisive advantage on the battlefield. Yet even as Ves and Gloriana was about to complete their latest act of creation, the self-revived spiritual fragment barged in and started to attack the incomplete design spirit. VS became shocked yet again. If he wasn't trying to maintain as much concentration as possible, he would have vomited at this sight. Mother! Go away! You're ruining everything! Like a voracious predator, his mother's spiritual fragment assaulted the unborn superior mother like a wolf jumping on a sheep. While VS believed the superior mother was strong enough to defend herself, at this time she was still under construction. VS and Gloriana required at least several more minutes to complete the restoration process and allow the superior mother to come alive. Until that happened, the superior mother was completely unable to defend itself. As his mother's spiritual fragment cannibalized the spiritual body of the superior mother, its growth ballooned once again. Once the fragment grew stronger, it began to consume the superior mother at an even faster pace. This was the most frightening sight that VS had ever seen. Belatedly, VS attempted to push his mother's spiritual fragment away, yet as soon as he did so, the voracious fragment ate his own spiritual energy. What the hell? You're not even sparing your own son? VS had become so alarmed that he forcefully pulled back some of his concentration in order to physically push Gloriana away. What gives, VS? She suddenly asked as she held her head in pain. A massive complication occurred. Stay away and close your mind as best as possible. As his girlfriend looked at VS with confusion, he regained his concentration and tried to observe what was taking place. His mother's spiritual fragment was making rapid progress, though VS finally spotted some signs of indigestion. It turned out that her fragment's absorption ability wasn't omnipotent after all. While his mother was able to absorb his own spiritual energy and life-attributed spiritual energy without any problem, it was a different matter when it came to other sources and attributes. VS clearly recognized that his mother's spiritual fragment was growing more polluted. It started to accommodate a large variety of spiritual attributes, many of which only partially aligned with his mother. Nonetheless, the power the fragment exuded no longer limited it to just a fragment. It had become an entirely new spiritual energy that was growing more alive and more complex by the second. A storm of energy started to crackle within the strange new entity. VS began to feel a strong form of pressure that rapidly expanded to the environment. The thousands of men and hundreds of women kneeling in the hexagon all began to experience a very powerful pressure that vaguely resembled a glow, but stronger. The air grew heavy and some people started to show signs of short breath. As VS completely lost control over what was taking place, the skies itself began to roil. Storm clouds spontaneously formed over the giant hexagon. Soon enough, lightning and thunder started to form in the cloud. Crack! Suddenly, an immense lightning bolt struck the statue of the superior mother. Owing to its high-quality materials, the statue incurred no damage at all. Nonetheless, VS and Gloriana hovered so close to it that they yelled and rapidly distanced themselves. While all of this took place, the entire crowd became awed at what was taking place. None of them questioned why lightning randomly formed and struck the statue. As far as the audience was concerned, this was all part of the show. Chapter 21:10 Split Perspective. The Nixian Gap. Known as a tumor that intruded upon multiple star sectors, this anomalous region of space was the home to many pirates and malcontents. The same properties that made it so difficult to navigate through it also provided every wanted criminal a safe haven from persecution. Filled with asteroids in every direction, the space inside was both chaotic and perilous. Though the amount of asteroid impacts was surprisingly rare, there were plenty of other hazards that made it dangerous to traverse. Aside from the space warping that spanned the entire gap, there were many localized hazards that regularly swallowed up unknown passerbys. Some originated from the combination of strange and powerful exotics interacting with each other. Others came about due to calamities that happened in the past. Regardless, the deeper someone traversed the gap, the greater the risk of entering a localized hazard. These hazards also grew in strength and lethality, making it increasingly more perilous to travel to the core regions of the gap. Right now, not even the Oblivion Hand escaped this fate. Its enormous fleet, which consisted of over 40 carriers and other starships, had been traversing deeper into the gap. Though it had appropriately scattered its elements, the fleet abruptly lost contact with a pair of light carriers along with a number of mechs on patrol. The entire fleet halted. The remaining members of the Dark Mercenary Corps took up battle stations and guarded against every possibility. Perhaps the Oblivion Hand might have stumbled upon an ambush. Yet as hostile attackers never showed up, the Dark Mercenaries started to dispatch some scouting parties. When a number of short-range drones began to investigate the site where the two carriers disappeared, they suddenly vanished as well. It's a hazard zone! The entire Oblivion Hand, which had razed and plundered over a dozen well-fortified bases, suddenly became as timid as a mouse. The fleet quickly turned around and distanced itself from the presumed hazard zone. There was a good reason to do so. When faced with the unknown, the denizens of the gap had all learned the hard way that curiosity often killed the cat. Pirates had little reason to investigate the localized hazard zones. None of the pirate leaders were scientists, and even if they employed a bunch of intellectuals, it was not for the purpose of scientific exploration. Nonetheless, the Oblivion Hand didn't intend to give up on its missing assets and personnel. The Dark Cleaver may have acquired an aggressive reputation, but he was also loved by his men. The care and attention he put towards the well-being of his followers was one of the many reasons why the new expert pilot attracted such a large following. A strange mech emerged from the flagship of the Oblivion Hand. Every other member of the Oblivion Hand reacted with awe and worship at the machine that flew towards the site of disaster. The Devil Tiger! The land-bound tiger had become the iconic mech of the Dark Cleaver. After every battle, it grew stronger and more magnificent. Many people guessed that the Dark Cleaver managed to enter into a partnership with a rogue senior mech designer or something. The mercenary commander never confirmed anything, but the fact that the Devil Tiger was slowly morphing into an expert mech lent a lot of credence to this rumor. Right now, the bestial mech propelled itself effortlessly through space despite the fact that it was a land-bound mech. Those observing the machine would easily be able to spot the wings mounted on the back of the mech. The wings were part of an improvised flight system that had been built to allow the Devil Tiger to maneuver in space. The best part of it was that it had been built like a backpack module and a harness, allowing the Devil Tiger to mount its wings only when needed. Just like the mech itself, the detachable flight system had been upgraded continuously. After incorporating stronger, more resilient and more potent exotics, all of its attributes had slowly increased in order to catch up with the performance of the Devil Tiger. In the past, it had been fairly easy for enemies to damage and cripple the large wings. Now, it was as tough as the chest plating of a defensive mech. Anyone who thought that the wings of the expert mech could be plucked so easily would be making a crucial error. Inside the cockpit of the mech, a dark helmeted figure sat confidently in the piloting seat. An aura of restrained aggression coiled around the mech pilot. This was the Dark Cleaver's distinctive force of will. What was odd about his force of will was that it did not remain still. Instead, it began to spread to the Devil Tiger, integrating in its frame and empowering it through mysterious means. The compatibility between the mech pilot and the expert mech was exceptionally high. Only capable expert mech development teams could achieve this degree of integration between expert mech and expert pilot. It was incredibly odd to encounter such a high degree of compatibility in a poor and chaotic environment like the Nixian Gap. Only a couple of individuals knew there was a price for this high compatibility. A small, hand-sized crystal figure of a woman floated alongside the helmet of the expert pilot. "Does it hurt?" she asked, her voice ringing in the cockpit with an ethereal echo. "That hasn't been a problem anymore for a long time, Cynthia," the helmeted man replied. "It's just, I can't get rid of the restlessness and irritation inside of me. It's been weeks since we last raided someone. The hunger, it's growing again." The face of the miniature crystalline figure grew concerned. "You are capable of handling this. I know it. I'm very impressed with how you have overcome your hurdles and grew into an expert pilot so quickly." "You never warned me of the side effects," Ves Larkinson complained. "In fact, you didn't even bother asking for my permission before you stuffed something weird in my head. Now, half my dreams consist of living as a giant cat preying on mechs." Cynthia's crystal body gently patted the side of her husband's helmet. "It will fade over time. Your willpower still requires a lot of time to erase all of the remnants in your mind." Her husband had already overcome the most lethal hurdles. Now that he successfully advanced to expert pilot, he was no longer at risk of losing his personality and identity. Whatever lingering effects that remained would slowly turn into a non-issue. Just as the Devil Tiger was just about to reach the edge of the presumed hazard zone, the crystalline form of Cynthia suddenly jerked. "Huh!" Her small head turned into a direction that led directly away from the center of the gap. "What's going on, Cynthia?" "I don't know." She narrowed her eyes. "I sense that something is brewing. It's unsettling me. Each time I feel this way, something drastic happens." The Devil Tiger slowed down its forward traversal. Its flight system started to propel in the opposite direction, causing the mech to slowly come to a stop relative to the fleet. "Is it the hazard zone?" "No. The threat is not in front. It's in the rear." "What?" Ves stiffened his back. "Are there any enemies approaching from the rear?" "Nothing of the sort. Instead, I feel that something is happening light years away. Possibly outside of the Nixian Gap." "Is it our sun?" Ves suddenly asked in concern. "Maybe. I can't judge." Several tense minutes passed by as the Devil Tiger froze in space. A few officers of the Oblivion Hand contacted the Dark Cleaver in concern, but Ves quickly ordered his subordinates to stay put and remain on guard. Just as Cynthia was about to dismiss her ominous feeling, a sharp crack suddenly struck her mentality. "Oh!" Her intangible form suddenly separated from her avatar. The crystal body suddenly dropped onto the floor as a transparent form suddenly emerged and expanded to full size. "What's going on?" "It hurts." No matter what Ves tried to do, he could do nothing to relieve his wife's pain. His hands went straight through her body as if she consisted of air. At this moment, Cynthia Larkinson suffered a sudden ache in her mentality. Strange visions assaulted her, as she felt as if she was being invaded by something far away. The most frustrating part of this ordeal was that she wasn't able to defend herself against this attack. Whatever external influence managed to reach her had slipped right past her formidable defenses and acted straight onto the core of her existence. "How can this be? This is impossible!" As the pain began to reach an unbearable level, a loud explosion suddenly shattered her perspective in half. On one side, her consciousness was still alive and present inside the cockpit of the Devil Tiger. On another side, she suddenly began to gain a view of an entirely different location. The pain that struck straight to the core of her being had subsided a bit, allowing her to observe this strange new location. Her perspective wasn't limited to a narrow field of vision. Through some indescribable senses, she slowly gained a sense of the second environment. Land? Clouds? A hexagon? People. Lots of people. What is this? Had her enemies performed some sort of ritual to draw her out? Wait. This isn't their style. As Cynthia bewilderingly looked around, he immediately spotted some familiar forms floating in the air. Her eyes grew red as she realized who was responsible for her odd state. "VS!" she angrily boomed. No one heard her spiritual voice. The thousands of people who knelt in front of the statue as it attracted lightning bolt after lightning bolt continued to look at the statue with awe, even as their minds all experienced some form of pressure. Surprisingly, VS, who was floating in the air at a healthy distance from the lightning-struck statue, cringed as soon as she conveyed her displeasure. "I know you can hear me, VS." "Mother?" VS communicated back with a reluctant spiritual response. "I thought you were in the Nixian Gap." "Obviously that is not entirely true anymore, and you are at fault." "I didn't mean to. You aren't supposed to be here." "Really?" "I was just performing an experiment, that's all." Cynthia cast her senses around her yet again. She contemptuously noted the giant ritualistic hexagon, the thousands of kneeling worshippers, and the statue her second perspective inhabited. Her fury built up even as her mental strain began to grow more unbearable. "I thought you were supposed to be a mech designer, VS. I expected you to go about your life surrounded by machines and mechs. How come I find you in the middle of a ritual centered around a statue built in my likeness?" Her son's jaw shook as he struggled to offer a reply. The little weasel was too afraid to explain himself. A different voice suddenly butted into their private conversation. Who are you?" Both mother and son reacted with surprise. VS turned to the woman floating by his side. "Gloriana? You can hear all of that?" "Yeah. Who is she, VS?" Gloriana asked with wide eyes. "Is she truly your mother?" "She is." "I thought she was dead." "She is." "What does that even mean?" "It's complicated, okay. How can you even talk to me this way?" Cynthia studied the woman carefully. She quickly understood the truth of the matter. "You put a piece of yourself inside of her, VS. Do you know how dangerous that is? I'm surprised she is still fine." "Ah. I'm surprised her mind isn't fighting back. She must think very highly of you." "She's my girlfriend," VS lamely replied. "I see." Cynthia peered at the woman. Her anger subsided a bit. "You chose well. At least you did one thing right, VS. I approve." "You do? The love you share for each other is very real." Gloriana smiled with pleasure at the compliment. Her boyfriend's dead mother approved of their relationship. This was the happiest day of her life. As for VS, he wanted to scratch his head. How come this weird turn of events turned into a meeting between his girlfriend and his mother? Chapter 21:11 The Superior Mother. VS looked at the giant statue of his mother in shock. Even as lightning continuously struck its surface, VS was the only person present who could see what kind of fearsome existence resided inside. The vessel that VS planned to house his new design spirit, if possible, had instead drawn out his mother. Ignoring every barrier, whether it was distance or the space warping that rendered communication and FTL travel in the Nixian Gap impossible, his mother's consciousness suddenly showed up without warning. The fact that his mother's spiritual fragment had rebirthed itself after being shattered was already shocking enough. The fact that her mother's spiritual fragment was so aggressive as to cannibalize his unborn design spirit without mercy was also unexpected. Yet the fact that this unplanned turn of events somehow resulted in pulling his mother from the beyond was completely insane. Ves never wanted to call upon his mother. He just wanted to create a new design spirit. He had so many plans for the superior mother. What now? Should he ask his mother to spit out her partially digested food? His mother fell into silence. In his spiritual vision, he could see her sated spiritual fragment experiencing a lot of problems with trying to digest so many different attributes. He even had the illusion that it was about to explode if it failed to solve this problem. Ves. Her mother spiritually communicated. Is this your handiwork? What kind of an abomination have you created? When I taught you how to draw upon fragments, I did not think you would do something as mad as mashing them all together. This is the most horrible expression of your power that I have ever seen. Ves cringed again. I'm innovating. This is still a work in progress. It's not like you ever taught me or given me a manual. The point is that it works. I've been empowering all of my mechs this way. The devil tiger you stole from me is a good example of what I have been able to accomplish. While I appreciate your mechs, your chi manifestations are abominable. I cannot even comprehend how they can even work. This is supposed to be impossible. You can't just create new manifestations out of the remnants of other manifestations. Chi? Manifestations? Ves questioned. It's not important. His mother brushed him off. It's clear to me that you have been up to a lot of mischief lately. I won't ask why you are performing this insane ritual, but don't do it again. You're lucky enough that you have called upon me. You could have easily called upon a more dreadful existence if you were careless. I won't do it again, Ves promised. The pressure exerted by his mother's spiritual fragment exerted a considerable strain on his mind, making him feel as if he was completely powerless in her presence. Mrs. Larkinson, may I ask what kind of existence you have become? Gloriana hesitantly asked. Some questions are best left unanswered, Cynthia quickly replied. I don't have much time. Let me talk to my son. He has been very naughty today. I told you, Mom, I didn't mean it. And what do you mean you don't have enough time? I'm sure you can see what is happening, she replied. This manifestation of yours is unable to sustain its existence. I am not able to sustain its existence. It will reach its limit very soon. Once that happens, it will die, which means I will suffer a very harmful backlash. Oh, sorry. Sorry is not enough. If you can't hold yourself back, then at least leave me out of it. I'm about to lose years of progress because of your reckless actions. Ves cringed again and again. His mother was truly angry. Is there anything you can do to prevent this outcome? I'm thinking. What if I can help? I was trying to make something else before you suddenly gobbled everything up. The way I see it, the best way to solve this problem is to separate what you have just absorbed. His mother didn't reply for a moment. Ves could see that her spiritual fragment was growing more and more unstable. It probably took everything she had to prevent it from blowing into pieces. What was your original plan? She finally asked. Tell me exactly what you intended to do and what went wrong. Ves did not waste any time. He rapidly and succinctly explained the steps to his plan to create the superior mother. He also explained how his procedure went out of control as soon as the life-attributed energy started to revive her spiritual remnant. I see, your theories are very crude. They shouldn't work, yet they do, Cynthia noted. Perhaps it is something unique to mech designers like you. Whatever the case, I believe there is a way to resolve this crisis. Please explain, Mother. From what I understand, you initially intended to create a manifestation called the Superior Mother that harmoniously integrates this chaotic collection of source material. Is that correct? Ves rapidly nodded. All of my manifestations created through this method has never shown any incompatibility with its underlying makeup. No matter how much its individual sources conflict with each other, once I shatter them and fuse them all together, the result is a new form of life that has become its own existence. If that is the case, then I will have to rely on you to steer this manifestation to a semblance of its original form. What do you plan to do, Mother? I can't divest myself entirely from this manifestation without incurring significant damage. Due to your reckless shenanigans, I am literally existing in two locations at once. This is not inherently bad, but the problem is that my existence here is highly unstable. As long as you can stabilize this manifestation, the threat towards me should be resolved. Will there be any lingering problems? Ves asked. There will. I am not sure what, but let us get this ordeal over with first. As soon as you are ready, I will slowly reverse this transformation process. Instead of letting me consume the Superior Mother, I will instead induce the Superior Mother to consume myself. Won't that harm you, Mother? It's fine. My main essence resides in the Nixian gap. What is present here is an unexpected addition. As long as it remains alive, it doesn't matter how weak it becomes. How will letting the Superior Mother eat you resolve this crisis? As long as the Superior Mother regains its primacy, the conflicting sources won't fight against each other anymore. This way, the Superior Mother will effectively become my incarnation. What is an incarnation? Something that I do not want you to dabble with. Cynthia snapped at Ves. With your penchant for reckless experimentation, it's far too dangerous for you to become exposed to this knowledge. The less you know, the better. Ves looked upset. Did it hurt to tell him a thing or two? He soon proceeded to help her reverse the transformation process, whatever that meant. It basically entailed trying to restore and breathe life into the half-digested Superior Mother, while the unborn design spirit resided in his mother's stomach. The process was just as macabre as it sounded. Ves literally had to reach inside his mother's spiritual existence and try his best to employ his abilities. The fact that the Superior Mother was still in an incomplete state happened to be advantageous this time. While the Superior Mother wasn't able to defend herself, her state was highly malleable. This meant that Ves could effectively integrate portions of his mother's into the unfinished spiritual body of his design spirit. Ordinarily, this wasn't possible, as his mother was too strong and too aggressive to allow something else to eat her essence. However, his mother was currently doing her best to suppress all of those instincts. This allowed Ves to methodically cut pieces of her before merging it into the Superior Mother. The process happened slowly. Even though lightning bolts continued to rain down on the statue at regular intervals, the audience kneeling in the giant hexagon still hadn't exited their strange fascination. All of them had become enthralled by the pressure exuded by the statue. Seeing how nobody showed any signs of acting up, Ves no longer worried about interruptions and patiently performed his task. This is very odd, Cynthia remarked as Ves continued to cut out more and more chunks of her spiritual body. What you are doing appears to be exceptionally simple, but it shouldn't be possible. I can never do what you are doing. Ves grew oddly confident after hearing that. Creating life happens to be my specialty. Idiot! His mother admonished him yet again. Forming manifestations like this is as absurd as chopping up random people's body parts before stitching them back together into meatballs. You should feel horrified for even thinking of doing this. Don't you realize that you have violated a very sacred taboo? Oh. Anyway, it's working, right? Astonishingly, it is. The crisis is slowly passing. I am very concerned you don't feel any remorse about what you are doing. He shrugged. I have been doing this for years, Mom. Ves broke so many rules and trampled over so many taboos that Ves didn't even bother to keep track of them. It didn't matter as long as he wasn't caught by the authorities. Ves never even knew that his design philosophy was not permissible according to his mother. It made him feel strange. Who set this taboo? Who would Ves offend if they learned the truth about his specialty? As the reverse transformation process proceeded smoothly, he finally felt confident enough to make a request. Mother? Can my girlfriend help? She was supposed to assist me in this process as well. Oh? Please show me, then. Gloriana, come here and open up your mind. As Ves performed the same steps that allowed Gloriana's mind to draw out a spiritual projection, the Superior Mother soon integrated Cynthia's spiritual shards more effectively. What a stupid method! Cynthia remarked. I thought I had seen the depth of your lunacy, but it turns out that you are even more reckless than I imagined. Don't you realize that your girlfriend can incur some very serious injuries to her mind if you rummage through it without care? Mom! This was the only way I could think of to draw upon Gloriana's assistance. Ugh! His mother mentally sighed. Let me help you just this once. I can't stand the thought of you performing this trick again. Her diminishing spiritual fragment began to glow a bit before splitting off a mote. The tiny mote rapidly zipped towards Gloriana's mind and drilled into it before disappearing. Though Gloriana briefly interrupted her work, she quickly resumed. What did you do? I taught her a little trick. The process continued to proceed until there was almost nothing left of his mother's spiritual fragment. According to his mother, Ves couldn't afford to kill it off entirely, lest his mother suffer some sort of backlash. Draw back, she commanded. I can do the rest myself. As Ves and Gloriana withdrew their spiritual projections and distanced themselves even further from the statue, the pressure in the air started to change. A pure and motherly sensation engulfed everyone in the hexagon. Lightning no longer struck the spotless statue as the inexplicable storm clouds slowly started to part. A hole emerged from the cloud cover. A beam of sunlight shone onto the statue, making it even brighter and more holy in the eyes of the crowd. Out of everyone present, only Ves could see a hint of the final spiritual transformation process. Inside the statue, his mother seemed to integrate and latch onto the Superior Mother like a parasite latching onto an unwitting victim. Though Ves tried his best to observe how his mother intended to turn the Superior Mother into her incarnation, she put up too much interference for him to get a detailed look. A strong pulse suddenly emanated from the statue. A glow that belonged to the Superior Mother had suddenly taken on its final form. After many unexpected twists and turns, his latest design spirit was finally born. Even as the entire crowd rapturously basked in the motherly glow of his latest design spirit, Ves began to grow uncertain. Mother? Is that you? I can't sustain my conscious presence here any longer. She spoke to him. The Superior Mother is now a part of me, but she is also a separate being. Whenever I am not here, she exists on her own, so don't make any misunderstandings. You're leaving? Ves asked, though he couldn't hide the hint of relief in his voice. I am, you brat. I need to get back and recover from this near disaster, his mother stated. One more thing. Whatever you do, don't allow the Superior Mother to befall anything. One of the disadvantages of my current condition is that my life is effectively tied to hers. That's... going to be a problem. Why? Ves hesitated a bit. Because I designed her to be the ancestral spirit of the hexadric hegemony. According to my design, the superior mother's core existence is tied to the continued existence of a state. You what? Chapter 21:12 Supreme. A different sort of silence ensued after the momentous ritual finally came to an end. In the field where a giant hexagon had been built, thousands of people knelt on the ground with awe. Each of the people invited to take part in the ceremony all gazed at the statue of the Superior Mother, as if it had descended from the heavens. Ves couldn't blame them. The theatrical show he conducted, along with the unexpected complications like all of the lightning bolts raining down on the statue, had caused everyone to lose their cool. The strong, maternal glow emanating from the statue only reinforced the notion of a holy descent. Thousands of local sentinel men who filled up the zone corresponding to the phase of life were all in awe at the explosive series of events. As a whole, the Sentinel Kingdom was a secularist state. Though it wasn't as ardently opposed to religion as the Bright Republic, there was a general sentiment that belief in something greater was not as important as respecting nobles. However, right now, the huge crowd of men all turned into awestruck rabbits. The superiority imposed by the remarkable statue caused them all to develop a thought that not even the king of their state exuded as much majesty as this goddess. Out of all of the men, one of them in particular was particularly awed by the whole event. Amazing! Vincent Ricklin Larkinson cried out as he gazed at the statue of the Superior Mother with an appreciative expression. So this is the Superior Mother? What a MILF! The men weren't the only people in the hexagon who had become affected by the dramatic ritual. The 666 damned penitent sisters all looked slack-jawed as they stared at the statue. They couldn't believe that a reproduction of the statue of the Superior Mother had become the vessel of something unimaginable. Many of their beliefs had started cracking. How could a boy like Ves possibly summon a hexagoddess? Even though the skeptical penitent sisters tried their best to refute this rationale, at this moment they simply couldn't. With all of the exiled hexers standing in such close proximity to the statue, they experienced the Superior Mother's glow at full strength. The glow felt almost exactly they imagined the Superior Mother to be. Hardly any one of them dared to suggest that she was fake. Their steel hearts and their sincere beliefs in hexism all rang in harmony with the glow exuded by the godly statue. As for the 66 sore maidens, each of them felt both awe and disappointment. They were awed at the power exuded by the Superior Mother, but felt lacking when faced with her maternal vibe. The sword maidens mostly consisted of single women. Marrying someone, settling down, and raising children had never been a priority to them. Each of the sword maidens dedicated their entire lives to combat and swordsmanship that they never thought they could fit anything in their short and dangerous lives. Back when they were still pirates, hardly any sword maiden believed they would live to old age. The frontier was a brutal place where the old and weak rarely survived for long. The sword maidens as a whole only existed for a few decades, so they never had any members who grew old enough to think about retirement. Each of them used to believe that only strength mattered. Women started off at a disadvantage in the frontier compared to men, so the sword maidens always tried to overcompensate as much as possible in order to survive. Yet now the sword maidens began to doubt whether they followed the right conviction. Perhaps training their swordsmanship was not the only way to become strong. Only Commander Dice managed to retain her composure. After becoming Kilankso's chosen and advancing to expert candidate, her will and determination had already risen to an incredible height. However, even she began to look thoughtful. After so many months of remaining stuck in her bottleneck, she felt as if she was taking a step forward again. Floating in the air, Ves and Gloriana slowly recovered after the Superior Mother subsided. Ves looked around suspiciously and tried to see whether there was any of his mother. The newborn design spirit no longer became as animated, which meant that Cynthia Larkinson's consciousness must have left. After confirming that his mother had truly left, he relaxed his shoulders and sighed. That did not go according to plan. Summoning his mother was the last thing he wanted to do. The less he saw her, the better. Getting scolded by her was one of the worst experiences in his life. It was bad enough that his mother admonished him. It was even worse when she did it with Gloriana hanging on to their every word. Now that was another disaster. Ves hid many of the more sensitive portions of his life from his girlfriend for good reason. He did not wish to drag her into matters that were none of her business. The less she knew, the better. Unfortunately, the Pandora's box had been opened, and it was him who inadvertently opened the lid. He reluctantly turned his head to see how Gloriana took in all of the remarkable events. Her eyes lit up like stars. Her smile grew as wide as the horizon. Her entire face exhibited pure worship and admiration towards the statue of the Superior Mother. Ves. I'm so blessed to have witnessed this miracle. Why didn't you tell me your mother was a goddess? What? Ves looked taken aback. No. My mother is dead. She's just a bit special. Besides, she's not a goddess. His mother, a goddess? As if she was nothing more than an undead ghost who only managed to retain her existence by sucking his energy on an intermittent basis. Unfortunately, Gloriana didn't think so. She shook her head at him. You don't have to hide it anymore. Now I know why you're so special and why your design philosophy is so remarkable. All along, you're the son of a goddess. It's no wonder you're able to create proto-gods. Divinity runs in the family. Ves began to feel sick. You're misunderstanding again. My mom is not a goddess. Gods and goddesses don't exist. Besides, don't hexers like you think that you are superior to gods? That's usually in the case of male gods, silly hi. Gloriana giggled. Your mother is completely different. So far, it seems that your mother has not only cycled through the phases of existence multiple times, but she has also managed to transcend them. Don't you understand what that means? Your mother is a supreme. What the hell is a supreme? The most powerful and revered hexers in existence. In fact, some already believe the Superior Mother is a supreme. It turns out that they're right. Your mother is the Superior Mother. The Superior Mother is just a spiritual product, Ves protested. I just created her just now. She smiled at Ves. I listened in on everything, remember? Your Divine Mother even blessed our relationship, hi. Even if she wasn't the Superior Mother, she certainly is now. Don't you know what this means? No? He looked puzzled. The Superior Mother is a hexer, hence your mother is also a hexer. Nonsense! She's a brider. That isn't all. If your mother is a hexer, then you're a hexer as well. I'm a Larkin son. Don't spout any nonsense. No matter how much Ves tried to persuade her otherwise, Gloriana insisted on clinging on to her warped logic and beliefs. Ves eventually gave up. When Gloriana became caught up in superstition, she was extremely stubborn about clinging on to them. Nothing could make her change her mind. In any case, her outrageous babbling wouldn't lead to anything. Regardless of anything, Ves officially maintained brighter citizenship so far. Even if his home state absolutely hated his guts, that did not change the fact that his official record stated that he was a brighter instead of a hexer. Since the MTA managed his most important records, there was no way his girlfriend could magically turn him into a hexer. Let's wrap this all up. He coughed. The show was over. No matter how much the people in the hexagon wanted to remain and bask in the glow of the superior mother further, Ves commanded the avatars and sentinels to lead them all away. Soon enough, a bunch of workers and bots dismantled the giant hexagon and all of the props. A transport vessel arrived to load up the statue of the superior mother and send it back to the base. As Ves and Gloriana boarded a shuttle along with their cats and enjoyed a quiet ride back. While Ves pressed his fingers against his forehead, Gloriana continued to smile in a giddy manner, as if she had truly witnessed the emergence of a supreme. "Our next mech is going to be fantastic," she exulted. "With your mother blessing our mech, there is no way the Hex army will reject our work." At least Ves was inclined to agree on that. Leaving out the shenanigans related to his mother, his latest spiritual product truly seemed impressive. As long as he concentrated his mind and thought about the superior mother, he could sense the power of the dormant spiritual entity. With the help of the life-attributed energy, she started a lot stronger than any newborn spiritual product. Not only that, but Ves suspected that he managed to hit all of his goals in her creation. The superior mother was not just a design spirit. As his ambitions grew, Ves designed her to be more than an aid to mechs and mech pilots. He did not lie to his mother when he told her that the superior mother was supposed to function as the ancestral spirit of the hegemony. He did not impart the superior mother with a spiritual network, even though he could have. The spiritual network was a powerful trump card that he exclusively reserved for himself and his clan. However, in order to make the superior mother more appealing to the Hexers, he did impart the ancestral spirit with some of the properties of a spiritual network. Just like the Larkinson clan and the Golden Cat, the superior mother was designed to act as a guardian to every Hexer. As long as there were Hexers who believed in the superior mother, the ancestral spirit grew stronger. This also came with a downside. If the Hexers stopped respecting or believing in the superior mother, then she grew weaker. The stronger the superior mother became, the more her glow increased in potency. The superior mother might also develop more abilities or empower her existing ones. There was one other point where the superior mother differed from his first ancestral spirit. When Ves designed and created the Golden Cat, he intended her to reflect the growth and evolution of the Larkinson clan. Though he imposed some limits to this adaptation, Goldie would always change in accordance with the clan. This was not the case with the superior mother. Unlike the Golden Cat, the superior mother rigidly held on to its starting values and principles. Its glow was designed to be as solid and unchanging as possible. No matter what kind of awful beliefs and biases the Hexer attempted to impose on the superior mother, the strict ancestral spirit would always continue to hold on to the properties bestowed by her creator. This was a very significant detail. Secretly, Ves intended the superior mother to serve as a Trojan horse that would enter Hexer society and slowly change it from within. As long as the superior mother took the hegemony by storm, the people who respected or worshipped the ancestral spirit would hopefully adopt some of her values. Ves did not harbor any ambitions to spark a revolution that completely put an end to their biases against the male gender. That would only lead to a backlash. What he actually wanted to accomplish was to subvert some of the beliefs held by the Hexers in order to improve the standing of men in their societies. If Gloriana knew what he was really up to, she would probably look aghast at him. Ves wanted nothing less than to corrupt her people and lead them astray. Even if some unexpected complications occurred, his plan was still intact. Chapter 21:13 Trojan Mare. His dastardly plan to subvert Hexer culture sounded incredibly ambitious. Yet it was also not. Ves could have gone overboard, but he decided to err on the side of caution when it came to setting up the superior mother. Originally, the Hexers revered the semi-mythical superior mother as a role model of a strong and ideal parent. Mothers needed to be strong. Mothers needed to be storm. Though the Hexers recognized that mothers also had to bear a lot of love, the way they expressed it was very different depending on the gender of their children. In Hexer society, girls had to be raised with a combination of strictness and tenderness. Every girl was already strong, in a sense. Mothers were supposed to raise their expectations towards their daughters in order to produce strong women that could provide a lot of contributions to the hegemony. Boys experienced a different upbringing. Mothers showed a lot more tenderness and softness towards their sons. They didn't push them around too much and were inclined to treat them as if they were younger than their biological ages. However, mothers always tried to make sure to rein in their rambunctious sons and did their best to suppress any aggression, ego, and other undesirable traits from them. With an entire society adopting this singular approach, a lot of Hexer boys grew up to become boys in adult form. Even if the grown-up boys were considered to be mature enough to handle some simple jobs, the Hexers never allowed them to take on actual responsibility. This poisonous but pervasive custom was responsible for strangling the potential of many boys in the hegemony. Those who possessed the aptitude to become commanders, directors, foremen, leaders, and other impressive figures never had the chance to reach these positions. Instead, male Hexers could only perform the lowest positions that required the least amount of intelligence and skills. No matter their talent or qualifications, they were destined to serve as the lackeys to female Hexers. Of course, there were some opportunities for boys if they worked hard enough. Only the most exceptional of the bunch received some slightly better opportunities. Journeyman mech designers were actually allowed to contribute a bit more to collaborative mech designers, while expert pilots all earned sufficient trust to pilot a powerful expert mech. Sadly, too few of them exist. Only the very best boys received greater opportunities. The rest were treated as immature, incompetent menials who could never be trusted with anything important. This was one of the most pervasive biases of Hexer society, and one that had always earned his contempt the most. As a man, Ves abhorred the way the Hexers made all of these untrue assumptions about his gender. This was what the superior mother was designed to address. If Ves wanted to create a spiritual product that was supposed to appeal and empower Hexer in combat, he might as well go big and tack on some other features. When he conceived of this plan, he thought back to the time where he first entered the Ilvain Protectorate and formed Ilvain's spiritual fragment in order to empower his transcendent messengers. Overall, he succeeded in turning his transcendent messengers into holy machines that strongly appealed to the faith of the Ilvainans. It was just that Ves could have done more if he realized how much influence his Ilvainan mechs exerted over the Ilvainan people. Though Ves wasn't sure whether the Hexers were as susceptible to this approach as the Ilvainans, in case his Hexer mechs rose to prominence, he wanted the superior mother to do more than look pretty. The superior mother was not meant to alter her values and principles when exposed to more and more Hexers. Instead, it was supposed to be the other way around. Ves wanted the superior mother to be a beacon of change. Her Hexer values differed from the most predominant beliefs in several important ways. The speech he held before he created the ancestral spirit reflected the kind of model figure that Ves wanted to create for the Hexers. Despite Gloriana's many complaints, Ves put a lot of thought in the ritual. He invited 66,666 local sentinel men in order to channel a different image of mothers than the one that Hexers adhered to. The fact that they weren't Hexer citizens was intentional. If Ves really wanted to, he could have paid a lot of money to invite a lot of male Hexers to partake in his ceremony. He didn't. Other than costing him far too much of his hard-earned money, he did not want to be surrounded by so many Hexers who believed that they were worth almost nothing compared to women. What Ves truly aimed to instill in the superior mother was the idea that there were multiple ways that mothers, and by extension women, could become strong. It wasn't necessary for women to beat down boys. What was the greatest purpose of mothers? Nurturing their children. However, this did not mean that a good mother should raise their daughters into adults while keeping their sons as useless boys. That defeated the purpose of nurturing children. What Ves instead tried to impart in the superior mother was the idea that it was better and more admirable to raise boys into more productive members of society. What is more difficult? Raising a son to become an incompetent man-child, or raising a son to become a competent engineer or bureaucrat? This was the challenge that the superior mother posed to hexers. A mother who failed to raise her children was the opposite of a good mother. Only those who put earnest effort into raising both their daughters and sons into capable, responsible adults deserved to be called a superior mother. Ves believed that issuing this kind of challenge in the form of his reinterpreted ancestral spirit would definitely appeal to the competitive spirit of hexers. Hexers always held the assumption that it was easier to raise a daughter than a son. The latter was smarter, more talented, more capable, and more obedient. As for the latter, hexer mothers automatically assumed that their sons were trouble in the making. That was also why those mothers did not dare to teach too much to their boys. Ves aimed to subvert this assumption. So what if boys were more dangerous? So what if boys held greater potential for death and destruction? Wouldn't it be an accomplishment if hexer mothers transformed them into productive, upstanding members of society? It wouldn't be easy, but the superior mother was not called this way for nothing. If mothers aimed to earn the ancestral spirit's approval, then they'd better do a good job in raising both their male and female offspring. Those who moved closer to the ideal of the superior mother would receive more validation from her glow. Those who still held hateful thoughts about boys would instead perceive a form of pressure that encouraged them to change their ways, lest they become damned. This was why Ves insisted on putting 666 penitent sisters in the zone that represented the phase of damnation. They were the worst kind of hexers in the eyes of the superior mother. A mother who withheld love and attention from her son was not a qualified mother at all. By extension, any female hexer who treated boys as idiots weren't worth either, because they too carried some responsibility. Anyone whose thoughts on boys strayed in the direction of the beliefs of the penitent sisters were all damned. The superior mother's glow wouldn't be as beneficial to them. If they wanted to earn the ancestral spirit's good graces, then they had to alter their views. Whether this worked or not depended on how popular the superior mother became. Ves did not dare to assume that it would become popular instantly. No matter what, the hexers were very strong and proud of themselves. A glow that originated from the hands of a boy, a foreigner no less, would definitely become a hurdle. Nonetheless, the superior mother still adopted most of the facets of hexer beliefs. She still maintained the assumption that women were superior and such. What Ves merely did was to raise the standing of boys. Aside from that, the superior mother was still a hexer, just one who carried a different interpretation than most. If Ves deviated further from hexer orthodoxy in her design, he feared his ancestral spirit might not get accepted. Ves never lost sight of the magnitude of this grand undertaking. In his opinion, what he attempted to do was nothing less than to redesign existing hexer culture. It was impossible to force a group of people to change their mindsets, especially at once. Rather than spark a radical revolution with a high chance of failure, he instead wanted to encourage a gradual evolution that would turn the hexadric hegemony into a more boy-friendly state. Taking half a step forward was better than tripping backwards. Whether this ambitious plan actually worked or not, Ves had some hopes for his female Trojan horse. "Actually, I should call her a Trojan mare," he muttered. Originally, VS figured that even if the superior mother failed to catch on, no harm was done. VS didn't care too much about the Hexers anyway. Now, reforming them, or at least getting them to appreciate the superior mother, had become a much higher priority. VS didn't know what his mother meant by turning the superior mother into her incarnation. What exactly was an incarnation anyway? The only crucial fact his mother told him was that her life was tied to the life of the superior mother. Though VS wasn't sure whether he should take this statement seriously, he did not dare to assume otherwise. His mother's life was at stake. This was an incredibly bad outcome. VS never thought that something like this would happen. When VS designed the superior mother in a way that tied her to Hexers, he figured that she was only useful as long as the hegemony existed. If the Hexers somehow lost the Komodo War, then much of their culture would probably be gone in time. At that time, there was no point for the superior mother to remain in existence. In fact, VS wanted her to be gone lest she convert other women into Hexers. That made his mother's sudden bond with the superior mother so crucial. With their lives tied together, VS had to make sure that the superior mother remained alive and well. The only way to do that was to preserve the Hexers, which basically meant that he could not afford to let the Hexers lose their war against the Friday Men. God damn it! VS could no longer remain disinterested in the outcome of the Komodo War. Previously, he only wanted the Friday Men to lose or suffer serious setbacks due to provoking him. In truth, he didn't mind all that much if the Friday Men somehow managed to gain the upper hand. He was leaving the Komodo Star sector anyway. Only Gloriana might shed some tears, but VS really couldn't care less about her state and people. It was different this time. VS, for all his ambivalence towards his mother, still loved her and wanted her to live. This meant that VS had to make sure the Hexers survived the Komodo War. Even if they didn't win, they at least had to end the war at a stalemate. The immensity of this challenge put a lot of pressure on his shoulders. While VS hoped the Hexers were strong enough to win the war on their own. If not, VS had to do his best to prop them up in his own way. I already turned around the Sand War. He softly peppered himself up. This is not much different. In truth, the Komodo War was entirely different. Its scale and magnitude was countless times greater. A lot more mech-centered battle, and all of them were vastly more powerful than the pitiful mechs and starfighters used to resist the Sandmen. Not only that, but the Hexers weren't fighting against mentally challenged Sandmen. The Friday Men were just as smart, if not smarter, and did not expend their war assets on brainless, wasteful assaults. They're going to be a lot harder to crack. Chapter 21:14 Sacred and Inviolable. When VS, Gloriana, and the rest returned to the base, the news of the remarkable ceremony spread by word of mouth. Soon, the regional section of the Galactic Net went ablaze at all of the wild claims associated with Ves Larkinson's latest stunt. Fortunately, the news was rather contained and did not have any further effects other than reinforcing his eccentric image. Due to all of the precautions that Ves and the clan had taken, no direct recordings of the event had proliferated. Every single participant had to relinquish their comms and any other electronic devices. Those with internal implants that could have recorded the ceremony had already been filtered out beforehand. This wasn't all. Every single mech and machine present at the event had to have their logs and memory banks scrubbed. VS ordered Crinden and his team of security experts to do more than wipe out the data. He wanted all of the physical storage hardware to be ripped out of the mechs and machines and melted down into scrap as soon as possible. VS did not want a single bit of data about the ceremony to be leaked onto the Galactic Net, or worse, the MTA. Hearsay and stories should be enough to increase his notoriety as a weirdo. Ves did not want any detailed recordings to land in the hands of those who could possibly glean some clues from all of the events that took place. Perhaps the most perplexing phenomenon of all was the sudden storm clouds that formed over the giant hexagon. No one expected this to happen. It wasn't in the plans. Hisneck VI's weather forecast also didn't say anything about storms or clouds. If Ves bothered to retain all of the data recorded by all of the machines at the event, then he might have been able to figure out why the storm had come. Sadly, the only data he had left was the internal memory recording he stored in his implant. When he rewatched the footage of his own perspective, he wasn't able to derive an explanation behind the sudden formation of storm clouds. "It doesn't make any sense," Ves complained. Like most major settled planets, Hisneck 6 did not feature uncontrolled weather. Ves had already looked up the meteorological agency in charge of managing the planet's weather on behalf of House Evanson. The control the agency exerted was fairly strict. Sunshine shone on areas when it was good to do so. Rain fell on areas where there was a need to water crops or maintain the water table. Though the degree of control the meteorological agency exerted was not that precise, the point was to provide every piece of land with the sustenance they required on a steady and predictable schedule. Chaotic weather was bad for business. How would tourism agencies be able to hold sunny tours if a rain cloud suddenly drenched their destination? How could farms keep their plants watered at a precisely calculated level if there was no pattern to the rain? Above all, meteorological disasters had to be avoided at all costs. There was hardly any benefit to letting hurricanes, typhoons, tornadoes, and other weird weather phenomena run their course. In short, there was no reason for storm clouds to emerge at the site during the event at that specific time. It was impossible for them to form naturally, especially when the clouds literally emerged out of nowhere before starting to rain down thunder and lightning several minutes later. It was even more impossible for those storms to have been induced artificially. At the very least, someone had to seed the skies with something that induced the storm clouds to form, but they were almost always a lot bigger and a lot more uncontrolled. Even if a third party intended to spoil the ceremony in this fashion, the mech patrols should have hindered their approach. The day after the eventful ceremony, Ves and Gloriana both visited a secure chamber where the Larkinson clan placed the statue of the Superior Mother. The mech-sized object still radiated a sense of sacred motherhood when the pair of mech designers arrived. Gloriana instantly lit up and respectfully bowed. "Good morning, Cynthia Larkinson!" "Cut it out," Ves admonished his girlfriend. "The Superior Mother is not my mother. She's a spiritual product. My mother is just tied to it. That's all." Gloriana looked oddly at him. "You should be more respectful towards your mother, Ves. She's a goddess and a supreme." Ves palmed his face. She took no notice of his reaction and happily approached the statue. She then proceeded to kneel in front of it in order to pray. The sight disturbed Ves beyond belief. Though he expected his own girlfriend to become enamored by his new spiritual product, the fact that it was a part of his mother made this situation very weird. As a brider, Ves abhorred superstition. What Gloriana was doing was no less than treating his mother as a goddess that deserved to be revered. He slowly stepped forward and began to scan the statue with the equipment he had already brought forward. Ves wanted to inspect the physical condition of the statue and see if it had changed due to the formation of the Superior Mother or the random lightning that struck its surface. Fortunately, it quickly became clear that the statue was still intact and whole. How could mere lightning damage something as strong as his work? The statue largely consisted of briar alloy, which was tough enough to resist a lot of second-class ordnance. The power of a lightning bolt paled in comparison to a positron beam. Nonetheless, His intuition hinted that the lightning storm was not as simple as it appeared. Perhaps its power was more destructive than he thought. However, it was still a stretch to think that the lightning could have been powerful enough to damage something made out of briar alloy. The odd thing about the statue was when he began to inspect it through his spiritual senses rather than his scanners. The entire statue glowed as if it was one of his gold label mechs. It had somehow acquired a spiritual foundation that seemed to complement the dormant ancestral spirit that resided within. It gave the statue a sacred and inviolable quality that Ves had not intended to add to the work. As for the Superior Mother herself, the newborn ancestral spirit did not respond to his spiritual queries. Ves guessed that the process that his mother used to turn the spiritual product into her incarnation might have sapped a lot of energy, or something. Whatever the case, the Superior Mother did not look sick or anything. Since the Superior Mother was dormant, Ves took a closer look with his spiritual senses and tried to see what was different now that a portion of his mother now resided in her spiritual being. He found nothing. As far as he could tell on the surface, the Superior Mother largely matched the product he set out to create from the start. "Where is my mother?" Perhaps Ves had to break the Superior Mother apart in order to uncover a trace of his mother, but obviously he couldn't do that. He just had to take his mother's word that the spiritual product was tied to her life. Ves scratched his head as he proceeded to look for any bond or connection that led back to his mother. He spotted nothing. How are they tied, then? His mother's abilities worked on different principles than the ones he was familiar with. Their methods were so different that his plan to decipher and reverse engineer his mother's incarnation technique had failed. Even though his mother told him no, Ves wasn't resigned to that answer. A technique with such a massive disadvantage should at least have a corresponding advantage. What are the uses of incarnation? Ves suspected that this might be the way for him to be in two places at once. Wouldn't that be great? He could retain his main consciousness in his body while ordering Rania to make a clone and somehow turn it into his incarnation. If this wild plan succeeded, he could practically live a second life through his second body. Ves could opt to foist an alternate identity on his incarnation and leave him behind in the Milky Way galaxy while he merrily left for the Red Ocean. Sadly, his stingy mother declined to teach him this trick. According to her, it was too dangerous to leave in his hands. TCH. Why are you hogging all of the good stuff to yourself? His fantasy of living two lives at once were dashed. Perhaps it was for the better. He already had his hands full with his current life, after all. When Gloriana finally finished praying to his mother, she walked to him with a radiant smile. This statue serves as a much better altar than my other ones. I love basking in your mother's divine domain. I feel so validated and encouraged under its influence that I can't imagine resorting to anything else. Ves pressed his lips. It's too big, though. I designed the statue to impress a crowd of 66,666 men. Can't you reproduce it on a smaller scale? Preferably with the same glow? I could. But let's talk about that later. We should focus on our work. Ves did not wish for his girlfriend to carry around a miniature altar based around the Superior Mother everywhere. What do you want to discuss? She asked when her religious fervor subsided. We should finalize our mech design as fast as possible. Have we received any data on the tests performed on the first iteration of Hexer Mech design? My mother's people have already sent the first batch of test data. It's already very detailed. I suppose we can use that to start on developing the second iteration of our mech design. It's just... She looked uncertain. What is it, Gloriana? His girlfriend pointed at the statue. I'm not sure whether it's appropriate to attach a Supreme to a male mech design. It seems wrong. Ves sighed. I already told you. The Superior Mother is not exclusive to women. As a design spirit, she is quite versatile. I designed her that way. While she is just a single entity, she also encompasses the 6 phases of existence and many of the facets of hexers. In the case of our landbound knight mech, she acts as a reassuring mother that watches over her son. I believe our finalized mech will produce some surprising results once the Superior Mother takes hold. One spiritual product, countless applications. This was one of his other goals with the creation of the Superior Mother. He did not want to create a specific hexer mech design for every other hexer mech he designed. Instead, he tried to make sure he added enough versatility in the ancestral spirit to add something useful in every mech design. Landbound or spaceborne, male or female, offensive or defense, the Superior Mother was compatible with every possible variety. I think my mother will be very impressed with our debut hexer mech design. She smiled impishly at him. In fact, once she learns that your mother is a Supreme, she will. No! Ves immediately turned and held her shoulders. Do not tell your mother or anyone else about my mother. But why? Gloriana sputtered with shock. It's a long story. Suffice to say, there's a very good reason why she is gone. He briefly explained that his mother attracted some very powerful enemies and was being persecuted. Gloriana predictably reacted with outrage and alarm. But Ves did not reveal anything about the 5 Scrolls Compact or anything else that would get her in trouble. I see. She spoke after she calmed down. If that is true, then it's best to keep this news under wraps. Will there be any problem with spreading the Superior Mother? Ves shook his head. There shouldn't be. The Superior Mother doesn't contain any trace of my mother. If the ancestral spirit posed any threat to her, then my mother would have warned me or chosen another solution. In fact, he suspected that his mother may have chosen to turn the Superior Mother into an incarnation because it hid her presence so well. If Ves with his powerful spiritual sensitivity wasn't able to detect a trace of her mother in the ancestral spirit, then the 5 Scrolls Compact and any other enemies would probably have no clue either. In this way, Ves did not have to worry about attracting any unwelcome attention if the Superior Mother proliferated. A curious thought began to enter his mind. Would the Superior Mother be able to strengthen his mother and feed her addiction to spiritual energy? His eyes lit up. In theory, this should be the case. If everything went well, Ves would finally be able to get rid of his status as her personal energy battery. His mother should no longer have any reason to suck him dry. Chapter 21:15 Watching Mother. With the creation of the Superior Mother, Ves and Gloriana spent all of their remaining time on bringing their hexer mech design project to completion. With the assistance provided by the Woden dynasty, the subsequent testing, debugging and optimization phases took place in rapid tempo. Since the hexers always expected their mechs to be sound and free of defects, the pair invested a lot more time and effort into this final sprint. As a private commission, their mech design did not have to pass through the notoriously difficult approval process conducted by a board of matriarchs. Diva enjoyed the right to use any mech it saw fit. How else could their agents infiltrate other forces and misdirect their enemies if their mechs always looked the same? Even an idiot could tell that the hexers were up to something if a bunch of superb female mechs appeared out of nowhere. That said, both Ves and Gloriana tried their best to meet the exacting standards of the Hex Army. It was a fantasy to believe that they were capable of matching the best efforts of Hexer Master Mech designers. They didn't even come close. The test data and the commentary provided by the Hexer testing ground made it very clear that their mech fell short in many areas, from optimization to absolute performance criteria. Neither Ves nor Gloriana let this discouraging feedback stop them from pouring their all into their mech. To Ves, the mech was his first and most important opportunity to spread the superior mother in Hexer society. If his Hexer mech design fell flat, then the future of his new ancestral spirit was anything but certain. Now that his own mother's life was at stake, Ves felt pressured to do his best to deliver a successful product. As for Gloriana, she made a request right after Ves conducted the dramatic ceremony. "Could you bring the statue of the superior mother to the design lab?" she asked. "Huh? Why?" She smiled shyly at Ves. "I want your mother to watch over me while I work on her first mech. It would feel so good to know that she is supporting me from behind. I already told you that the superior mother may not necessarily be my real mother. Oh, the ways of a goddess and a supreme is beyond our ken," she baselessly stated as if it was the absolute truth. "You shouldn't doubt your mother so much. She quite possibly ranks among the greatest hexers alive and dead. In fact, in my opinion, she is already the best because she raised a good son like you, hi. Ves did not look amused. Ever since she became aware of the continued existence of his mother, his girlfriend's superstitious delusions had grown worse. No matter what he said, his words simply failed to register in her head. She didn't even try to refute his sober arguments. She just acted as if he didn't say anything. He was already used to this behavioral quirk of hers. Fanatics always limited their attention to what they wanted to hear, and her sincere beliefs in hexism turned her mind into an impenetrable fortress against any form of doubt. In the end, Gloriana wouldn't stop nagging him until he acquiesced. Some heavy-duty bots moved the statue to the design lab, which for many purposes had to be big enough to accommodate a mech. Once there, the entire design lab basked in the pervasive, motherly glow of the superior mother. Though the ancestral spirit was still dormant for some reason, both Ves and Gloriana were hit full blast with the glow that would nurture many Hexer mech pilots in the future. Ves figured that it was a good thing that his design teams weren't present. Everyone, including the older assistants, were currently participating in a month-long acclimatization tour. The only people he had to worry about was Michael and Xanther, but Ves quickly handed the two boys, adolescent men, a lot of homework assignments. At their impressionable ages, Ves did not want his young students to endure long-term exposure to the superior mother. Perhaps they might inadvertently become indoctrinated by her matronly glow. "I'm raising them to become brave and daring Larkinson lads, not hexers who need to look up to women in order to do anything." Ves figured that this might become a recurring problem each time he designed another hexer mech. He contemplated setting up multiple design labs, for example one on the Scarlet Rose and another lab on the Stellar Chaser. A single shipboard design lab could easily get crowded once over 70 mech designers gathered together. As much as he was interested in designing more hexer mechs, he needed to make sure that those who worked on the design were resilient enough to hold on to their own values and principles. Fortunately, most of the new hires consisted of mech designers who all possessed at least some experience and personal development. Fresh, young-faced rookies such as Mayor Torta Larkinson were fairly rare. In any case, now that Ves and Gloriana worked on their project in the presence of Superior Mother, their results improved. Ves was able to get much closer in tune with the future design spirit of his product. As a mech designer who was sensitive towards moods and emotions, this was a helpful development, and allowed him to make small tweaks that harmonized his design a little more with his vision. As for Gloriana, she truly believed that his mother was watching over her efforts. Like a little girl who wanted to show off her best in front of her parents, she began to get fired up and came up with several inspiring solutions. With their increased productivity, they developed 3 more iterations in quick succession, each of them becoming more flawless and optimized in a matter of days. Due to certain time constraints, the pair did not wait for the complete test results to come back but continued to iterate on the design even as the new prototypes were still being fabricated by the Woden dynasty. Compressing their schedule like this allowed them to save precious time and squeeze a little bit more performance out of their mech design. While it was still better to optimize the design for a couple more months, Ves simply didn't think it was worth the time investment. He had been staying in the Synax system long enough. Ves should have begun to enter the Nixian gap by now, but he delayed his departure in order to make sure his first second-class mech design turned into a fine representation of his work. As Ves and Gloriana completed the fourth and final iteration to their design, they both took a step back. The projected design was beautiful in his eyes. Its large frame, its sturdy exterior, its robust energy-siphoning appendages, and its solid sword and shield all looked imposing. Ves was largely responsible for shaping the overall look of the mech. His artistic sensibilities and his vision drove him to design an external appearance that conveyed rock-solid reliability. Even though it was functionally a damaged sponge and an energy dispenser, Ves wanted his Hexer Knight mech to break with the conventional pattern of male Hexer mech design. His girlfriend couldn't help but remark on this distinct difference. "Your mech looks very stocky and sturdy. It boasts a lot more sharp edges than what Hexers are used to. If you asked me, this mech is quite masculine. I'm not sure it will go over well with our target audience." If you study its appearance alone, then you're right. However, don't forget about the superior mother. With such a nurturing, feminine glow, Hexers will probably have a better impression of the mech. That is mainly the case when they are physically close to a copy. The mech won't be able to convince those who have never been close to one. That will likely lead to a lot of problems for us in the near future. We'll attract critics and pushback regardless of what we do. He shrugged. After all, a boy is one of its lead designers. I trust Diva to recognize the value of our product. If Calabast is anything like the rest of its agents, then our mech will likely be put to good use. Once our mech shows off its value on the battlefield, interest in it will likely grow. As one of its creators, Ves held a lot of pride and confidence in his work. His previous original mech designs such as the Doom Guards, Deliverer, and the Desolate Soldier all received critical acclaim from the mech community. His constant successes and his faith in his own design philosophy made him very sure that his latest product would definitely be able to make an impact. Man-haters or not, Ves believed that hardly any Hexer could resist the appeal of a glow tailored to their kind. There is truly nothing like the glow of the superior in the hegemony. Gloriana sighed, thereby reinforcing his confidence. After performing a final inspection of their design, the pair finally decided to finalize it. They wrote their final reports and wrapped up all of their documentation. Gloriana soon noticed an important detail. Officially, we should hand in all of our files to Diva in order to complete the commission. I'm not sure whether we are even allowed to fabricate a copy of our mech design. If Diva wanted to keep the mech design in reserve in order to deliver a sudden surprise to the Friday men, then Ves and Gloriana were not allowed to expose their work ahead of time. This was a difficult question. Ves frowned and began to think. I think we should ask Calabast. Do we have to? Gloriana pouted. It's no big deal. Besides, she manages all of our communications with the agency. Our completed mech design has to pass through her anyway. Ves activated his comm and began to call the spy master of the Larkinson clan. As soon as her projection appeared, Ves asked a couple of questions. Calabast briefly paused. I'm not aware of Diva's plans for your mech design. Regardless, this commission is still confidential and needs to be handled with care. It is vital that the Friday Coalition doesn't get wind of your mech design in order to leave as many strategic options alive as possible. It is not prudent to fabricate a copy of your new mech design at this time. I won't accept that. Gloriana approached the projection and looked upset. It's important for Ves and I to make at least one copy of the mech. This is our best chance to produce another masterwork. Can't we do it in a secure workshop? We'll accept every security precaution you might impose. This. Calabash grimaced. It's better to let Gloriana have her wish. Ves pushed as much blame as possible towards his girlfriend. She'll nag you to no end if you deny her this opportunity. I feel really good about this mech design. We might be able to produce our second collaborative masterwork mech tomorrow, especially if your mother is backing up our efforts. You too. Calabash sighed and stared at both Ves and Gloriana. I'll allow it, but only under very strict circumstances. I will go ahead and prepare a secure space for you to put your tools and production machines. My black cats and I will thoroughly inspect them from top to bottom in order to make sure that they aren't compromised in any fashion. Only then will I give you two the green light to make your attempt. Though his clan's security forces regularly checked the integrity of their tools, Ves didn't argue with her precautionary measures. It was best to be sure. How long will that take? At least 36 hours if we pull an all-nighter. Okay. If nothing goes wrong, we'll begin our fabrication run in 2 days, is that okay? With that said, Ves finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He had spent more than enough time at hisneck. Though there was plenty for him to explore, he didn't feel like staying any longer than necessary. He was more than ready to move on from this boring star system. Chapter 21:16 Mission Readiness. With the Larkinson clan's time at hisneck coming to end, Ves began to notify everyone that they needed to prepare for departure in the near future. After 4 months of rest, growth and preparation, the Larkinson clan had become at least several times stronger and more vigorous than it had been at the beginning of its arrival at hisneck. Ves was very proud of what he and his clan managed to accomplish over this period of time. Every starship had been serviced and readied for the challenges that lay ahead. While Ves was dissatisfied with the quality and capabilities of most of them, at this time it was still too unrealistic to procure anything better. If Ves wanted to leave the Komodo star sector, he could only do so with his second-class ships such as the Barracuda and the Scarlet Rose. That entailed leaving the rest of his clan behind, which was unacceptable. Upgrading the FTL drives of his existing vessels or procuring more second-class ships became more important than ever. With the huge amount of revenue the LMC earned from the Doom Guard, it actually became possible to pursue either option. However, at the moment, mechs mattered more. With the influx of a lot of new mech pilots, the LMC had to produce or procure a lot of new mechs. Every mech roster had been overhauled or upgraded to make sure that every mech pilot was paired with a good machine. While most Larkinson mech pilots had to make do with various types of third-class mech models, enough Briar alloy became available to provide the avatars of Myth with an additional mech company's worth of bright warriors. In fact, the avatars could have received more copies of the resilient modular mech platform, but Ves put a stop to its production. He no longer wanted to waste any Briar alloy. He wanted to save it up and build a huge reserve for other purposes. Over 10,000 new recruits had joined the clan, pushing up the total number of clansmen past 20,000 and counting. The number still grew every day, though the growth had obviously flattened off as the existing clan structure was already straining to integrate so many new members. Despite the challenges, Ves could feel the energy in the clan. Morale was high and plenty of newly adopted Larkinsons couldn't wait to prove their chops. Those who applied to the Larkinson clan and passed the rigorous selection process weren't average people. Though they predominantly consisted of Sentinel commoners, each of them possessed excellent resumes and possessed personalities that were already compatible with the Larkinson culture and mindset. Therefore, Ves was not afraid that the new recruits were hesitant to enter the Nixian Gap. Of course, some were more eager than others. Civilians who joined the clan in order to work for the LMC did not possess as much stomach for danger as an elite Avatar pilot. In order to get a good understanding of the current disposition of his combat forces, Ves scheduled a meeting to discuss their readiness. Major Ves Larkinson entered the conference first together with Fleet Coordinator Ophelia Cronin Larkinson. "Good morning, sir. Have a seat." Soon enough, Commander Melker Larkinson arrived. He tipped his head at Ves and took a seat while fiddling with his visor. Commander Magdalena Larkinson entered shortly afterwards. The older woman nodded at everyone with respect before sitting next to Melker. Commander Cinnabar Larkinson and Commander Dice Larkinson arrived in unison. They sat down while swapping some old stories. Finally, Commander Rosa Orphan Larkinson barged through the door 5 minutes late. "Sorry about that. I lost track of time when I was chatting with one of my buddies." Ves coughed. "Please take your seat. We are all more than ready to begin this meeting." He sent a measured look at Major Verl, who shrugged in helplessness. When the flagrant vandals defected from the Bright Republic and decided to go their own way, they splintered. Several ships and many former servicemen refused to join the Larkinson clan. Among them were several capable officers who could have taken over command of the flagrant vandals after Major Vol received a more senior position. The lack of senior command talent meant that Orphan was the only vandal who possessed the experience, skills, and qualifications to command the vandals. Putting an expert candidate, or an expert pilot in charge was not an unusual phenomenon. However, there were certain people who were much more gifted in leadership than others. Sadly, Major Verl already warned Ves that his former men wouldn't accept anyone else but Orphan. Despite her mixed results, she was a well-liked officer among the vandals and earned their respect and trust. No one else aside from Major Verl himself could match her sway. Therefore, Ves had no choice but to tolerate the new vandal commander. If Major Verl hadn't supplied him with the incredibly valuable high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum, Ves would have put an external leader in charge. "All right, everyone is here. Let's start," he spoke. "Everyone knows what this meeting is all about. It is no secret that I intend to enter the Nixian Gap and perform a possible mission for the MTA. Such missions are very dangerous, but also very lucrative. I have one question," the recently promoted Commander Orphan asked. "Where are those sanctimonious hexers? Have they pulled their sticks out of their butts yet, or do they need some help? Please be more respectful towards our allies and friends," Ves warned her. "The Glory Battalion won't be accompanying us. Protecting Gloriana is a higher priority, and I would feel much better if her bodyguards are all doing what they are supposed to be doing. As for the penitent sisters, I intend to address them separately. They have no say in our decisions." That answered many of their doubts. Ves clapped and turned to Melker. "Let's begin with the avatars of myth. How many mech pilots and mechs can you field?" "After extensive training and recruitment, we can field at least 600 mechs," Melker replied. "All of them are paired with avatar mech pilots that are largely up to our standards. In fact, we have more mechs and mech pilots than that. If necessary, we can bring 800 additional bodies, though the quality of our avatar candidates are very inconsistent." That was a lot. The avatars had diminished to just a couple of hundred mech pilots after the Battle of Kesseling 8, and that included both space-borne and land-bound specialists. "Let's keep our expeditionary force into the frontier on the lean side, Melker. Bring only the best and the ones who we can depend upon. There is little room for deadweight in a depraved environment like the Nixian Gap. There won't be any safe harbor for us to shelter in and recruit new mech pilots, or repair our damaged ships." "Understood. I will stick to the original plan." Ves turned to Commander Magdalena. I won't bring too many sentinels along. Most of your men need to guard the Larkinsons who remain in Hisneck. That is prudent, Magdalena stoically answered. Out of every division of the clan, ours has expanded the most. We are already capable of fielding 2,000 mechs and mech pilots, of which 1,500 are space-borne and 500 are land-bound or aerial. The Sentinels skewed towards recruiting space-borne pilots and procuring space-borne mechs because there was a much greater need to protect the clan's growing fleet. How many do you intend to bring to the expedition? Not every Sentinel has volunteered for this dangerous duty, sir. As of now, I believe it is acceptable to dispatch 500 mechs and mech pilots. Ves looked disappointed at this anemic figure. That is less than the avatars. Doesn't that sound strange? Commander Magdalena kept her cool. The avatars recruited the best out of the mech pilots that have joined our clan. To put it bluntly, my sentinels have turned into a dumping ground for the rejects. While I take no offense at this circumstance, the reality is that hardly any of the recruits we've received are ready to participate in a high-intensity, high-risk mission in the Nixian Gap. Even the Sentinel peacekeepers only consist of seasoned war veterans and highly experienced mercenaries. She made a very good point, though her words hardly lifted his mood. What is your opinion, then? Do you think it is a good idea to bring any sentinels at all? He asked. While we aren't the avatars, we have our own pride, sir. She pushed back against the implicit doubt in his words. There are sentinels among us who have more ambition than others. Anyone who participates in this dangerous expedition stands to earn a lot of merits. With our reward structure, those who perform the toughest jobs are entitled to the best treatment. The determination that Commander Magdalena conveyed convinced Ves of her sincerity. Very well. I'll be expecting 500 of your mechs to be a part of our upcoming mission. He then turned to Commander Cinnabar. What about your battle criers? Every single one of us are ready to follow you wherever you go. Unless you intend to dive straight into a black hole, we will fight with you to the end. Though the former mercenary commander sounded crazy, Ves was very confident that Cinnabar meant what he said. This was the benefit of buying Kinners. Even though the emergence of the Golden Cat and the Larkinson network massively decreased the chances of betrayal, Ves was still inclined to lean onto his Kinners for some of his more sensitive priorities. At this time, the crew of the Scarlet Rose largely consisted of Kinner bondsmen. How many mechs? We aren't as large as the avatars or sentinels, the battle crier commander answered. That said, our reinforcements from the Kinner tribe have already arrived and joined my command. We can field 240 mechs right away. That sounds good, though you are not necessarily required to bring everyone. Ves nodded in satisfaction. The role your battle criers shall play in the Nixian Gap may be different from everyone else. I don't need too much of your boys to come along. He turned to the Commander Orphan, who already opened her mouth before Ves could make his query. Don't worry, Ves. My Vandals are in tip-top shape. Though we haven't turned into a raiding and reconnaissance force as of yet, our mechs can take a lot of hits as long as we aren't fighting against Friday men or something. That's good to hear. How many mechs and mech pilots can you bring? Easily over 300. We've been expanding our ranks a bit since we've arrived. We picked up a few mech corps deserters here and there after they heard what a sweet deal we got. We don't have the combat carriers to bring them all, though. Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven cheek. I need your combat carriers as well as your mechs. Just bring as many mechs you can stuff in the Princely Jackal, the Shield of Hispania, and the Gorgon's Gaze. Got it, Ves. He moved on to Commander Dice, who exuded a sharper vibe than Commander Orphan. Your sword maidens have suffered heavily losses during the Battle of Kesseling 8. That doesn't mean we have lost our edge. We've already recruited a lot of promising young women to turn them into the next generation of sword maidens. Dice replied defensively. As for my veterans, we could use some exercise. The Nixian Gap is just another frontier for us. While we can only bring a single mech company, our swords are more than sharp enough to chop some pirate scum. I'll make sure to facilitate some of your needs in the coming weeks, Ves promised to Commander Dice. He owed it to the sword maidens to take care of them. While he couldn't provide them with better mechs as of yet, perhaps he could do something about their swords. From spending a lot of time with Keddies, he knew that the sword maidens revered their blades above everything else. Chapter 21:17 Bargain Hunting. The discussion between the commanders of the Larkinson clan dove into more complicated matters. After every mech commander revealed how many mechs they were able to commit to an expedition, Major Verl took over and presented his thoughts on the overall force makeup. Spaceborne mechs are king in the Nixian Gap, he began. That does not mean that landbound mechs are redundant. Depending on our priorities, we might need to land on a dangerous moon or planet. While the Nixian Gap is famous for its ubiquitous quantity of asteroids, some of them are so big that they are no different from actual planets. In addition, the gap frequently absorbs rogue planets and other satellites. Most of these planets are barren, but some contain extremely valuable resources. I understand, Ves replied. Do you think we are prepared to fight on land if necessary? Our landbound combat prowess has lagged behind our spaceborne combat capabilities, sir. While it is possible for us to deploy a strong mid-sized landbound force, we must make sure to pick our targets. I'll take that into account, Major. In contrast, I'm very confident we can smash any opponent in space. In the last couple of weeks, I have worked hard to facilitate greater coordination between your different mech forces. Everyone is aware of their roles and how they should act in basic scenarios. I'm still aiming to establish closer cooperation and coordination, but for now it is enough to prevent mechs from bumping into each other during battle. The Major proceeded to elaborate on the overall mech composition of the proposed expeditionary force. With 600 avatars, 500 sentinels, 160 battle criers, 140 vandals and 40 sword maidens, Ves felt confident his forces could smash any Nixian pirate organization even without the help of the penitent sisters. Still, that didn't mean that he should grow complacent. The Major laid out another concern. Of the mechs we can bring into battle, most of them consist of medium mechs. This should give us a good array of options, but if you look closer, you'll see that we aren't as flexible as you think. Most of our mechs consists of beefy mechs with lackluster mobility. Models such as the Doom Guard and the Aurora Titan are not exactly known for charging at the enemy. I'm aware of the shortcomings of my mech models, Ves dryly replied. What you're really saying is that we don't have enough mobility, is that right? Vol nodded. I've studied the battles that typically take place in the Nixian Gap. In many cases, light mechs can add a lot to the table and they are typically more effective in this region. All of the asteroids floating in every direction provide a lot of cover to any approaching mechs. Light mechs may be quick, but they are easily taken down if they are met with a storm of fire. If the machines instead hop from asteroid to asteroid, it becomes a lot harder to intercept them before they get into range. That was a very frightening scenario. Ves only had to think back on the time the light mechs of the CRC made mincemeat out of his powerful second-class battlebots when they finally closed the distance. We don't have enough time to field more light mechs, Ves declared. We can address this shortcoming afterwards. For now, we will have to make the best out of the assets and resources we have on hand. I understand, sir. They soon moved on to discussing more finer points. Issues such as the availability of spare parts and support services came up, as well as the lack of veterancy in the avatars and sentinels. The avatars and sentinels are the mainstays of our expeditionary fleet, Verl noted and gestured to Commander Melker and Commander Magdalena. However, both troops have mainly opened their doors to younger recruits. While I understand the desire to hire talent with high potential and plenty of growth opportunities, that comes at the expense of shutting our doors to capable veterans. Ves turned to Melker and Magdalena. What do you have to say about Major Vrol's warning? Melker maintained his confidence. Our avatars are young and eager. None of them will falter. With the recent release of the Doom Guard, I have put a high priority on toughening them up in preparation for all of the setbacks that we might face in the Nixian Gap. Young does not necessarily equate to being green, sir, Magdalena added. My sentinels have made use of the Doom Guards as well. While their performance isn't as exemplary as the avatars, none of our sentinels will crack so easily under pressure. That's enough. So long as they don't give up in battle, I can work with that, Ves declared. After they worked out everything related to their mechs and mech pilots, Ves soon turned to the fleet component of his expeditionary force. Fleet Commander Cronin succinctly elaborated on the readiness of the ships of every mech force. Ves listened closely as the quality and resilience of his carriers had always been of great concern. Our starship crews are in high spirits. My Ilvanan compatriots are especially eager to fight on your behalf. Ves grimaced a bit at that. I see. Our starships are in good hands, then. However, as much as I applaud the quality of our crews, what about the quality of our ships? Our ships are less than stellar, Ophelia admitted without any shame. Most of our expeditionary fleet will consist of affordable but thinly armored light carriers. That is not very encouraging. Due to the complex environment of the Nixian Gap, there is a significantly greater chance of encountering sudden ambushes and catastrophic traps. While the size and strength of our forces will likely deter most pirates from attacking us, you can't rule the possibility. If they do want to harm us, then I can think of many ways they can harm us without sacrificing a lot of assets. Crippling our vulnerable starships is the best way to stymie our progress. Our ships can take a beating, Commander Orphan proudly noted. Just put us in front. That won't guard us against ambushes from the flanks or rear, Major Vrol snapped. Oh, yeah, you're right. 3 combat carriers wouldn't do much to cover their entire formation. Ves just had to accept the fact that his other vessels were vulnerable targets. How many support ships do we plan to bring? He asked. That depends on the mission parameters, Ophelia stated. The deeper we go and the longer the expedition lasts, the more support ships we require. There are no resupply and repair points in the gap unless you take the pirates' strongholds into account. We will have to take care of all of our material and servicing needs on our own. At a minimum, I would say we should bring a dozen logistics vessels, but we may easily require more. That meant that the expeditionary fleet would consist of even more fragile, high-value ships. Having participated in the Aeon Corona mission, Ves knew how vital it was to keep those ships alive. While every carrier possessed a mech workshop and some repair capabilities, their capacity was very meager. I'll defer to your judgment and the judgment of the commanders, Ves told Ophelia. This isn't an option for the future, though. Our Larkinson clan isn't short on money these days. Have you found a channel to procure better ships? I have talked with Miss Gloriana, who referred me to her personal assistant. Miss Melody Raft has been very helpful in sounding out ship providers from the hegemony. Ves raised his eyebrow. I thought they weren't selling any second-class ships to outsiders. That's not exactly the case. Ophelia shook her head. Certainly, it is very difficult to procure brand new ships, but the Hexers have accumulated plenty of mothballed and decommissioned ships. If you don't mind relying on aged hardware, it is possible to acquire decent, armored vessels at a sharp price. Ordinarily, the Hexers who own or manage these vessels won't sell them to us, but if we use the Woden dynasty as an intermediary, I'm sure we can arrange something. The Hexers disdained passing off their old but valuable starships to their lessers, but they had no problem trading them to other Hexers. As long as those ship sellers didn't know that Gloriana's relatives intended to pass on the ships to the Larkinson clan, then this might actually work. Ves smiled. Investigate this option further, please. I don't mind getting our hands on old hardware. They don't need to last decades when they fall into our hands. I will notify some people in the clan to reserve a fund for this purpose. How much money do you think you need? The fleet coordinator paused and performed some mental calculations. I'm not sure the LMC can cover the cost at this time. An affordable second-hand combat carrier built to Hexer specifications typically ranges from 3 to 5 billion Hex credits, though don't take my word for it. With the turbulence caused by the Komodo War, the prices fluctuate every day. That did not sound as bad as Ves expected. Certainly, in the past he couldn't dream of spending so much money to procure a single ship. While the cost was still rather hefty, it was well within the tolerance of the Larkinson clan. The only issue was the quantity of ships the Larkinson clan needed to accommodate all of its mechs. With thousands of mechs at their disposal, each of them needed to have a berth on a ship. How many second-class carriers did the Larkinson clan need to fit so many mechs? Maybe 100. Even if Ves spent as little as possible, he would still have to fork over 300 billion Hex credits, and that didn't take into account all of the other associated costs. The worst part of it all was that Ves did not intend to retain so many ships for his grand expedition. A fleet beyond ticket only allowed a galactic pioneer to bring 20 ships at most. This meant that the Larkinson clan had to get rid of more than 100 ships by the time Ves was ready to travel to the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy. Of course, as long as the Larkinson clan took good care of the vessels, it was still possible to sell them for a good price. That took some of the sting of the high price tag of such a massive expenditure. It's unrealistic to expect that we can cover the cost of all of those ships with the LMC's current earnings, Ves concluded. Even if our successful Doom Guard has sparked more interest in our older products, we need to come up with a few more super sellers in order to rake in enough cash to upgrade our entire fleet. It would be worth it, though. Once the Larkinson got rid of all of its weak third-class ships, they could travel anywhere they wished. Ves would no longer have to deal with the crap the Komodo Star sector flung into his face every so often. Ves expected to see some changes once he returned from his jaunt through the Nixian Gap. If you are open to it, we don't have to pay for all of the ships up front, Ophelia added, which immediately caught his attention. The Woden dynasty is willing to accept a modest deposit from us in order to extend sufficient credit to procure all of those ships at once. Don't forget that the longer the Komodo War rages on, the more ships get destroyed. The Hexers will eventually have to draw upon their reserve of older vessels. Picking them up before that happens will save us a lot of money. The Wodens aren't extending a favor to us for nothing. Ves crossed his arms. It's an attractive solution, but not one I'm willing to accept. I don't want to increase our entanglement with the Hexers any further. We pay for the ships with our money, understood? Though Ophelia obviously disagreed, she had no choice but to abide by his demand. I understand. Chapter 21:18 Loyalty Medallions. In general, any upgrades to the Larkinson fleet had to wait until after Ves concluded his excursion into the Nixian Gap. The release of the Doom Guard had already proved that Ves possessed amazing earning potential. While there were better performing mech designs on the market, none of them could replicable the sheer utility provided by his glows. As long as he did a good job at realizing amazing design concepts, Ves believed he could sustain his success. Even if his subsequent mech designs only achieved a quarter of the sales of the Doom Guard, that still constituted a success. The Larkinson clan had become stronger than it had ever been. With thousands of mechs at its disposal, the clan had reached a strength comparable to a military mech regiment. This was quite remarkable. Not every mech designer was able to fund the establishment of such a formidable combat group. VS was quite blessed in that regard. Other mech designers, from tiny novices to notable seniors, had to compete against other rivals and price their products accordingly. VS was spared from doing so, to a large extent. While he still had to take the competition into account, the fact that his products were so unique that they could form their own market category was an enduring advantage. The margins for all of his recent mechs likely made every other journeyman, and even senior, jealous. The high margins also allowed the LMC to pursue a strategy of outsourcing production to third-party manufacturers and entering as many foreign markets as possible. It was very onerous and costly to conduct business in so many foreign states with nothing but some branch offices to manage them all. Screw UPS happened every day, and the further from the headquarters, the more tenuous it became to maintain control. Fortunately, the LMC's headquarters had developed quite well. Hiring notable managers and talents from the Bright Republic, Ilvain Protectorate, and Sentinel Kingdom had continuously increased HQ's capability to meet these growing challenges. These days, VS didn't even bother to review any reports about mundane issues such as inconsistent quality output or breach of contract. He had better things to do with his time than to take note of problems that his managers and executives could take care of by themselves. With the rapid expansion of the LMC and the increasing level of competence of its upper management, the roles of some people started to change. Some of the figures that VS was familiar with slowly made way for other people. Kelsey Dornbos Larkinson was one of them. As one of his earliest employees, VS had entrusted her with a lot of responsibility, far more than a woman of her age and experience should hold. However, with the establishment of the Larkinson clan, VS was able to extend a lot more trust to every member of his circle. This diminished her role until she felt she wasn't of much use anymore in the LMC. Through Gavin, she was able to meet with VS in order to explain her predicament. I see. VS folded his hands while Lucky playfully gnawed at a chunk of mineral on his desk. I truly value your loyalty. Being able to trust someone and be rewarded by it has been very helpful to me. You're better than your fellow Cloudy Curtainer in that regard. He was obviously referring to Gavin, who shifted uncomfortably as his boss brought up his original sin yet again. My role these days isn't as good as Gavin's, she calmly spoke. He serves as your link to your company, while I am basically reduced to watching more qualified executives do their work. You want to do something useful then, correct? I want to earn my keep. She placed her hand on her chest. I put my heart in the LMC as well as everyone else who stuck with you from the beginning. I have kept up with my studies and continuously invested in myself in order to keep up with what is going on as best as possible. It is my hope that I can do something meaningful. Though VS empathized with her desire, to be honest, he didn't even know how his company was run these days. Raymond Billingsley Larkinson was in charge, and so far VS heard nothing but good things about the old man. Benny, perhaps you could suggest something. What position can Kelsey fulfill that is within her range of competence? Gavin blinked, not expecting that VS would freely solicit his input. While it's true that the LMC is being very well run these days, that only applies to the headquarters. The management of the branch offices can be less than stellar most of the times. It's mostly due to distance. Our headquarters can't exert strong control over the branches, and it will only grow worse in the event we eventually depart from this star sector. This was a looming problem for the LMC. What do you suggest? VS asked, already suspecting that his assistant had something to say about this conundrum. Several proposals have emerged. Personally, I think one of them in particular is quite good as long as you are willing to invest a bit. Gavin carefully spoke. The main issue is the lack of loyalty from the directors of the branch offices. They're mostly hired remotely. Though we make sure to vet them through a talent management company or the like, people tend to change, especially if they are suddenly in charge of cash flows that can reach hundreds of millions of hex credits. Ves immediately frowned. Are people skimming off the top of those cash flows? It has happened. That's my money! Without my mechs, those greedy traders would never even come close to so much money. That's why we should develop an effective solution to this problem as quickly as possible. What is your suggestion, then? A bright warrior. Ves blinked. Explain. We should ship a bright warrior to every branch office, or barring that, rotate it around. Gavin spoke. We can use it to induct the directors and any other employee worth retaining into the clan. Once they're a part of the Larkinson clan, they will be much less likely to abuse their power. That was a good idea. It was also a very troublesome one. Lending the bright warrior for this venture was a very risky prospect. It was a design exclusive to the Larkinson clan, and Ves did not wish for it to fall into anyone else's hands. Ves shook his head. I can't risk any of my bright warriors falling into the hands of my enemies. I won't send any of them to my branch offices. While I understand the purpose of your suggestion, I can't provide the same level of care and attention to Larkinsons who will eventually be left behind once we embark on our grand expedition. If a bright warrior doesn't work, then perhaps something smaller, Kelsey suddenly suggested. You attached a glow to other objects such as one of your outfits and that new statue you made, right? Why not add the same glow of the bright warrior to a small and convenient medallion and hand that out to the branch offices instead? Even if it's stolen, there's no harm. Smaller objects are very easy to secure, and you can even integrate a self-destruct mechanism if you are really afraid they'll end up in the wrong hands. Her suggestion excited Gavin. That's a great idea, Kelsey. Aside from this, we don't have to promise the same treatment to the people manning our branch offices. We can treat them as half-members and categorize them as lesser Larkinsons. That did not sit well with Ves. He frowned deeply. One of the core tenets of the Larkinson clan is that every clansman is family. Look, I get it. You don't want to turn any inconsequential people into clansmen. You don't have to, boss. We can just promise to pay them well and give them some more benefits in exchange for pledging their loyalty to us. The directors and core personnel we choose to run the branches mostly aren't interested in abandoning their cozy lives in their home states. The pay and benefits we promise already puts them ahead of nearly anyone else at their location. They'll be grateful to receive this opportunity. It's similar to hiring retainers in that regard. The comparison to retainers made the suggestion more reasonable. Ves began to look thoughtful. I can see how that might work. I can make these medallions and allow them to be dispatched to the different branches, he said after a pause. Kelsey, do you want to manage this operation? She smiled and nodded. I'd be glad to, sir. Then you have my blessing. They soon began to discuss some details. Ves left it to others to determine the exact benefits and obligations that came with becoming a retainer to the Larkinson clan. He already decided to treat them as disposable but trustworthy external employees. Even if Ves added them to the Larkinson network, he needed to make sure they didn't get the full treatment. Only genuine Larkinson clansmen were entitled to this treatment. It didn't take very long to set matters up. Ves dismissed Gavin and Kelsey and spent some time to design the so-called loyalty medallions. He basically recycled the medallion that depicted the head of the golden cat on the Larkinson mandate but added some extras. He incorporated a tracker, a calm and more importantly a self-destruct mechanism in the design of the medallion. He made sure to impart it with a spiritual foundation that was conducive to the golden cat in order to contain her glow. Since he was doing a rush job, its glow would never be able to match the presence of the bright warrior. It doesn't have to, Ves muttered. If a medallion is radiating a glow at full strength, then it'll affect an entire office building. It was enough to make people in the same room or office feel the distinct aura associated with the Larkinsons. Compared to designing the medallion, it was a lot harder for him to set up the spiritual functionality of its use. Ves had to convey his intentions to the Golden Cat in order to set up a separate tier of access for retainers in the Larkinson network. Just explaining the concept of retainers and separate tiers and justifying their existence took a lot of effort. Fortunately, the Golden Cat was very obedient, and quickly went to work once she understood and agreed with his suggestions. After a quick session at his lab, Ves expended a very modest amount of briar alloy and some miscellaneous materials to produce a batch of loyalty medallions. Due to the relative simplicity of their design and their very manageable sizes, Ves had been able to produce hundreds of them at a time. There was no way he would bother with making them by hand. They weren't worth the effort. The glows of the mass-produced medallions were already sufficient enough to perform their intended purpose, and that was all that mattered. Once he packaged them all up in a floating crate and delivered it to Kelsey, she reacted with awe as she inspected the goods. She picked up one of the thick, hand-sized medallions and felt its heft and weight. "These will do very nicely as long as they work, sir. Even if our fleet departs this star sector, we can still rely on the retainers we have left behind to do their job properly. Mind you, only a Larkinson clansman or a retainer can make use of this medallion," he warned. "If there aren't any retainers in a state, you'll have to dispatch a retainer station elsewhere to make use of it. Have you come up with a plan?" Kelsey grinned as she carefully put back the medallion in the crate. "Yes. Aside from entrusting the medallions to the branch directors, I am already working on a proposal to set up a sector headquarters that can manage all of the branches and address the situation that you have described." "Good idea. Tell Raymond to work with you on that. Make sure to set everything up correctly the first time around. Hopefully, we can use these measures to ensure the LMC's continued market presence in the star sectors we are leaving behind." The use of loyalty medallions wasn't a guarantee that nothing would go wrong. Ves merely hoped it would reduce the problems related to the disconnect between the branch offices and the roving headquarters of the LMC. The Komodo Star sector was his home and the first market that embraced his distinctive products. He owed it to his local customers to continue to meet their needs as best as possible even if Ves departed for greener pastures. However, there was one glaring problem that might hinder this commitment: the range problem. Every mech designer below journeyman could only exert their specialty onto their products within a limited range. Though that still encompassed a lot of light years, on a galactic scale that was not a lot. Chapter 2119 Blessed by the Supreme. The big day had come. Ves and Gloriana were about to fabricate the first production model of their very first collaborative Hexer mech design. This mech was very significant for multiple reasons. It was the first mech that was aimed towards Hexers. It was V's first true second-class product. It was his first mech whose complexity and difficulty significantly exceeded that of his prior products. All of these factors and more meant that Ves was under a lot of pressure to perform. When he woke up in the morning, his mood was good but not fantastic. That was not a good sign. A normal demeanor was not conducive to entering an inspired mood. Would serendipity be deprived from him once again? Perhaps the only consolidation was the enthusiasm shown by Gloriana. She practically bounced on her feet as they traveled to the newly constructed underground workshop. In order to meet Calabas's demands for absolute security, the Black Cats dug and built the underground structure from scratch. Each and every single tool and production equipment that the pair intended to use in the fabrication attempt had already been vetted at least 3 times over. When the pair of mech designers entered the restricted workshop with their cats, no one else was present aside from Calabast and some bodyguards of the Glory Battalion. For security purposes, it's best that I remain present for the entire duration of this run, she explained. Ves frowned. It will take at least 3 to 4 days to make our mech. I'm aware, kid. I have already taken the proper medication. Staying awake for entire weeks isn't unusual in my line of business. Besides, my optimized genes already make sure I can make do with much less sleep. During the Aeon Corona mission, Calabast outranked Ves. She managed to receive one more round of gene optimization treatment than himself. Ves still felt glum about this difference. CFA-grade gene optimization treatments were unobtainable to him in ordinary circumstances. This was bad because the treatments were designed to be applied in succession. Even if he advanced to master one day, it was impossible for him to knock on the CFA doors and request another round of treatment. Well, that was a problem for later. Do what you want, but don't get in the way. Very polite, kid. You can stop calling me kid, you know. Grow up first. Ves proceeded to ignore Calabast and moved on to the statue of the Superior Mother. Lucky and Clixie had arrived at the feet of the giant statue. Meow. Meow? Meow meow. Meow. It seemed that Lucky was already introducing his mother to Gloriana's cat. As for Gloriana, she prostrated to the statue just a short distance away. Ves immediately grimaced at the sight. Ves never worshipped spiritual entities, let alone the ones he brought to life. As their creator, it was silly for him to look up to them. He was basically the equivalent of a parent who changed their diapers. Most of the time, Gloriana adopted the same mindset. In Hexer culture, gods were not necessarily respected if they were male. However, the Superior Mother was different. Not only was she female, she also embodied some of the ideal traits that Hexers valued. The fact that Gloriana half mistook the Superior Mother as Cynthia Larkinson was an even greater reason for her to bend her knees to the statue. The sight frankly disgusted Ves. If she wasn't his lover, he would have stormed over and kicked her in the butt until she stood upright again. As it was, he allowed her to indulge in her fancy, not just to get it out of her system, but to make sure that she was at her best. All right. She spoke after she finally finished her prayer session. I'm ready. Before we start, have you already decided on the name for our mech? I did. Ves nodded. Our night mech is designed to accompany a squad of offensive female Hexer mechs and support them as best as possible. The combination of defense and resupply capabilities make it very useful for high-intensity battles and sustained assaults. It's not a mech that does well on its own. Considering its pronounced support role, I've decided upon naming our design the Blessed Squire. The Blessed Squire. Gloriana widened her eyes as soon as she heard the name that Ves had decided upon. There was something compelling about the label. Why call it a squire, and why is it blessed? It's very simple. A squire used to be someone who attends to the duties of a knight. Think of cleaning the gear, helping the knight dress in his armor, caring for the horses, and so on. They're not just servants, but instead noble-born teenagers who are expected to become knights themselves. So they're knights, but not really, she said. I think that somewhat aptly fits with our mech design. Compared to well-rounded knight mechs, our design is lacking in several aspects, most notably offense. Ves nodded. Therefore, calling it a squire fits. I suspect that you also chose this word because it is a disarming way to describe a knight mech, isn't that right? He smiled. You know me too well. It's as deadly as a proper knight. Hexers were very insistent that mechs piloted by boys should never be good enough to threaten mechs piloted by women. Though Ves wasn't worried that his blessed squire posed an actual threat to a high-quality hexer mech, truth and perception was not the same. If the hexers felt threatened by the design because he was one of its lead designers, then it would be very hard to overcome their prejudices. As for calling it blessed, Gloriana did not have to ask. The mech design was literally blessed by the superior mother. This was a great honor and privilege that fully justified the use of this term. No other hexer mech design could make the same boast. Ves did not worry about adding a religious overtone to his mech design. He refrained from doing so to his other mech designs in order to exclude as little markets as possible. The hexadric hegemony was not completely religious but neither fully secularist either. It was a mix of both. According to Gloriana, most hexers leaned in one or the other direction. What truly mattered was the level of tolerance shown to hexers with different outlooks. Religious hexers such as Gloriana did not arouse disgust from secularist hexers like Calabast, and vice versa. Secularist hexers were all somewhat familiar with the principles of hexism. This meant that adding a religious label to his mech design was not a difficult choice. The name as well as the glow would definitely appeal to the religious-minded hexers, while the secularists would merely shrug their shoulders. Naming their mech design was a very significant event. To Ves and Gloriana, the name of the mech design they worked so hard to realize provided them with a direction on how to fabricate its first production model. The mech was a squire, so it had to be made with an auxiliary role in mind. The mech was blessed, so it had to be exemplary in order to reflect the superior mother's majesty. Ves gazed up at the head of the marble-like statue. His mother's imperious visage looked straight ahead. The strong glow and holiness exuded by the statue had a very profound effect on his mind. Previously, Ves never designed a mech while experiencing its full glow at the beginning. Though he was able to channel his design spirits by concentrating on the designs in question, it put a lot of strain on his mind. Now that he was about to work next to a spiritual totem that already exuded the exact same glow he intended to impart onto his mech, he no longer had to strain his mind as much. Instead, it was the opposite. With an external source of the superior mother's acting on his mind, he could get in tune with the design spirit much easier now. This allowed Ves to direct more of his attention on his work. Even better, Gloriana received similar benefits. Though her approach differed that from his own, experiencing the superior mother's glow instead of trying to imagine it was much better. Both of them noticed the difference as soon as they initiated the fabrication run. Gloriana's passion and drive immediately skyrocketed, causing her to become hyperactive and hyperattentive towards her work. "Don't worry, Mrs. Larkinson, I will make sure to produce a mech worthy of your stature." Though Ves felt like vomiting when he heard that, he recognized that it was best if Gloriana maintained her current delusion. This was because the output she generated when she was in her current mood was astounding. She quickly overtook Ves in terms of speed, fluency, consistency, and quality when fabricating parts. As soon as Ves realized his girlfriend was overshadowing him, he automatically pulled back and allowed her to take the lead. In previous fabrication runs, they mostly divided their work equally. Ves boasted a pretty high affinity for mechs, and his assembly skills and sub-skills were very good for a journeyman. He had always been confident that he could match his girlfriend as long as he had mastered all of the tools and equipment at hand. However, it was different today. Ves realized that this fabrication run might produce an exceptional result, but not because of him. With the statue of the superior mother looming over the entire secure workshop, Gloriana worked as if she had become a vessel of the will of a supreme. Ves continuously diminished his own role until he was relegated to acting as her squire. He managed the supply of materials and inspected the finished parts. He controlled the bots so that they would always be available whenever Gloriana had need of them. He warmed up all of the specialized production machines that she needed to operate next in order to produce the many specialized parts of the Blessed Squire. At some moments, Ves felt the urge to scratch his head and question what he was doing. How come their first attempt at fabricating a hexer mech caused him to adopt the role of a meek male hexer? He felt as if his pride as man was being impugned upon. He had contributed just as much to the Blessed Squire as Gloriana, if not more. Yet, compared to pride, what was the worth of potentially producing another masterwork? Though Ves still figured that it was unrealistic to expect this session to succeed, the hope was there, unlike the time where he fabricated the Doom Guard. Back then, neither Ves nor Gloriana received any inspiration. From a logical standpoint, the benefit of potentially producing another masterwork mech, or at least coming close to it, outweighed the benefit of preserving his pride. An increased mech affinity. A radiant lottery ticket. Increasing his stature among the hexers. Boosting the prominence of his Blessed Squire design. Solidifying his reputation as a legitimate masterwork mech designer. Compared to all of these gains, he could regain his pride later if need be. Compared to the many rewards he stood to gain from producing a masterwork, he would readily serve as Gloriana's squire for a couple of days. With the superior mother extending her glow towards Gloriana, she worked like an angel who channeled the touch of a goddess. As the hours went by, she showed no signs of stopping. Instead, the quality of her parts continued to improve. She even performed some difficult techniques that caused Ves to sigh in admiration. It took a lot of guts to take so many risks in order to elevate the quality of a part, yet she did so with remarkable ease. Several days passed by. Due to the measures that both of them had already took, they only needed to take some brief breaks in order to visit the bathroom and fill up their stomachs. Gloriana raced through these chores as fast as possible in order to retain her momentum. She was on a roll, and she knew it. There was no way she could stop at this point. Chapter 21:20 Wordless. As soon as Ves noticed that Gloriana worked like a woman possessed, he wanted to make absolutely sure that nothing interrupted her exceptional state of mind. As someone who experienced these magical moments himself, he knew how precious they were and how hard it was to regain them once he let them go. It would definitely break his girlfriend's heart if someone ruined her special moment. During one of their brief, 5-minute breaks, Gloriana approached a dining table where some food had already been laid out. She picked up a tray and literally gobbled down the contents of a nutrient pack within a matter of seconds. Normally, she abhorred eating something as low-class as this. This was not the time for her to be picky about her food, though. As soon as she filled up her stomach with nutrient paste, she quickly grabbed a glass of water and emptied it just as fast. After that, she immediately returned to work. Ves could only shrug when he saw his driven girlfriend finish her lunch within a minute. He approached Calabast, who had been observing the entire fabrication session since yesterday. "How long until the mech is complete?" 3 days, maybe less. Ves quickly estimated. "I'm sure you've noticed that Gloriana's productivity has skyrocketed. Even though I'm relegated to serving as her gopher, she is outputting as much work as both of us on a normal day." Calabast instantly noticed his emphasis. "I take it this is not a normal day." He nodded. "I think the best case scenario is within our reach." "I see." He did not need to explain what that meant. Calabast was well aware of how significant it was to make a masterwork mech. "What do I need to do?" "Pass on some of my instructions to the avatars and the battle criers," he told her. He transferred some messages from his calm to hers. Tell them to mobilize as much mechs as possible and guard the site around this workshop as extensively as possible. For a possible masterwork, it is worth rousing them all. I don't want to take any risks." "Understood." Calabas nodded seriously. "I'll make sure my black cats and the sword maidens are on full alert as well. What are the odds of success?" "I truly can't say. There are so many variables at play that you can't perform a simple prediction. Even if Gloriana pours her entire heart and soul in our first production model, it is still up to us whether she'll be rewarded for her extraordinary effort. All I can say is that there is a non-zero chance that we'll deliver a masterwork mech at the end of the session." "Can you give me a range at least?" "No more than 20%. She looked impressed. "That's already pretty decent considering how rare it is to encounter a masterwork. That's why I'm quite hopeful for this mech. I have to return now." "Good luck, VS!" The work resumed. As Gloriana began to fabricate the larger parts such as the thick armor plating of the blessed squire, she focused so much on minimizing as many irregularities as possible that some of the plating rolled off the production line as works of art. While VS continued to perform his role as her dutiful squire, he constantly sighed in admiration at the excellence she displayed. Thinking that the superior mother herself was watching her every move, Gloriana pushed herself again and again. Normally, a highly controlled mech designer like her would never take so many risks. In order to build up and sustain her momentum, she needed to work quickly. In order to produce the highest quality components that she could make, she needed to meticulously. Oftentimes, she preferred to lean towards the latter rather than the former. However, masterwork mechs were products of energy, luck, and passion. They could never be made by mech designers who plotted in their work and constantly calculated every single move. Drawing from his personal experience, a mech designer would only be able to produce a masterwork mech if they surrendered to their passion and worked with their hearts rather than their minds. As long as he was skilled and confident enough, VS could rely on his instincts and intuition to perform a difficult task. However, that was easier said than done. In most cases, VS slipped up. Only during exceptional times would his instincts and intuition be raised to a level where he could rely on them to carry him through an entire fabrication session. During this session, VS did not even come close to reaching this level. He didn't have to. Gloriana exhibited so much spirit and motivation that he felt that she might actually have a decent shot at producing a masterwork on her own merits. This was one of the hidden advantages of collaborative mech design. The chance of producing a masterwork did not solely rest on the shoulders of a single mech designer. Every lead or contributing designer involved in the design process had a chance to get inspired. Of course, in practice, such situations were so rare that ordinary mech designers had a better chance at winning the lottery. This was different. VS already had 2 masterwork mechs under his belt, while Gloriana crucially claimed credit for one as well. That last detail was extremely important. Though she gained only a modest boost in her affinity for mechs for participating in the creation of the Quint, this was still a crucial development to her as a mech designer. Mentally, a crack had opened in her mind. She became aware that producing another masterwork after the Quint had already become possible. Even if the chance was small, it was a lot better than other journeymen at her age. Spiritually, the formation of a masterwork had imprinted onto her spirituality. Her design seed remembered what the experience was like, therefore making it easier for Gloriana to seek it out again. Mech affinity was something precious, and something that every mech designer chased after. Though the MTA claimed that possessing a high affinity for mechs wasn't essential to becoming a good mech designer, it made many actions related to mechs a lot easier. At the very least, the mech industry had come to a general consensus that only those with a high mech affinity were capable of creating masterwork mechs. Right now, Gloriana exhibited the telltale signs of leaning onto her mech affinity. She worked both fast and with care. That could only be sustained by much higher-ranked mech designers or those who were able to express the utmost of their affinity. As the assembly stage finally wrapped up, they moved on to the crucial assembly stage. Ves worried for a moment whether his girlfriend would be able to sustain her momentum. The Blessed Squire was a true second-class mech design that not only featured bloated internals, but also a lot of sophisticated parts developed and built to military standards. Fitting them all together in a harmonious fashion was quite challenging. However, it turned out that he worried in vain. Unlike him, who would definitely show some struggle at first, assembling a second-class mech was already familiar territory to Gloriana. She studied and graduated from Kelma University, one of the most prestigious mech design institutions in the entire hegemony. From the very start, she learned the ins and outs of advanced second-class mech design until she practically breathed it in her sleep. When she graduated, she started a small but successful mech boutique and designed high-performing custom mechs for many upper-class clients. Perhaps she had already designed and fabricated mechs that were several times more powerful and complicated than the Blessed Squire. As Gloriana fluently slotted the parts in place, Ves had the illusion that she was composing a grand symphony. No matter how many instruments were in play, she maintained control over the performance of every single instrument. With her exquisite ability, she managed to make sure to maintain as much harmony as possible. If the old and new assistant mech designers could see Gloriana at work right now, their jaws would drop to the floor. There was no way they could conceive that a mech designer could make and fit together the parts of a mech with such an inhuman level of skill and judgment. The steps performed by Gloriana had already surpassed the level of mortals. She had reached a realm beyond where her extraordinary judgment found solutions to problems that weren't even noticeable in her original design. Ves had gradually realized that the direction of her design philosophy empowered her momentum in a very useful way. The more she got caught up in her work, the more she was able to draw upon the strength of her specialty. In this case, that just so happened to minimize flaws and correcting errors. Perfection was closely associated with masterwork, and her choice of design philosophy finally paid off at this moment. When Gloriana finally slotted in the final parts and put the finishing touches on the Blessed Squire, Ves had basically been reduced to a total bystander. Forget acting as her squire, the knight he served had become so competent that Ves had been fired. He didn't mind though. He had already contributed to the fabrication run in his own way. Aside from facilitating Gloriana, he also made sure to shape and correct the spiritual component of the mech. This was one aspect that Gloriana could never achieve on her own. If not for his crucial combination, her chances of fabricating a masterwork would probably be a tenth as much. As Gloriana mounted the last parts onto the mech, the results became clear. The strong glow exuded by the finished Blessed Squire was practically a mirror of the glow propagated by the statue of the Superior Mother. Both the statue and the mech had already begun to mingle and overlap their identical glows. This caused the air in the secure workshop to bear the oppressive presence of the Superior Mother. As Gloriana slowly descended from the air until she landed next to Ves, she slowly turned around and stared at him in the eyes. Her orbs burned with the intensity of stars. She had stayed awake for 4 days straight, working nonstop to complete the first Blessed Squire as quickly and as perfectly as possible. She stretched out her hand. Ves looked at her smooth and delicate palm and reached out into his uniform pocket. He drew out a Sintra Umbra pouch and rummaged through it. He eventually pulled out a gem he did not expect to employ so soon. Mother's love. The love of a mother towards her offspring resides within this royal gem. Increases the allure of a mech by 100% to females. There was no other choice, really. The description of the gem matched perfectly with the blessed squire design. It was not a waste to affix it to their current mech. After putting so much effort into her work, the quality of the end product had come within reach of masterwork. Gloriana just fell short to an extent. Though she worked like the superior mother blessed her every move, she was just a journeyman, after all. Even if she had reached her absolute best state, she was still too weak to produce a masterwork by relying solely on her efforts. Fortunately, Ves possessed a means to cheat the process, and Gloriana knew it. This time, he felt no pain at giving up a gem. Once he handed over the gem to Gloriana, she slowly turned around and took one step at a time. It seemed that with each passing step she took, she came one step to fulfilling one her cherished ambitions. When she ascended into the air and entered the cockpit of the mech, she steadily socketed the mother's love. The blessed squire pulsed. Ves, who had been preparing himself for this moment, finally witnessed the effect of installing one of Lucky's gems once again. The quality of the blessed squire abruptly surpassed the threshold of masterwork, transforming its whole frame into something exceptional and sublime. Masterwork! Though he always hoped to repeat this feat, he never thought this day would come so soon. If the creation of the quint had sent the entire star cluster talking, then the creation of another masterwork mech less than a year later would definitely ripple further. Chapter 21 Charming Mech. The creation of a masterwork mech had always been a dream for mech designers. Countless mech designers chased after the honor of fashioning one. Not only did it prove that the mech designer had an excellent touch for mechs, the experience of making the masterwork always resulted in many new insights. As soon as Gloriana installed the mother's love, she quickly left the cockpit and floated above the mech, taking in every transformation with her eyes and implants. Though the mech hardly changed in the eyes of laymen, to mech designers the first copy of the Blessed Squire model couldn't be more different. There was a huge difference between a regular mech and a masterwork mech. The latter was something mundane and ordinary, while the latter was exceptional and perfect in a way that normal means could never achieve. Gloriana harvested a huge amount of insights, both from witnessing the transformation taking place before their eyes and the spontaneous innovations she developed during her days-long inspiring mood. This was a sublimely fantastic moment for her, and Ves was genuinely happy that she managed to fulfill one of her ambitions. Since her design philosophy revolved around perfection, making a masterwork mech was one of the best ways to achieve his dream. Each masterwork mech she brought into existence put her one step closer towards attaining the ideal she dedicated her entire life to pursue. The happiness that radiated from her was indescribable. Not even in their admittedly infrequently nightly sessions did she look as happy as she was at this very moment. In addition, her design seed became active like crazy, so much so that the spiritual fragment that Ves deposited in her mind became affected as well. Both the masterwork mech and Gloriana seemed to resonate with each other. The bond between creator and creation was sacred and holy, and the pervasive glow of the superior mother only reinforced this impression. Ves was lucky to get some scraps at all. His involvement was not that much, but he did contribute sufficiently to the formation of the masterwork mech to absorb some benefits at will. He wasn't feeling that much worse than Gloriana. As the transformation finished and the euphoria of the moment finally subsided, Gloriana slowly came off her transcendent high. A brilliant smile plastered on her face as she floated next to the blessed squire mech she created with her own effort, and placed her hand on its exterior. "My precious baby. You're so lovely. I love you so much." Perhaps drunk on her amazing achievement, Gloriana kept cooing at her masterwork mech as she stroked its chest plating. She soon proceeded to rub her cheek against the briar alloy plate. Hi. You're so perfect. You're so lovely. You're all mine, my precious baby. Mommy brought you into this reality, and Mommy will take care of you forever and ever." Ves froze and watched with astonishment as Gloriana's behavior became more and more unhinged. She floated up to the head of the blessed squire and began to kiss and lick its surface. Even though the mech was brand new and squeaky clean, that was not hygienic. Ves wavered a bit. A part of him wanted to fly up and pull her out of her drunk mood. Another part of him wanted her to relish her achievement. Though her perverted conduct towards her masterwork mech looked disturbing, she wasn't doing anything harmful, so Ves was inclined to let her have her moment. She would probably scream his head off if he interrupted her happy moment with her new baby. As he tried his best to ignore his girlfriend's senseless cooing and licking, Ves took a step back and began to take in his third masterwork mech. Its thick shield and serviceable sword looked as if they were part of the same whole as the mech. The frame of the machine looked both masculine and innocent, which was a very strange contradiction. Somehow, though, the machine made it work. The blessed squire already revolved around these concepts, but the masterwork mech seemed to embody this duality a lot better than the original design. Despite its heavy loadout and sturdy armor plating, the mech wasn't all that heavy compared to other night mechs. Its strong legs and its balanced structure allowed it to move steadily on the battlefield. Overall, the mech's appearance brought him a lot of confidence that it would serve its role as a defensive asset that could provide valuable protection to any squad it was attached to. Other friendlies would always be able to depend on it to provide cover. However, that wasn't all. Two tentacle-like appendages snaked out of the sides of the torso. These flexible limbs were usually coiled against the frame. Yet these deceptively strong limbs played a key role in facilitating the secondary role of the mech. Ves already knew that these tentacles could transfer a huge amount of energy in both directions. The tentacles were able to channel the modest but decent amount of energy reserves stored in the frame of the mech to any friendly mech within reach. However, their tips could also transform into razor-sharp spikes that could stab straight through the weak points of a hostile or fallen mech in order to harvest a lot of energy at a surprising pace. The addition of these tentacles should have given the blessed squire a more menacing look, but they seemed as harmless as wet noodles on the masterwork mech. All in all, Ves was very happy with how the entire machine turned out. As the first mech that bore the glow of the superior mother, he believed it would definitely make an impact on the Hexers. Yet, the only problem was that Gloriana had been drooling over her masterwork mech for over 15 minutes without stopping. "My beautiful baby boy. Would you like a name? How about Little Angel? Oh, you like it? Hi. Little Angel it is, then. Mommy loves your new name so much." While Gloriana persisted in her mad behavior, the sound of heels approached from behind. "So I take it your attempt was a success," Calabas noted as she stared appreciatively at the blessed squire. "I don't look at mechs the way you mech designers do, but even I can tell there is something special about it. This mech. Even I feel tempted to keep it for myself. There is just something about it that makes it look so precious. I've seen the Quint up close multiple times, but this one is leagues better." Though Ves didn't know much about Calabas, he knew that she was not as taken in by mechs as other people. It was quite uncharacteristic of her to convey such appreciation. He frowned and began to gaze back and forth between Gloriana and Calabas. While the creation of a masterwork mech was truly a special moment, the behavior exhibited by both triggered an alarm in his head. This was not normal. He suddenly thought back on the gem he decided to insert in the blessed squire mech. Mother's love. The love of a mother towards her offspring resides within this royal gem. Increases the allure of a mech by 100% to females. When Lucky initially handed over this gem, Ves reacted very disdainfully towards its effect. A 100% boost sounded great at first, but not every attribute was valuable. For example, if Ves received a boost promoting 100% faster beard growth, would he jump in joy? No! This was a completely irrelevant benefit, and he was probably better off without this distraction. Therefore, Ves always looked down on the gems with seemingly useless enhancements. The mother's love, the Bastet's whisper, and the whipping boy all caused him to feel a lot of shame for owning them. Being able to get rid of one of them at this time lifted a considerable weight off his shoulders. He overlooked one factor, though. His opinion differed from other people's opinion. It was only now that he realized the power of the mother's love gem. Increasing the allure of a mech by a whopping 100% may not seem relevant in battle, but outside of it the effect was huge. Someone like Gloriana, who was the main person responsible for crafting the little angel, already possessed a lot of affection for the mech. This was the first time she entered into an inspired state of mind, and that would always leave an unforgettable place in her heart. Suddenly doubling her already strong emotions practically turned her adoration into an outright obsession. Ves genuinely feared whether she would even leave the little angel's side. Fortunately, there was at least one sane woman in this secure workshop. Calabas still looked composed despite the vastly increased appeal of the mech in her eyes. So, I think either of us expected this day to end in this fashion, she said as her eyes kept roaming over the little angel as if it was a sweet boy. Gloriana and you have outdone yourselves. Ves ruefully smiled. It's mostly Gloriana. She crafted the little angel as if the superior mother was literally supporting her from above. He glanced back at the statue of the superior mother. Its presence had been decisive in pushing Gloriana to go beyond her limits. Of course, Ves didn't actually believe the superior mother had blessed his girlfriend. She simply immersed herself in her superstitions and exceeded her capabilities through her own power. In his honest opinion, the presence of the statue merely tricked Gloriana's state of mind. It was as if she had swallowed a medicine that actually didn't do anything to her body. This was called the placebo effect. Before, Ves always found Gloriana's insistence on sticking to her beliefs annoying. Ves had no respect for hexism and thought that all of it was nonsense that some delusional women had invented in order to justify putting women ahead of men. Yet now, that same instance was one of the primary enablers of Gloriana's success. It didn't matter if her beliefs were built upon lies. As long as his girlfriend truly believed from the bottom of her heart that she was blessed by the superior mother, she was capable of outputting 120%, or even more of her potential. This caused Ves to feel very mixed about this situation. He was glad that the two of them created another masterwork mech, and so soon after their last one. They probably broke another record for journeymen at their ages. Once was a fluke, but twice was a pattern. The odds of creating a third collaborative masterwork mech had increased as well, though the difference was probably small. However, at the very least, he found a way to stimulate Gloriana. Instead of fighting her faith, Ves could obtain much better results by feeding into it. Though he was very reluctant to do so, the benefits were too attractive for him to ignore. So what if Gloriana believed in nonsense? Increasing the odds of making another masterwork mech was very crucial in their early development. Ves would gladly tolerate a little more crazy from his girlfriend as long as both of them progressed faster. Ves looked back at the giant statue once again. His mother's imperious gaze passed straight over his head, as befitting of a supreme. He did not regret creating the statue. Despite the accidents he encountered along the way, its existence played a pivotal role in the mech workshop. Perhaps he should make it a habit. Ves already planned to repeat this act again. Even though Ves had not played a major role in this fabrication run, even he experienced the benefits of crafting a mech while under the influence of its design spirit. Unfortunately, the successful creation of the little angel generated some very tough questions. Calabash did not hold back in voicing one of them. Let's discuss the ownership of this masterwork mech. This is a very valuable artifact, one that will definitely attract a lot of interest once it becomes known. His face fell. She was right. Chapter 21-22 Relinquish. It took quite some time for Gloriana to regain a semblance of her composure. While she still exhibited a desire to pamper her little angel, Ves managed to drag her away from their new masterwork mech and push her into an office. Ves, Gloriana, and Calabash all sat down. Gloriana still looked a bit vacant. She constantly turned her head in the direction of the little angel, while she idly stroked Clixie's fur. Normally, she treated her pet more affectionately, but right now her furry companion hardly registered in her mind. Meow! Meow meow! Oh, I almost forgot about you, Clixie. Sorry! Lucky, who was perched on V's shoulder, looked sympathetic at his organic counterpart. Meow! Ves reached up and stroked Lucky's back. Gloriana will snap out of it. Eventually. This is your fault, you know. His cat angrily raised his metal tail. Meow! If Lucky wanted to avoid blame, then he shouldn't be producing more pointless Hexer-inspired gems. All right. Calabash spoke up. Let us get this discussion out of the way. First, congratulations to the two of you for creating another masterwork mech. While I do not recognize much what makes your latest success so compelling, I am quite aware of the repercussions of this result. Let's discuss the good ones first. The little angel is much more significant than the quint. Ves began. The latter is a bridge mech, and we can't take full credit of its creation due to the involvement of outside help. The former is a legitimate second-class mech designed by two of us. Hardly anyone else contributed to its design. Ves and Gloriana deserved full credit for designing the Blessed Squire. Both of them were already responsible for making the little angel. Even if they didn't say anything, any mech designer familiar with their work could tell that the pair had truly relied on themselves. This made this achievement much more amazing. Though the novelty factor had subsided a bit, the significance of this success was much greater. How many collaborations between journeymen took place in the mech industry? Ves did not even dare to utter a number. Out of all of those partnerships, which one resulted in not one, but two masterwork mechs? Very little. With a second collaborative masterwork mech under their belt, a third one was not out of the question. Even if it took a few years or decades to produce another one, their titles as masterwork mech designers no longer came attached with an asterisk. Both of them proved they had become fully capable of reaching the masterwork threshold at their early ages. Calabash concurred with his assessment. According to my understanding of the mech industry, your fame will no longer be contained to this star sector. While there are many prominent journeymen in the Yena star cluster, the two of you will likely rank close to the top after your achievement is publicized. The way she emphasized that last word triggered something in Ves. He looked at her carefully. You're implying that won't happen? At least not immediately. She spoke. As happy as I am for your accomplishment, don't forget about your original purpose. Diva commissioned you to design a male Hexer mech that carries one of your characteristic glows. You've fulfilled this demand with the help of Hexer technology, Hexer components, Hexer design standard, and Hexer criteria. According to the terms of this commission, the design and every mech derived from it is legally theirs. Though Ves hated it, she was right. He was not so stupid to think the Larkinson clan could continue to own a piece of Hexer military hardware. That did not sit well with his girlfriend, though. While she had been distracted throughout this meeting, it turned out that she still paid at least some attention. Unacceptable! The little angel is mine! He's my baby! I created him! Diva has nothing to do with that. Both Ves and Calabash shared an exasperated glance. Gloriana, you know what Diva will demand. In fact, if the Hex army is involved, you will have even less rights to the little angel. I hate to pop your bubble, but when you work on behalf of the state, your product also belongs to the state. This was a generally accepted concept in the mech industry, and Gloriana should know better. It was just that her irrational affection towards the first masterwork mech she truly brought into existence was scrambling her common sense. Though Calabash stated the truth, masterwork mechs were not treated in the same way as regular mechs. If I recall, Diva's commission came with a fairly standard-looking contract, right? Ves noted. Calabash noted. Model contracts exist for every type of client-mech designer relationship. Diva has opted to make use of one of them, only modifying the terms that make it possible for a boy like you to be recognized as a lead designer. Ves activated his comm and projected the confidential contract into view. When I signed all of the paperwork, I specifically inspected the terms related to the production of any possible masterwork mechs. He had already created 2 masterwork mechs. In the event of a third, he wanted to be ready to defend his rights. Every commission that made use of a standard contract always incorporated clauses for nearly every possible outcome. Not even masterwork mechs were left of them. Though it was an ultra-rare occurrence for a masterwork mech to appear, it was better to set the terms beforehand rather than argue about them afterwards. A lot of ugly disputes between clients and mech designers had emerged when the latter fortuitously created a masterwork mech. In most cases, a masterwork mech fell beyond the scope of any commission. The mech did not automatically become the client's possession, and the mech designer deserved to be rewarded for his extraordinary effort. Sometimes, the agreements were worded in a way that allowed the mech designer to retain possession of the masterwork. The client may have ordered a specific mech, and the mech designer could easily whip up another copy and deliver that machine in the place of a masterwork. As long as the mech designer fulfilled the original commission, the masterwork mech didn't have to go. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Calabash was right that the mech was stuffed with Hexer technology and other goodies. There was too little justification for Ves and Gloriana to maintain possession of the little angel unless they gained the right to retain possession of exclusive Hexer hardware. However, that didn't mean they gained nothing. If we have to give up our mech, we're entitled to a lot of conversation, Ves stated. Calabash nodded. You can choose from various rewards, though I will have to confer with Diva to present you with detailed options. I'll make sure you won't get shortchanged. It is no exaggeration to say that the little angel has the potential to change everything. How about we keep my baby boy? Gloriana interrupted. Is that a possible reward? No. Calabash shook her head. Gloriana. Ves turned towards his girlfriend and placed his hand over her own. He looked at her in the eyes. I know what you are feeling right now. I felt this way as well with my devil tiger. I also became tempted by the urge to hoard my masterwork and keep it on display. However, is that truly the best for your little angel? She frowned. What do you mean, Ves? He's my masterwork. What if he gets ruined? The Blessed Squire isn't designed to be put on display. It's designed to fight, he stated. As its creator, the little angel deserves to fulfill its intended purpose. We lucked out with the Quint because it's based on the Bright Warrior, which we designed for our own use. This isn't the case. We always intended the Blessed Squire to be used by others, and the little angel is no different. Tears started to fall from Gloriana's cheeks. She actually started to cry, alarming Clixie and everyone else. Meow meow. My baby. I can't stand the thought of relinquishing my little angel. He leaned in to hug her shaking body. It's okay, Gloriana. Everything will be alright. don't forget about what the superior mother stands for. Raising a boy is all about making them grow up and be able to act responsibly. Only bad mothers want to keep their boys by their side forever. The act of nurturing has to reach an end. The superior mother, my mother, does not want you to waste the potential of the little angel. His garbled, improvised argument hit home. Though Gloriana's tears continued to leak from her eyes, the explicit mention of the superior mother caused her to rethink her views. Only bad mothers kept their sons incapable and locked up in their protective cages. If Gloriana wanted to show respect to the superior mother, she should adhere to the ideals that Ves had mentioned. This was a bitter pill to stomach, not just for Gloriana, but many other mothers. You're right. I suppose, she sniffed. Your little angel won't be thrown into the meat grinder, Gloriana, Calabast reassured. While Ves is correct, your masterwork mech is much more useful outside of the battlefield. It's a game changer. What do you mean? Consider your political problem. All of us here know your glows can benefit the side that uses them. There are 2 reasons why the hegemony hasn't used any of your mechs. First, their designs are too weak. Second, you're a boy. Well, as soon as you finish the Blessed Squire design, the first problem doesn't apply anymore. Only the second problem remains. Originally, Diva likely intends to introduce the Blessed Squire onto the battlefield sporadically. Before the mech is ready for widespread adoption, its value and utility has to be demonstrated in real battles. Otherwise, those biased hexers will instantly dismiss our work because of the involvement of a male. Ves added. Yes. We're very fortunate that Diva is more open-minded than the rest of Hexer society, but the agency alone can't field your mechs. I believe that my former superiors have already concluded that fielding your mechs en masse can break the current stalemate in the Komodo War. The longer it goes on, the greater the chance the Friday men will launch their own surprise. Mentioning the political dimension caused Ves to make a very stark realization. You can use the little angel to build up political support for our mech model. Exactly. Calabast grinned. Due to its glow and its exceptional identity as a masterwork mech, it will likely attract a lot of attention as long as we exhibit it to prominent hexers. As long as the mech can sway enough stubborn matriarchs to change their stance on letting mech designed by a boy to take part in the war, your Blessed Squires may truly become a staple on the battlefield. Of course, that is also contingent on the performance of the initial batches. If the Blessed Squire performed worse than expected, then all of this was moot, but neither Ves nor Gloriana believed that would happen. The scenario envisioned by Calabast took much of the sting away from the prospect of losing her baby. Gloriana no longer shed any tears, though she still appeared glum. I suppose I can accept that. Ves and I will be credited for its design, right? Once Diva is ready to roll out the Blessed Squires onto the battlefield, there is no more need for secrecy. Calabast confirmed. In fact, it is to the hegemony's advantage that your names are mentioned. The 2 of you have quite clearly become some of the top journeymen of our star sector. Borrowing your fame will not only add a halo to the Blessed Squire, but also embolden the hegemony. Even for a boy? Ves pointed at himself. Calabast grinned. You're not just an ordinary boy anymore to the hegemony. As long as hexers recognize the immense value of your glow, they will definitely embrace it. By then, they will employ any measure possible to circumvent established law and dogma. Nothing can stand in the way of their determination to win the Komodo War. Chapter 21-23 An Interesting Offer. Ves and Gloriana emerged from the secret workshop with much less joy than they should. After all, the 2 of them succeeded in creating their second collaborative masterwork mech. Yet the thought of giving it up was still painful, regardless of any high-sounding arguments that Ves put forth. At least the Quint completely belonged to the Larkinson clan. If he ever felt the desire to check up on it in order to make sure it was being treated right, he could always stop by the avatars of myth and inspect Joshua's assigned machine. This wasn't possible for the masterwork mech that Gloriana impulsively named the Little Angel. Every blessed squire mech belonged to the hexadric hegemony. At most, Ves and Gloriana deserved remuneration proportionate to the worth of the exceptional mech. Ves had already adjusted his mentality towards giving up his masterwork mechs. His devil tiger was still wandering in the depths of the Nixian gap. At least he could reassure himself that his father was piloting one of his best works. However, Gloriana still required a lot of time to accept this inevitability. Though she wanted to spend every single moment with the little angel, Ves forced her to leave. "You have stayed awake for 4 days straight," he told her while he grabbed her arm. "Your body will fail if you push yourself further. Go to bed. You can return to the little angel tomorrow. It isn't going anywhere for a while." Meow. Clixie pawed at Gloriana's foot in concern. "See? Even your pet is concerned about you. I know the little angel is very fascinating, but there is a time and place for everything." "Okay, fine. I'll go." When the pair of mech designers finally returned to their accommodations, the clansmen they passed all noticed their downcast emotions. Ves looked stoic as if he was holding something in. Meanwhile, Gloriana's tear streaks were still visible. This caused a lot of Larkinsons to conclude that they had failed to produce another masterwork. It was no secret that the two always worked hard to replicate their previous success. The Quint not only raised their stature, but also brought a lot of pride to the Larkinson clan. Many other family organizations boasted mech designers, but few of them had reached as far as journeymen. Of this group, only Ves and Gloriana could boast of producing a masterwork mech. The Quint was living proof that they had the potential of producing greater mechs in the future. Of course, the odds of making another one was very small. Every Larkinson knew that. So they did not think too much about the disappointment shown by the two. It was a given to feel crushed when met by another failure. Though the conclusions made by the clansmen initially took Ves aback, he quickly decided to roll with the situation. The blessed squire design and the little angel both had to remain hidden. Calabast already told him that Diva could achieve the strongest effect if it revealed the design and the masterwork mech at a time and place of its choosing. While Ves agreed with this statement, he had one more reason to mislead the public that their attempt had failed. He wanted to avoid Master Willix. Ves had become aware that the MTA would dispatch very capable experts whenever someone created a masterwork mech. It was the only way for the people responsible to receive their coveted masterwork certificates. Though he admittedly desired to receive another masterwork certificate to his collection, he did not relish the thought of entertaining Master Willix in person. He liked it even less when she dissected his mech and design from inside out. There was just something about this rational mech designer that made him feel afraid that she would be able to crack his secrets any day. If Ves was able to keep the surprise under wraps for a decent period of time, he could leave for the Nixian Gap and let Diva inform the MTA afterwards. By then, even if the MTA wanted to interview the mech designers responsible for creating the masterwork, Moira Willix would only be able to reach Gloriana. As for Ves, he would be long gone in the Nixian Gap, which was an anomalous region of space that even the Big Two couldn't tame. Ves wanted to break out a laugh. This plan sounded brilliant. All he had to do was to make sure that everyone in the know sold the illusion that the attempt had failed. Not a lot of people were actually aware of the truth. Aside from Ves, Gloriana and Calabast, he only had to worry about the lips of their bodyguards. Nital was loyal to him to a fault, while the guards dispatched by the Glory Battalion were loyal hexers who would never harm the interests of their state. Though the MTA possessed very powerful spying capabilities, Calabast had already made sure that the workshop they had just used was as secure as possible. The odds that the MTA had been pointing some powerful scanner that was both capable enough to penetrate a lot of shielding but also stealthy enough to avoid tripping any sensors was very unlikely. VS did not believe the local branch on Synax 6 possessed such advanced capabilities. Their local mech evaluators couldn't even make heads or tails of the Doom Guard. As they returned to their bedroom, Gloriana instantly went out like a light. The exhaustion of the last couple of days had finally caught up to her. VS was feeling a bit tired as well. The next day, Gloriana woke up and dressed herself as quickly as possible. She wanted to return to the little angel straight away in order to study its exquisite structure. Though VS felt tempted to join her, he had to take care of other matters. Gloriana leaned in and happily kissed VS on the lips. "Thank you for lending me that gem. I couldn't have made my little angel so perfect if not for your help. I was a bit too tired yesterday, but I'll be sure to reward you tonight." She winked at him before she hopped away, leaving VS with a goofy grin. "Ahem," he coughed. "I should meet with Calabast." Some time later, he entered her office. While VS sat on a chair and started to pet Lucky's head, Calabast switched off her terminal. "VS, it's to see you here early. I conferred with Diva yesterday on a secure channel and managed to convey the good news to them. The reaction I've received is very positive." "Are you sure?" The spymaster smiled. "Diva fits in a different mold than you think. Unlike many other hexers, the agency is fully capable of appreciating the competence of boys. My former superiors agree with my suggestion to make use of the little angel to introduce the utility of your work to the decision-makers of the hegemony. Diva has already notified me that a secure transport convoy is on the way to pick up the little angel." "That's rather slow." She shrugged. "While Diva has stationed assets closer to the Sentinel Kingdom, they're not strong enough to defend something as valuable as the little angel. Don't underestimate the significance of its existence. In my opinion, the addition of your glows to the Hex army is enough to tilt the balance of the Komodo War in the hegemony's favor. The biggest hindrance we face is the rejection from our own side. Parading your masterwork mech is a powerful way to neutralize their core justification for rejecting mechs designed by boys. The stuffy matriarchs who decide which mechs to approve always believe that male mech designers like me are incompetent." VS ruefully smiled. "I can see how the existence of a masterwork version of a hexer mech design, a male one no less, can collapse their entire logic. The logic of those biased matriarchs and hexers were flawed to begin with. Let alone VS, many other male mech designers produce just as much masterworks as their female counterparts. It was just that the hexers always discounted the works of male mech designers for lame reasons. The fact that not a single male hexer mech designer had been able to make a masterwork mech, as far as the public was aware of, had always supported the existing policies. Though Diva was not an organization that specifically advocated for increasing the rights of boys, right now it was to their benefit if they carved out a place for someone like VS. There was no female alternative to a mech designer with his specialty. Calabast noticed his look. "Don't read too much in this development. Female hexers aren't about to improve their treatment of boys due to this change. Even with the help of the little angel, it will take a lot of lobbying and political maneuvering to carve out an exception for you. You're an outlier as far as the hexers are concerned, so it is not impossible to give you a pass on account of the substantial difference you can make to the war effort. The same does not necessarily apply to their domestic male mech designers. Even if they are given more liberties, they will hardly nudge the direction of the war." He wasn't a part of the hegemony. Even if he plotted to change the mindset of hexers by exposing them to the superior mother, this was a long-term plan that took years to come into fruition. There was simply too much institutional opposition towards giving the males of their society more space and opportunities. In any case, I do have some good news for you, the Black Cat commander continued. Diva has put a very generous valuation on your masterwork mech. In general, the perceived value of a mech is multiplied by as little as 10 to as much as 100 or more. Some even go as high as 1,000 times more. Since the Little Angels is based off a premium military second-class mech design, multiplying the value by 100 sounds fair. What is the estimated market price of the Blessed Squire? 200 million hex credits. This is what the analysts at Diva have concluded after studying its design for several days. Do you have any objections? No. Ves shook his head. Considering the performance, proprietary tech, materials along with the added value of the superior Mother's Glow, that is a reasonable sum to pay for a single copy of the Blessed Squire. This meant that the Little Angel, which was hardly distinguishable from a regular Blessed Squire at first glance, was worth 20 billion hex credits according to Diva. If it was before he released the Doom Guard, this sum would have been enough to make him wild. Nowadays, this windfall sounded extremely paltry. His disappointment was apparent on his face. You think the multiplier is too low? It's hard not to think so. If I submit the mech to the MTA, I could get a lot of merits in return. He was already starting to contemplate whether he should leak the existence of the Little Angel to the MTA. Someone as astute as Calabast immediately guessed what he was thinking. I advise you not to spoil your relationship with Diva. My former agency is one of your few supporters along with the Woden dynasty. I have already managed to negotiate a better deal with Diva on your behalf. Its director is not going to demand the Little Angel from you without a hefty reward. What do you think about receiving a state-of-the-art second-class factory ship built according to your specifications? Ves immediately straightened his back. Those ships cost way more than 20 billion hex credits. In fact, not even 200 billion is enough in some cases. Factory ships, especially the higher-classed ones, were enormous investments. They were not only capable of pumping out as many mechs as a manufacturing complex, but were also tough enough to withstand at least some attacks without falling apart. That latter was very crucial and one of the main reasons that proper factory ships were so expensive. In truth, Ves highly doubted that the Little Angel was enough to pay for a modern factory ship. It's not as straightforward as you think, Ves. Calabast stretched her arm. As long as the Blessed Squire takes off in the hegemony, Diva wants to extend and renew its cooperation with you. As long as you fulfill additional commissions, the agency will pledge to deliver a brand new factory ship to you within a year. Ah. So the factory ship was part of a package deal. This was a lot more complicated than he thought. As excited as he was to obtain the most important ship of his grand expedition, this was not the time to make an impulsive decision. Chapter 21-24 Difficult Deal. A factory ship. Obtaining a factory ship had long haunted his dreams. He still recalled the times he spent on the Wolf Mother. Though the flagrant vandal version of a factory ship had been built step by grafting on additional compartments and ship parts, at her most recent incarnation she had become quite a formidable vessel. Though unarmed and not that well armored, the Wolf Mother had made a powerful impression in his mind due to her robust material processing and industrial capacity. At their best, factory ships functioned as mobile manufacturing complexes. Paired with mining ships or mining mechs, it was very much possible for factory ships to pump out mechs and other heavy-duty equipment at a respectable pace. This was because factory ships spanned for at least several kilometers, classifying them decisively as capital ships. Once a vessel reached the size of a capital ship, her internal volume and her tonnage reached a point where she could essentially be regarded as a miniature city. Of course, the cost rapidly ballooned as a response. One of the biggest reasons that humans preferred to fly with several smaller vessels as opposed to a single big one was because the cost of procuring and operating the other shot up very rapidly. A ship that was twice as large as a normal one could easily cost 10 times more. However, the adage that you got what you paid for also applied. As long as a huge ship was put to good use, she could provide incredible value in return. This was why Ves always aimed to obtain a proper factory ship, especially one built towards his own specifications. He had no stomach for buying a second-hand vessel. There was no place in the competitive red ocean dwarf galaxy for weak, outdated ships. As a mech designer, designing and producing mechs was his core activity. In a different region of space where there wasn't a lot of industrial capacity, being able to rely on himself to produce his mechs was an essential priority. Relying completely on third-party manufacturers was not a wise decision. He needed to obtain the ability to produce mechs, and not just any mech. Higher quality designs required a lot more heavy-duty production machines to produce on a cost and time-efficient basis. Smaller logistics ships or simple workshops would never allow him to produce advanced mechs at a profit. Though he wanted to obtain a factory ship badly, it wasn't easy at all to obtain these vessels. Most capital ships fell into the hands of states and state-owned entities. It was very rare for companies or smaller players to own them because capital ship production was quite constrained. Only a small number of large, specialized shipyards produced these massive vessels. These large shipyards also happened to be owned by states or companies that fell under the sway of the government. Most of their output ended up in the military. Therefore, ordering a capital ship as a private entity was anything but simple. Ves had to obtain the cooperation of the government of a second-class state, and that had always stopped him from exploring this option. This was why he reacted with so much astonishment to Calabas's words. If Diva valued his mech so much that it was willing to trade a factory ship for it, then this was a very attractive offer. The most important part about the offer was that Diva truly tailored its offer to his needs. The agency did not attempt to pass off one of the hegemony old cast-offs that had been built a century ago or so. Such vessels were not only more fragile, but also came in a fixed configuration. For the most important vessel of his grand expedition, Ves did not wish to obtain any factory ship. He wanted one that was configured to his needs as much as possible. He had some very important demands for his dream factory ship, and he did not wish to settle for less. Fortunately, Calabas was aware of that, so she managed to negotiate a decent deal on his behalf. Even if she was a former Diva agent, Ves could at least trust that she was on side. You should think carefully on what you want, and how much you are willing to pay for it, Calabas cautioned him. I can already tell you that Diva has already fabricated a number of copies of the Blessed Squire in the method you recommended. The internal evaluation of the new mechs are still ongoing, but I'm already hearing a lot of appreciation. Ves smirked. It was hard not to get charmed by his mechs. Their glows were simply irresistible to those who came across them for the first time. The fact that the superior mother was highly compatible with the Hexers only made the Blessed Squire even more compelling. I would be glad to design more Hexer mechs, he spoke. However, I don't like to design a mech according to the boundaries set by the Hexers. No offense, but I don't want to stick with designing male support mechs forever. You will have your chance to design female mechs, Ves. If you decide to accept Diva's offer, then the hegemony expects you to go all the way. Even if you're a male mech designer, any problem can be overcome as long as you can contribute materially to the Komodo War. Both of them looked at each other and chuckled a bit. Dogma was important, but winning the war mattered more. The Hexers could always go back to their hardline ways after they beat the Friday Coalition. My time and energy is very limited, though. I know the value of my mechs. Even for you, an opportunity to obtain your own factory ship is hard to come by, Calabas retorted. That said, the budget and the amount of advanced features you can obtain is dependent on your commitment. Diva doesn't ask for any masterwork mechs. It just wants designs with glows, as many of them as possible. The more designs you promise, the better the factories ship that they will prepare for you. Each of the designs has to be able to go toe-to-toe with the mechs of the Friday Coalition. That's difficult to accomplish. Ves frowned. Most mechs fielded by the militaries of both states are designed by masters or teams of masters. In terms of performance and sophistication, my mech won't always be able to match the best. It would be best if I can enlist some help, but... Calabast immediately confirmed his guess. No Hexer master will ever want to collaborate with you. Even if it helps the Hex army win more battles, their reputation will be ruined. These old and powerful women will never taint themselves by working alongside a boy. He didn't want to cooperate with other mech designers anyway. Ves liked to exert as much creative control over his mech designs as possible. Collaborating with Gloriana was fine because their focus lay in different areas. However, as soon as a senior or master entered the picture, it was very hard for Ves to justify taking the lead. He did not wish to play second fiddle to a better and more qualified mech designer. So what are my options? Ves asked. The minimum designs that Diva demands from you are 6 Hexer mech designs. The terms are similar to the ones that applied before. The designs will belong to the hegemony, and you can expect to earn no licensing fees or royalties. That's a pretty severe demand. I'm potentially missing out on a lot of profit. Calabas grinned. That's how Diva intends to earn back the money it spent on commissioning your ship. Don't forget that factory ships are so big that their armor plating alone costs hundreds of billions of credits. After all, you don't want your expensive capital ship to get blasted apart by getting fired upon by a single band of pirates at long range, do you? The bigger the ship, the bigger the target. Such vessels were not only bigger targets, but also less agile ones as well, making them extremely susceptible to long-range bombardment. Therefore, cladding them with thick hull plating was essential, but that was where the size of a capital ship became so troublesome. A huge internal volume required a lot more structural support, and an enormous exterior surface area demanded a lot more armor plating than a ship that was just slightly smaller. The increase in material requirement was not a linear relationship. Instead, if expressed on a graph, the line would continue to angle higher and higher until it almost became vertical. This was why the CFA's battleships only reached a length of 12 to 15 kilometers at best. It was not as if one of the most powerful organizations in the galaxy could build larger vessels. The cost simply became too prohibitive. Therefore, depending on the dimensions of the factory's ship and the quality of materials used to toughen the vessel up, the cost of a premium factory could easily exceed 1 trillion of hex credits. Even for a powerful intelligence agency such as Diva, such a sum of money could not be pulled out on a whim. Ves understood the economics behind this deal. Ostensibly, this deal is about securing my commitment to design more Hexer mechs. However, there are more layers behind it. By obtaining all of the rights to my design, they can produce and sell it to the Hex army at a profit, thereby earning all of the revenue from my work. Over time, they can recoup all of the cost of the factory's ship and earn a profit. In short, Diva wanted to exploit his profit-making potential. You and I both know it's not that straightforward. Calabas leaned back and crossed her arms. First, as I've already mentioned, access is very restricted. For you to be able to order a factory ship through government channels at this early stage in your career is very valuable. I'm sure you can solicit more opportunities in the future, but how much time has passed by then? 5 years? 10 years? That's too long considering your rate of progress. Getting your hands on a factory ship 5 years early is very helpful for your current plans. This time premium was indeed of great value to Ves. Being able to travel through multiple star clusters while owning his own factory ship was a completely different concept than doing so without one. Being able to take along so much industrial capacity would relieve him from a lot of troublesome problems, especially if his fleet entered unwelcome space. Secondly, Diva will almost solely supply your mechs to the Hex army, she continued. Do you know how difficult it is to be able to offer mechs to one of the hegemony's most powerful and most demanding services? Not just any mech designer or company can meet all of the requirements to sell mechs to this picky client. Diva will have to do a lot of lobbying and influence a lot of powerful hexers in order to get your mechs through the door. All of this will cost political capital that Diva could have spent on other priorities. With all of these concerns, it became clear to Ves that Diva didn't demand the right to profit from his mech designs because of greed. It had to invest deep in order to fulfill its commitment and make full use of his mech designs. I understand. Ves reluctantly sighed. If I can't obtain a share of the profits, then I at least want my ship to be as good as possible. He understood that this was the only way. His bargaining position was decent but not exceptional. Diva held the upper hand due to the sole reason that Ves couldn't approach any other party in the hegemony to sell his mechs to the Hex army. Therefore, it was undeniable that Diva held the upper hand. At the very least, on an economic level, Diva would likely earn back more Hex credits it made in selling his mechs than it spent on the factory ship. The only consolation was that it would probably take a few years to recoup its monetary costs. That was too much time as far as Ves was concerned. He didn't mind passing over those profits as long as he obtained a factory ship much earlier than he expected. Calabast understood his position well. She tried to console him. This is a win-win arrangement. Diva won't skimp on the factory ship at all. If you commit to design 6 Hexer mechs, then the budget for the factory ship will be 800 billion Hex credits. If you commit to designing 8 mechs, then the budget will be 1.2 trillion Hex credits. The more, the better. That was a lot of money. With such a budget, obtaining a moderately valuable second-class factory ship was well within reach. She added another sweetener. The factory ship will be built according to the standard of the Hex army. This meant that it will incorporate state-of-the-art military components that made use of exclusive Hexer-developed technology. Such a ship is completely different from a capital ship built to civilian standards. You can't buy this access with money. That made this deal even more attractive to Ves. At a certain point, the private sector was no longer able to meet his demands. Only by gaining the cooperation of government entities would he be able to obtain a high-spec ship. I need to discuss this with Gloriana. This decision is way too big for me to decide alone. Chapter 21-25 Fair Deal. Ves left Calabast's office with a pensive expression. He clutched Lucky to his chest as he slowly stepped out and smelled the oil and metal from all of the mechs on the move. A squad of mech pilots jogged right past him as a number of heavy-duty lifter bots transported some depleted energy cells to the nearest power generator. A lone silver-coated desolate soldier marched around the corner while a number of teenage Larkinsons sat next to a dormant Aurora Titan in order to enjoy its soothing, protective area. Meow. Yeah. I don't relish getting scammed, but Calabast is right. This deal can't be weighed on its financial merits alone. When Ves marched across the base, greeting a lot of friendly clansmen along the way, he finally reached the secure workshop, where the little angel still resided. Security had loosened up after fabricating the masterwork mech. However, a squad of mechs from the Glory Battalion as well as several other mech companies still loomed close. As soon as he entered, he immediately experienced the overlapping glows emanating from both the statue and the little angel. The effect was so strong and cloying that Ves felt a bit uncomfortable. Where there was nothing fundamentally annoying about his supportive glows, he did not wish to spend his time under the influence of this particular design spirit. Ves may have imparted a more boy-friendly ideology to the superior mother, but she was still very much a hexer. True equality and respect towards boys and men was still in short supply. Ugh! He grunted. When he approached the little angel, he already saw Gloriana buzzing around its frame like a busy bee. She no longer scanned or did anything special with the mech. She simply rubbed her hand on the smooth metal texture of the masterwork mech's armor plating. What a beautiful mech you are! You are so perfect! Mommy doesn't want to let you go, but you deserve to go out into the galaxy and fulfill your purpose. No matter what, Mommy will never forget about you. For a moment, Ves felt the urge to turn around and leave, but he really needed to talk. Gloriana! Could you come with me for a moment? MHH? It's important. Just get down here. It took a bit of cajoling before she finally agreed to leave the little angel's side. In order to hold a private discussion, Ves led her to a familiar office before closing and locking the door. He then proceeded to explain Diva's offer. This finally caused Gloriana to turn her thoughts away from the little angel. I don't see why you would refuse, she spoke. Lending our strength to the hexadric hegemony is a noble endeavor. If the filthy Friday men win the Komodo War, our people will lose everything. Our culture and our way of life will disappear. Ordinarily, that should have been a cause for celebration to Ves. Unfortunately, not only was he on the hegemony's side, his mother's life and well-being also depended on its success. We can't ignore the profits we forego if we sign on to this deal, Ves emphasized. You obsess too much about money. Even if Diva stands to make a hefty profit, the deal still sounds fair. Don't forget that Diva not only has to open up its own sales channels, but also do its best to build up a market for your mechs. There is no stomach for mechs designed by boys at the start, and persuading all of those conservative, rigid-minded matriarchs to allow your mechs to be fielded by the Hex army is not a given. Yes, but... Ves hesitated. If we designed a second-class mech for another superior state, then as long as it's successful, we could earn enough money to build up a factory ship by ourselves. You're still in the Komodo star sector, Ves. Entering the market of another second-rate state in another star sector is easier said than done. The competition of the more open mech markets is extremely competitive, and there are often a lot of other complications as well. To Gloriana, designing mechs for the hegemony was partially a patriotic calling. She was much less inclined to quibble over the potential profits they signed away. Though Ves understood her perspective and had his own reasons to help out the hegemony, he still couldn't get over the fact that he would be getting the worse end of the deal. His bargaining power shouldn't be this weak, especially if Diva thought highly of his mech designs. Then again, Calabast already mentioned that Diva was willing to provide a lot of benefits. Not only would he be able to obtain the factory ship fairly quickly, she would also come packed with advanced hexer technology normally reserved for the Hex army. The material cost of all of those exclusive hexer components and ship parts may not be ludicrously high, but their performance was always better. The difference between a military-grade factory ship and a civilian-grade factory ship was considerable. Gloriana made an argument. Besides, what Diva is doing is treating us like a design studio. We are merely responsible for providing our client with the promised design. Our involvement ends there. The client will take the designs and do all of the heavy lifting with regards to producing, marketing, and selling the mechs. It is not unusual for design studios to accept a fixed, upfront fee for their designs. She was right. The business model of a design studio started and ended with the mech design. All of the other cumbersome issues with regards to utilizing the mech design became someone else's responsibility. In this way, a design studio and all of the mech designers working for it only had to focus on their core profession, which was developing a lot of mech designs. Everything else was irrelevant to their job. It took hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of workers to perform the other activities. Expensive office buildings and manufacturing complexes had to be built. An extensive supply chain needed to be formed in order to make sure the production facilities ran smoothly, and the mechs ended up in the hands of the end users as smoothly as possible. Ves initially didn't think about design studios because the living mech company pursued a different business model. Much like many ambitious mech designers, Ves wanted to exert at least some control over the marketing and production of his mechs. In theory, less middlemen resulted in more profit to the LMC. His company's earnings would have been even better if it didn't rely on so many third-party manufacturers to make its products. This was one of the many reasons why Ves would benefit from owning his own factory ship. "You have a point," he told her. "Design studios earn less profit from their own designs, but in exchange they assume much less risk and responsibility. Passing over the latter to Diva means that it is fair to forego other profits." It was difficult to put a solid hex credit figure on all of the other compensation that Diva promised in return. However, one look at Gloriana already made it clear that she didn't want to take no for answer. Designing mechs for the Hex Army was one of her cherished dreams when she was younger. She wanted to accept any offer that allowed her to design mechs for the Hexers fighting on the front lines, even if she had to work for free. Ves did not wish to deprive her of this rare and valuable opportunity. Since their departure from the Komodo Star sector loomed closer, it would be best if Gloriana gained some closure before she bid farewell to her former home. Contributing to the success of the Hexatric hegemony was a great way for her to pay off her emotional debt to the state she pledged allegiance to. Otherwise, this debt would haunt her all the way to the Red Ocean. As for him, the deal also aligned with his own intentions of making life difficult for the Friday men, which was considerably more important in his eyes. He rarely had the opportunity to take revenge on those who attacked him or screwed him over, which made this window of opportunity all the more important. He needed to teach the Friday Coalition a very nasty lesson in order to deter anyone else who plotted something similar in the future. If a state thought they could nab him and force him to work on its behalf, he could threaten them back by designing mechs that were literally designed to tear it down. Both of them soon agreed to take Diva's offer. "How many mechs are you willing to design?" he asked. "Personally, as much as I want to help the Hexers out, I don't think I can stomach designing too many Hexer mechs. 6 sounds fine, but I don't want our factory ship to be too weak. According to Calabas, Diva will add 400 billion hex credits to our budget if we design 2 additional Hexer mechs." 8 sounds fine. Gloriana smiled. "It's not close enough to cover every single mech type used by the Hex Army, but it offers us enough room to spread the superior mother in every battlefield situation." He nodded. For this series of commissions, he only intended to make use of the superior mother. She was already versatile enough to adapt to many different mech types, and Ves wanted to spread her influence as much as possible. As long as a unit of Hexers contained a single mech with a glow, that was already sufficient to boost the entire unit's comprehensive combat effectiveness. His glows worked as a force multiplier and rarely as a source of direct strength. Instances where Ves had been able to add predictive power to the deliverer was rare. It was enough to make the superior mother lift the spirits of every Hexer while depressing the morale of enemy Friday men within the range of her glow. After an extensive discussion with Gloriana, Ves returned to Calabas but did not immediately give his assent. She approved of his decision. "We both know that you've already made your choice, but that doesn't mean we have to make it easy for Diva. The agency works on behalf of the entire hegemony, so its means are anything but modest. Since Diva's willingness to use mechs will only improve once the utility of the Blessed Squire becomes clear, your leverage will improve. Take some time to extract more concessions." With that, they decided to stall for time and quibble over the terms. In the next few days, with Calabast's advice, Ves demanded several concessions. Even though he suspected that Diva probably guessed what he was up to, they still needed to go through the motions. Though Diva refused to increase the budget for the factory's ship, the negotiators did relent on some smaller issues. First, Ves had gotten a promise that he would be able to maintain possession on any future masterwork mechs that he and Gloriana produced. He was not about to forego the opportunity to earn a lot of MTA merits again. Second, Diva would make sure the large shipyard responsible for building the factory's ship would complete her within 8 standard months. This was very fast. The shipbuilding company would definitely have to exert all of its capacity to finish a capital ship within such a short amount of time. Normally, it took years to construct a 2-kilometer capital ship. Third, if the Hexer government ever interrupted the deal, Ves would still get his factory ship even if he was no longer allowed to design any additional Hexer mechs. This concession was a bit more difficult to secure, but Diva eventually relented. Ves did not want to get screwed a third of the way, and if the Hexers ever decided that his mechs posed too much of a threat to their man-hating sensibilities, it was up to Diva and other friendly stakeholders to do their utmost to make his mechs acceptable for use. Ves did not want to pay the price if the spies failed to accomplish this basic necessity. Fourth, the Hexers should lend sufficient trainers in order to teach the Larkinsons how to cooperate in every aspect of the vessel. This was a detail that Ves did not miss out on. He could already tell that the factory's ship would be so advanced and contain so many high-tech systems that third-raters would never be able to get a handle on her at the start. Therefore, Ves wanted Diva to send over knowledgeable and experienced spacers in order to teach the Larkinson crewmen how to man the factory's ship. The trainers, which could potentially amount to 100, only needed to stay with the Larkinson clan for a couple of years at most. During this time, they could also operate the essential systems of the factory's ship themselves, thereby preventing many possible disasters. "It's very clever of you to think of that," Calabast complimented. "The free specialists will be invaluable at the start."